Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave. And I think he might just find it.
The reigning major champions are still looking for their first win. Somebody's starting off the stage 0-3 again. Two top three teams dust up in an early stage of fray, and the longest running rivalry in the NAL kicks up yet again. The kicker? We're only on day 3, baby, and it's a damn good day to be an NA Siege fan. Welcome back to Stage 2 of the NAL. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson. I'm here with Excellence Gaming alumni Gabriel Laxing Merilez and lunatic esports superstar himself, Davide Foxy Bucci. Gentlemen, welcome back to Philly on a Thursday night.
That was crazy. Well, I know we say Philly, but to the people on Twitter, I called this Beijing, China, so we're back.
Well, why is that the storyline you keep running?
You know, technically, I'm still Excellence alumni, too.
Yeah,
that's true. I just went to
true.
Wikipedia and found like the first team that you played Pro League for, like way back in like the old days.
Yeah,
right.
We went to Cologne with Excellence. It was a great time.
Long time ago.
Long time.
Yeah,
Long time ago.
Do you remember anything from back then, or is it just all a blur? Like just the lanes you played, like whatever.
Yeah, I remember everything.
Yeah.
Remember everything?
I remember when Xbox joined PC and like
I remember
Elevate.
getting the email saying, "Hey, congratulations on winning the World Championship. Good luck on PC."
And look at where it ended these guys up. So there's a couple of things we have to go through first today. Operation Twin Shells did release back on Tuesday. Hopefully those of you who have been able to play it are enjoying your time with it thus far. But there are a couple of things we need to talk about. The first of them is, at least in competitive competition, Scopos will not be available. This is something you may have seen an announcement about earlier, at least for the foreseeable future in NAL competition. You guys can go and play her in ranked, but at least for right now, we won't be seeing her in the NAL.
I'm a little sad. I wanted, I always like to see, the pro players be able to introduce a new operator, see how it's played, but definitely understandable why something might be quarantined. Obviously, there's a bug, and that needs to be addressed, and I think for competitive, I 100% believe for competitive integrity that this is important, that things are going to be fixed, and then maybe we'll see Scope host later on. Yeah,
and that's the best way to get the maximum utility out of this operator is when you give it a little bit of time before people start getting used to it. I remember when quarantine was a very big thing, when like Lion was coming out in the pool, Ying. So it's nice to just give some teams a little bit of leeway, and then they worry about it whenever it comes available.
So stop complaining on Twitter.
Hey, for right now, just remember, remember, this is the sort of thing that only really comes around whenever something like really needs to be addressed with an operator. Like to Fox's point, that was a thing. There used to be that big 3-month gap in between when an op came out and when you were actually able to use it in pro play. So at least for right now, just keep it in the back of your mind that at some point down the road, we will see Scopos, just not right now. But a couple of things from Operation Twin Shells are immediately going to make an impact on our games today and going forward. The first of which being the fact that Dokkaebi is receiving a pretty significant change here.
This is such a huge change that Dokkaebi doesn't start with any calls. It actually takes 45 seconds since spawning in to get her first call, and then 45 seconds afterwards to get the next call. So it's so huge because a lot of teams rely a lot on Dokkaebi to be able to cut corners, clear without necessarily needing drones. And so getting rid of this call will affect tremendously how teams play on attack. Dokkaebi is a really big attack ban, so that also we could see Dokkaebi banned less, which will give her more play, so more opportunity to see those calls be used, but way later in those rounds.
Yeah, it's a pretty big nerf in my opinion. And obviously, the 45 seconds to be able to make that first call is pretty pivotal, especially when you're taking space. But then on top of it, I mean, you can't go for quick one-offs, for a quick rush that you quickly identify where the team is. They aren't on site. You don't have Dokkaebi to get that information to solidify that round.
Dark Zero's bans for the longest time, literally for what feels like 2 years at this point, since Azami came out, was Dokkaebi Azami. Does this give DZ, or any team that Troy's on for that matter, the want to ban something different on attack now? Like, does this free that up?
Yeah, it'll definitely add a lot more flexibility to the bans because Dokkaebi, again, is for very aggressive teams that love to cut corners, so I could see it being banned way less.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think there's too much to touch up on that. I mean, it's definitely a very impactful nerf nonetheless, and I think that we will see maybe a little less dope than what we've seen previously.
Definitely the most significant change that we're seeing from any of the balance changes coming in with Twin Shells. The next one is a little bit more situational or interesting because it's with an op that hasn't seen nearly as much pro play over the past couple of months, and that's Nook. But not having the depletion of her ability unless you're on cams, that's the main factor in this case. That seems like a pretty significant change too.
Yeah, it's huge. It's going to bring Nock into the availability of playing a lot more. We saw her a year, 2 years ago being very pivotal in getting into positions fast, and then also they lowered the recoil on her FMG9 with the ACOG on it so that it's not bouncing so much when you're on it. So it's going to be so huge because you can walk around the whole map completely invisible, and until you're running or shooting, it's not going to deplete your energy bar at all. But once it does deplete your energy bar, you're going to see it's going to take a lot longer for it to charge up. So even though you don't lose it while you're moving, if somebody spots you and you got to run away and make a break for it, you got to remember that it takes a little bit longer now to replete all of it before you can use it again.
Yeah, and it's interesting, especially for the people who lurk, the people that like to, you know, waste a lot of time and get around the map. I mean, this is going to be massive. I don't know how much of an impact we're going to see it on smaller maps, but a map like Bank that we notoriously saw her on. And then even sometimes like Oregon, obviously Oregon was out of the map, but you saw her come up through that basement. So I am curious now to see, especially that it only is activated once you start sprinting or shooting. Like, that is a very big change, but in terms of the utility that she brings, it's still very lackluster to an attack.
Back when she was more in the meta was when she had frag nades, which made her a very potent option. Since then, haven't seen her played nearly as much. Does the change like this now give incentive for more teams to want to bring her back into her lineups?
Absolutely. I mean, she was so pivotal on, like Lax said, big maps, theme park, Bank. So now that you can have it creeping through a whole area of the map, taking it for yourself, yes, she doesn't have the nades like she used to, but with the gun buff and the ability to creep all the way through, you can definitely see it in big exposed areas like Bank Garage. You know, maps like that will definitely, you'll see her back in play, I think.
I could see it being very situational, for sure.
As if she kind of wasn't already situational where she sat in the meta right now. I guess that status won't necessarily change. Different for Solus, though, because, again, used to have a huge presence on defense, had the second part of her rework go into effect. Now, she's got even more limited usage of what her scanner is, and you don't know what you're seeing on the other side of that scanner at this point.
Yeah, and as a defender, obviously, that is a pretty big change, but to me, it's not, you know, going to be, like, super crazy, because when you're already seeing this, typically, you're going to know where typical drone placements are, or where a Claymore
You figure you know what everyone there is.
Yeah, or, like, what an air jab is, or possibly where someone's going to be on a camera, so I don't see this being, like, super huge. Obviously, it's still nerf nonetheless, because you do have to waste the scan here to figure out what something is, but it's going to really elevate in terms of the player of trying to figure out when's the best time to use it, because now you actually get detected when you are within the range of the ability.
Yeah, and last stage when we saw her change, she was changed from that last layer of a defense denying plants from below. Now you have to be very impactful with her. You have to bring her for a roam, a flank, for a reason. And now with this change, it just makes her that much more important and difficult to play so that you are using her for a specific reason. When you go for a flank, the communication value has to be there for your team. And the biggest change that I would notice is when you are on that Solus scanner and within range of a drone, you will get detection of Solus scanning your gadget. So now it just makes it a little bit more fair for the attackers to have an understanding that, hey, maybe that flank's coming, maybe your electronic is exposed, and maybe we can see a little bit of electronic being moved, move a claymore last second, move a drone last minute. And it's just a little bit fairer of a back and forth against Solus.
There's a little bit more timing and another button press involved before she really has impact on the round, and in what is still a pretty heavily defender-sided meta, trying to even things out a little bit. Seems like it makes sense, but we'll see how it plays out in the server. And a couple of other balancing changes as they came through, one of them being after 9 years of drones functioning the exact same way as they have all the time, now they have a speed boost?
Yeah, it's interesting. So it's going to be funny to kind of see someone try to shoot a drone when it's going, 500 miles per hour. Obviously, I'm exaggerating that, but it's going to be interesting.
We're about to just see NASCAR races now.
And in terms of the drone phase, I mean, typically the prep phase is going to be the most important one here. Just being able to get into the map a lot faster and get in a secured spot, I definitely can see that being utilized, or even in the last couple of seconds to just get that boost, to get an initial 2 to 2 seconds to help you decide what you want to do can make a difference. But again, I think the biggest benefit from this is possibly in the prep phase.
Yeah, in tandem with the Solus change, getting pre-placed drones is where you're going to use this the most. Obviously, for example, Bank going up the red stairs, but a very big change was the Claymore. No delay, an instant explosion on triggering the Claymore. So I know everyone has their own little bit of experience jumping out, getting a kill, and not blowing up to the Claymore, or just getting out of range. So now you will just blow up as soon as you hit that trip, and I think it makes Claymores a lot better because now you just see them getting taken out so easily.
And then the R4C losing 5 bullets and now sitting at 25 over 30.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a significant difference. I mean, yes, you are losing 5 bullets, but in a game where it's one-shot headshot, as long as you're hitting that head, I mean, you only really need 1 bullet out of a 25 magazine or a 30-round magazine.
My concern was with an R4C nerf, would that just mean losing the ACOG? But it didn't in this case. The one thing that happened was just that it had
the community would be in uproar
bullets out of the map. No, I think they probably, Twitter would have absolutely been in an uproar, but that didn't happen. It just means what? It's a little bit less potent for Ashe, a little less potent for Ram. It is a big deal, though.
It's less ability to just be pre-firing every angle. You got to be a little more aware of your situation and where you're going to be wasting some of those bullets, but ultimately, it's still a one-shot headshot game. So as long as you can hit one of those bullets out of the 25-round magazine, that's the important bit.
So those changes from Twin Shells are coming up in all of the games from here on out. That's already had some impact in some of the other regions that have happened up until this play of the NAL has started. So we'll see specifically how North American teams react to those changes. And based on how week 1 went, it's going to make things interesting because the standings through just the first 2 days are already starting to paint the picture for what the rest of playoffs might look like going forward.
Yeah, I mean, the top is definitely a big mix of what we expected everything to end up after week 1. I think the biggest outliers are obviously LG, Los. We had them both at the bottom of our power rankings. They had a great week 1, give and take. And so everything's just been extremely competitive so far after week 1. It just makes me really excited to watch the rest of the season play out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you said it best. Our top line is definitely kind of what we saw. You saw Sonics as first. I saw Space Station second. So at least we're both right in that regard. M80 sitting third. But yeah, Los and Luminosity are the biggest surprise here. You can kind of brush off Cloud9, Beast Coast, and Dark Zero only for the simple fact they played 1 game. But the Oxygen and Wildcard, that is the one that is worrisome for me, for especially Oxygen, because I need to be seeing results from both these teams nonetheless.
I want to do a double check on your boys' power rankings at some point in a couple of days. Not now, but once we get the idea on what some of these teams are really starting to dig themselves into strategy-wise, then we'll see whether it lines up with where you had them starting at the beginning of the stage and where they're at now at this point. I mean, the one constant being guys like Sonics and M80 were up there on your boys' lists originally, and they're up there already. They had really, really good first weeks overall.
Yeah, and I guess the big wrench in our plans is Los and Luminosity. Like we said, they got some wins fast in the season, so now, especially with seeing OXG Wildcard at the bottom, I mean, you never know who's going to be able to take a win from anybody, and those points as the week goes on, it just makes it more and more dire for the teams at the bottom.
And it just goes to show how competitive this has been with only 2 days, and we still have a boatload of Siege left.
Dude, it's day 3. There's still so much more of this
feels like day 4 for me because I just did Brazil. Actually, we both just did Brazil, so it feels like I'm already like on the 3rd week, but reality, we're only on the 2nd.
We got Siege on the brain, man, and today's a really good slate of games, too. I feel like the first 2 days were fantastic. Today's got a couple bangers as well. M80 and Sonics, the current #1 and #3 ranked teams, face off in the first game of the day, and then the matchup that has defined the NAL since before the NAL was a thing, Space Station and Dark Zero, game number 2.
Yeah, M80 Sonics, in my opinion, has the potential to be the game of the stage so far. Just both teams battling for that top echelon of teams, and so it's really nice to see that they're going to have a matchup so early on. I'm really excited for OXG Wildcard because we have the 2 best teams right now playing today, and we got the 2 worst teams playing today, so I'm excited to see both sides of the spectrum.
Truthfully, I'm looking forward to the Cloud9 Beast Coast versus Luminosity. Obviously, we touched up on them when they first lost that game against M80, as they looked like they should have won the game. It came down to little fundamentals that stopped them, so I am excited to see if they did shake off the rust. They did learn things different. And then for Luminosity, I mean, we had them at the bottom, but they are performing exceptionally well and getting better with every game, so I expect that game to be extremely close.
And just in case you were wondering, the Brazilians have the bye. Los won't play on 3. They will play tomorrow on 4, and someone else will get the bye in their stead. But it means that the rest of North America has the chance to move up or down the podium without wondering where the Brazilian team is going to factor into the equation. Unless you count M80, because there's still a couple Brazilians on that roster. So why don't we start with them? These guys have been getting off to a very hot start, both M80 and Sonics. But now the question becomes, what do you do when you take 2 guys who both won a major on the same team together and put them on totally different teams years apart from when they last played? The last time we saw Canadian and Hyper in the same lobby at the same time was back in 2022. It's been a hot minute.
I think Hyper specifically said he's looking forward. Well, no, actually, that was to Dark Zero. Never mind. Scratch what I'm saying. But I think regardless, these are going to be 2 heads up. These rosters made significant changes. Obviously, one bringing on Hyper and the other bringing on Surf and Troy. I think this is really going to test the fundamentals of both these teams and a true testament to see who's really sitting at the top of the NAL currently.
Yeah, it's really nice to see, obviously, the previous DZ alumni, as you'd put it, Jacob.
Yeah.
Just finding success on their newer teams, and obviously both teams have had very strong attack and defensive showing in week 1. Both teams are very neck and neck. One, I would say, is more strategical. One is more gun-orientated. So it's going to be a nice clash of kind of the old meta of Siege versus a new meta of Siege going forward.
And both of them have got really strong starts their first week. Both of them were 2-0, but someone's got to go down, and the other one is going to get a really nice boost going forward for the rest of the stage. Start with M80. They won 7-4 on Club on Friday against Wildcard to cap off a 5-point week. Strong start, but now we'd love to see them do something that isn't Clubhouse.
Of course, and this game is going to be M80's hardest strategical battle because the team has been step-by-step preparing for teams very well. And you can see that in the play where they're able to just play a little bit of slower pace Siege and a little bit of faster pace Siege. On a moment's notice, they're able to switch since picking up Hyper. They're just so cohesive all together, all playing in the right moments, and they just make things happen on the fly just like that.
And I agree with that. I mean, I want to definitely see a little more diverse map play. Hope that we don't see a Clubhouse today because, like I said, I don't think some of the teams that have played their maps twice now really have been tested to see what's changed, what's new, what they're going to bring. So I really hope going into today's match, especially with these 2, that we do see a little more diversity in the map pool.
What specifically from M80 are we hoping to see more of? Was there something that really tightened up over those Clubhouse matches that we can take with us into other maps in the stage? What are we thinking for M80 right now? I
mean, it's their level of adaptability, and we have some clips to show you that they can take what we show in these clips going into their next set of maps, where in their first game against C9BC, you can see they played a very turtle-orientated defense. They stalled out C9BC. They knew they wanted to execute to be the go-to, so they waited. They made C9BC overextend. They forced them to plant. They get the kills around the plant. They're not worried about it because they know exactly how C9BC was going to attack. Once they get all of their kills cleaned up, yes, C9BC gets the plant down, but it doesn't really matter. Now, this game was on day 1. Play day 2, M80 plays against Wildcard. They've shown this strat. If you're Wildcard, you have prepared for this. What does M80 do? They decide to set up a fake roam to bait Wildcard into thinking that they've swapped it. So they're thinking forward into Wildcard thinking that they're going to swap it. They do a fake roam because they know Wildcard is a very slow-orientated team. So they're preparing match to match based off the teams that they're playing. They slow Wildcard down. Wildcard eats all of their own time up by trying to roam clear, and they inevitably lose in the same way going for that execute like C9BC did, but it's the middle and start that M80 held the tempo down all the way until those last couple of seconds, and they're showing you how to stall time based on the team that they're playing.
No, and I love the adaptation that you're talking about here because it's so important in Siege, and especially for the viewers here. Just changing one small thing already impacts a round tremendously, especially for an attacking half when you have to readjust. But when you're doing it at a bigger level and there is a lot more complexity to it, interrupting flow of comms is so tough, especially when you go into that round thinking that you already know what's going to happen, you're prepped for it, and then you immediately get met by something entirely different. That changes and shifts the dynamic of how you are approaching that game, and ultimately, like you saw, they stalled out, ended up losing that round.
And it already looks like the transition of having Hyper on the squad is paying dividends for this M80 team, where some people may have doubted that a guy who hadn't played a top flight competition for a hot minute, was he going to be the right add for this team? So far, through 2 Clubhouse games, it's worked out pretty well. For Sonics, they only played Clubhouse 1 time over the course of last week, which, thank God, we saw enough of it just then, but they did win 7-2 on Skyscraper against Canadian's old team and put them to sleep without losing so much as an attack.
Yeah, and we were curious to see how Sonics were going to do, especially with these 2 new roster changes, and especially in that wildcard game. That was a very close game, and Fox touched up on it. That we were also curious to see how well Troy was going to transition into this roster and turn this roster into a winning team, and we saw that almost immediately, especially in those blitz changes. But then we go to the most recently of their last match against Dark Zero. It was a highly anticipated game. Unfortunately, it wasn't very high-octane gameplay. It was just one-sided. It was a 7-2. They looked beautiful, and that just goes back into what I was talking about, is how fast Troy was going to transition into this roster with Surf and make this roster even better, and they are doing a damn good job at showing.
Right, the conversation's been on the 2 new guys for obvious reasons, but if there was anybody else you had to pinpoint, there's one superstar that already through just 2 games is emerging to going back to his old self, for lack of a better term.
And who is it, other than the rookie of Troy? It's Rexon. You have to talk about Rexon. I mean, we didn't get to talk about him a lot throughout last stage. Obviously, they didn't have a really good performance. We didn't see them at EWC, but he is back here. He is gunning for this roster. He is creating so much success, creating so many openings for this team, and he is such a pivotal player. We've talked about Swiss Army knives in terms of Hyper and stuff like that, but that's also Rexon. Rexon does so much for this roster, and I love that we're able to touch up on him and really just get an idea of what this roster is looking like, especially with the new iteration, but again, of their core players of Grixer, of Rexon, of Ambi, just performing extremely well.
And it's nice to see all of them just come a lot more into light and really close out these rounds based off of their performance since picking up Canadian, because he adds an element that they did not have in Stage 1. Stage 1, all of the Sonics players were playing very well, performing very well individually. But the issue is when it came down to the end, they all had to use their brain. What's going to go on? What's going to happen? Now they got Canadian. Now they don't need to use as much brain capacity in those last final minutes. They just have their gun up and they do their job.
And here you are. These are the top 10 standings. Obviously, these are only 2 days. This can easily fluctuate, but the fact that Rexon is coming out of the gate here, swinging, heavy-handed, and putting himself at the top, and then, we just recently touched up on Serp. He is at the bottom at the top 10. Still, obviously, at the end of a top 10 out of 45 players, this is still looking extremely good for Sonics going into this matchup.
Yeah, Sonics have had the pieces of a really cohesive championship-winning team for a while now, but we talked to the dude who had everything to do coming into a brand new team this stage. We caught up with Canadian before the stage started to get his thoughts on Stage 2.
Is Troy Jaroslawski. I go by Canadian in-game, and I'm the in-game leader for the Sonics. I just got dropped from DC just after the end of EWC. As soon as I found out about that, I approached a bunch of different teams just to kind of explore my options. There was a lot of interest across the board, and I just kind of took my time, thought things out, and just got a feel for where I wanted to go. What makes Sonics unique from other teams in the NAL is not only the talent on the roster, I think it's probably on paper probably the best natural mix of play styles that all mix well together and just complement one another in that sense. We picked up on things very quickly. I think there was almost a very natural chemistry between the players. For me, it's very good to call with because we have the tools to kind of go in whatever direction we want. As an IGL, I think that's very, very dangerous to have. Right away, everyone really kind of bought in culture-wise and attitude-wise, mentality. I think everyone's on the same page in terms of the effort and expectations of one another and of ourselves. I think the obvious answer for the rival question is DZ. I think there's always kind of been a Sonics DZ rivalry. When I was on DZ, I think there's obviously going to kind of be one now with DZ replacing me and me moving here. So contenders to win NAL, I'd say ourselves, Beast Coast, and SSG. Beast Coast has a good understanding of how they want to play the game, and I think SSG, they also have the playstyle strength, but I think it's a little mismatched. But I think their culture and their work ethic is something that kind of puts them up there. I think our goals, it's just making sure we feel like we gave everything we had. We put in all the time to get our strats up to date. We put in the effort in practice, didn't waste days having bad attitudes in practice. I want to prove people wrong. I think we all 100% think that we can be the best team in NA, no problem, and even the best team in the world.
Being able to turn team culture around is a huge plus for a team that had an IGL and a Fragger come in at the exact same time. For Canadian and Sonics to have the sort of result through the first week that they did is fantastic. The big question now is how long can they ride that hot streak, or would they keep this thing going for?
I hope pretty long, because like Troy said, everyone really bought into the system, and I would imagine that the earlier weeks since getting Canadian would be the most difficult, because the more time that you give this experienced roster to get comfortable to Canadian style of IGLing, the better they're going to get, the more their arsenal is going to be. And like Canadian said, he's got every little bit of what he needs out of his teammates, and when you have every possibility, every option that you could possibly have, it makes it that much easier to call, and it makes you a very dangerous team to play against.
It also creates so many different avenues and approaches to Siege that you can easily flip the switch whenever you need that, and especially with Troy's mastermind set to be able to put that in motion. I mean, I'm expecting a lot from the Sonics roster, and so far, I'm really liking what we've been seeing.
Just a question of whether Club is on the docket. It made it all the way to the last 3 maps in the pool. Do we see it again?
I hope not. I hope
might.
not. I don't
it's
think
getting
Sonics,
close.
I don't think Sonics would take them to Clubhouse.
Sonics are good at Clubhouse, though, so
They are, but
Ooh, very, very end. We get Labs instead.
so yeah, I was right. Sonics wouldn't take him to Clubhouse. They left it up all the way into the end.
Kind of
And
a bluff game to see who does it or who doesn't at that point.
Yeah, I think if you're Sonics, obviously, and you're watching M80's best maps, yes, you have footage on what they can do on Clubhouse, but why go there when you can go to a map that nobody has footage on Sonics for, bring them to a whole different variable of maps, and when we see a situation like this happen, it's really up to the IGLs, to the calling, to the team who's able to make the better adaptation first. And so it's nice to see that it's going to go to a map where it's going to contest both sides of the IGL coin.
No, I think that's the best. I think this is the best case scenarios for both these teams, and especially more so Sonic specifically, is that this map is really going to come down to your IGL and having everyone pivot. And like I was talking about, having everyone be able to be on this roster to move around, situate them, and have Troy be able to facilitate that. I mean, this is going to be a really testament to M80's ability to be able to adapt, to be able to understand what's happening inside the game and make any adjustments that are needed throughout the match.
Yeah, and it really comes down to those attacks. Last week, we saw Los beat OXG off of those attacks.
Legacy specifically.
Nighthaven is a very big attack-oriented, well, it's a very big defender map, but if you can get those attacks nailed down shut early on, it's going to pay dividends to the rest of the map.
Stop predictions real quick. Fox, I think you were totally undefeated through every pick in week 1. Is that true?
Yeah, it was 100%. I even got the upset of Los OXG, so I mean, hopefully my predictions this week, you know, still get 100% by the end of the week. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I got to go with Sonics here just for the simple fact of everything that we just talked about. I just don't think M80 is going to have what it takes to get in that tank of, you know, understanding what you need to do. But again, hey, I can be entirely wrong. I like being proven wrong. Obviously, Fox doesn't because he's 100% so far. But nonetheless, I think all in all, this game is going to be really close. But just for the simple fact and the fundamentals and how this game is going to be played and with the IGLs in it, I got to go with Sonics.
Sonic start on defense first. Does that do anything to help sway your thoughts on how this one might go?
Yeah, I definitely would have thought M80 would have won going into this, but seeing the map, especially with Sonic starting first, I just don't know if M80 is going to have enough in them to get that many attack rounds. I think the deficit will be so far gone by the time the sides swap that Sonics will just be able to clean it up once they swap.
I agree. There's not much to say. I just want to get into this and really see these two guys battle it out.
I think I did a little, just a little bit of Liquipedia surfing, just in my free time, you know, as I do, as an absolute nerd. And I found out that every time a team starts a stage 0-3, every time, they go on to make playoffs. It's a guarantee. If it's 3-0, 4-0, 5-0, no matter what it is, so long as you win your first 3 games, you get to playoffs. It isn't a guarantee for the major, but it does mean that if you at least cross that threshold, so far since the NAL has had playoffs, nobody's fallen off that wagon. So we're collectively saying Sonics are going to be the first team to do that.
I mean, I was about to say, so what you're saying is Sonics are going to be the first ones to be making playoffs here is basically what you're saying.
I mean, if they win the map.
I think both these teams are going to be in playoffs. I'll just say that right now. Both these teams will 100% be in playoffs.
All right, bold move.
Sometimes it's a double-edged sword. The more you win, you get closer, you get comfortable in that first top 2 spot, and then the later games come in and you're like, well, we got 3 points left, we got 2 points left, and then slowly you just sink towards the middle of the bracket.
Right.
So it's just, you obviously want to maintain that top 2 spot, but there's so many games to go forward.
Well, going 3-0 certainly sets you on the right path. Again, not a guarantee for the major, but if you were to go 3-0 to start your stage, then you're looking really, really hot for playoffs. Who's going to be the first team to get to 3-0? The Canucks in the booth will tell us.
Thank you very much. Not only Canucks in the booth, but also Troy going to Sonics, and they play Nighthaven Labs. What a shocker. He loved this when he was on Dark Zero. Did you not do a TikTok or something like that about
I did a whole video. I did a whole video about who the GOAT of Nighthaven Labs is, and my conclusion. My conclusion was it's kind of up in the air. I think DZ. Yeah, it was like it was like a 45-minute video.
What was your conclusion? I did not have a conclusion. There was none.
Dark Zero have historically been the best team on Nighthaven. They haven't lost it in a really long time. But the problem is DZ haven't, by chance, come up against a lot of the other top Nighthaven teams in recent memory. They do play Beast Coast every now and again. Beast Coast are in conversation for best Nighthaven team. FaZe kind of were in conversation, but they're not really in that combo anymore. But obviously with roster moves, that's going to be a big shakeup. We already saw the difference from Dark Zero on Playday number 2 when they came in without Canadian, and they looked absolutely dreadful, losing their first map to the Sonics. So who knows if that'll shake up. I'm really looking forward to the rest of the season to maybe find out. For Sonics and M80, I feel that Sonics have always been like a solid Nighthaven team. They've never been the best, but they've always been happy to play it. Typically, they'll like ban it against the teams that are like the GOATs at Nighthaven, like DZ and FaZe, and then they'll be willing to play it against pretty much anybody else. And M80, I think they have like a lot fewer plays overall. It's been a bit of a map that they've gone to every now and again, but not one that they've had to play a ton. They actually won it twice last stage. Here we go. They beat Oxygen and they beat Liquid. So again, historically not the greatest Labs teams, but good Labs teams as well. Liquid in particular do like that map quite a bit. So this should be a really fun game. Sonics have been looking excellent so far this stage, and I'm hoping to see that continue.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the big talk of the NAL was Troy moving off of DZ to Sonics. I think that's fair to say was the dominant story for the North American League as we came into the second stage here. And they have lived up to the billing that a lot of people kind of put them in. You know, that's Troy in a New Jersey. It's so odd to see that because his runs with teams tend to be, you know, quite a long time. So I imagine that he'll settle in on Sonics. And again, you and I had the Sonics matchup against Wildcard to start off the stage last week. And the one thing that we talked about was how good of a mind Super is when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege. And obviously he was in a general managerial role, not coaching the team directly. That was Goddess's job, assisted by Joe Bro as one of the support staff for the Sonics. And of course, excellent minds of the game, but having Super I don't want to say step down from general manager into coaching, because I don't necessarily agree that a coach is a step below general manager, but having Super step right into this fray, a great mind of the game. And then you add somebody like Troy, who maybe his mechanical ability has come under fire recently, but not so much his strategic ability. That's a great 1-2 punch for SQ. On the side of M80, they picked up Hyper. There was a lot of talk about Hyper stepping back into active play, and they had a bit of a scare against the defending major champions on that very first day, but then it was all steam ahead against Wildcard on that second day. Now, of course, they're going to have their hands full. Do they knock off SQ, who are currently undefeated? Do we see M80 continue to develop as they adjust to a new player on the roster? Obviously, Noodle was moved off and Hyper was brought in, and they play differently in the way that even if their roles might be the same, they're just different players. It'll be fascinating to watch in this matchup, and obviously it's very common for us to say, yeah, well, we don't know who's going to do what, and we don't know how a team is going to do, but I genuinely, Jesse, have no idea how this matchup is going to go.
No, neither do I. I think Sonics have played better through week 1. M80 certainly made some blunders, especially in their opening game against Cloud9 Beast Coast. I don't think they would deny that. But these are two world-class teams. These are two teams we expect to be fighting for major spots and then heading to that major and then maybe making deep runs in those majors as well. I'm really glad you brought up both Hyper and Canadian, because while newer viewers may not be aware, long-term viewers will know that Hyper and Canadian were on a team together for over a year, not too long ago on Dark Zero, before Hyper ended up retiring for a short bit. Won a major together, have a lot of that history, so I'm really excited to see if those two end up clashing at all on the server. Most people would agree that when it comes to mechanics and individual gun skill, Hyper has probably got the edge over Canadian, but of course, Canadian's edge has always been his guns, or his eye gelling ability and his calling.
Who in their right mind, Jesse J. Chick, is going to turn around and say, you know what, in a pure 1v1 gunfight, I've got Canadian over Hyper? Because I would love to just like talk to that person and follow them around for a day just to see what kind of trouble they get up to.
Maybe I've got the argument, okay?
Okay.
Hyper has so much respect for his former IGL that as soon as he sees him in the server, he starts shaking. He gets so nervous about what Canadian's going to think of him in this game. They haven't played a match. They haven't played in the same server in so many years. So Hyper shakes, and then he goes like 0-9, and Canadian goes in all chat, and he's like, haha, I own you.
I too can write fan fiction, Jesse. I am capable of that as well. Pardon the delay, by the way. We're just getting everybody into the lobby. As you can see, the various players from M80 all milling about. I think it's quite clever now that they've rebranded that all of the jerseys have 80 on the back. Usually in traditional sports, you put the numbers on the back so it's easy to identify them. But when gamers are sitting in chairs, you never see the number on the back of the jersey. I always kind of wondered what the thought process was there other than just imitating traditional sports. So I mean, you can use that space to sell ads and sponsorships, which also won't be seen because, well, the chair is there. But clever to M80, Citizen also with a webcam. This week, we didn't see that the previous week. If you watched our second day of the NAL, you witnessed the Grixer clutch to save the round and win the game for Sonics on Skyscraper. This was just about 5 days ago, give or take. And it was against Dark Zero of all teams. And what a clutch that was. Troy getting his revenge immediately on the team that dropped him by prevailing 7-2. But that clutch, Jesse, were you co-streaming the event? Because I did not see your reaction, but when I watched it, I laughed. That was my reaction.
I did. I had a pretty good clip of it, actually. I was screaming, no, not like this. And then it came down just like that. So it was certainly a fun game. It wasn't a close game between Sonics and Dark Zero, but hopefully this one can be a little bit closer, as it does look like we're finally loading on in, and we jump to the operator bans. It will be Dokkaebi. That was probably the hardest ban to predict. I'm expecting after this to see Monty, Tubrow, Azami. Whether Sonics would keep wanting to ban Doke after her nerf was my big question. I thought maybe they could ban Ying instead. Oh, M80 with an ace ban. We're going to have both Canadian and Kino up with the Montaigne on Nighthaven Labs, a map where Monty can be very, very strong. Ambi clearly not too happy about the ace ban. There's the Tubrow that I expected. I'm thinking the Azami will come next. Could go something like a Valk if they really want to. Maybe a Mira. Mira's pretty good on this map as well, but I think the Azami, especially for DZ, will come, or sorry, not for DZ, oh boy. For Sonics, for Troy's team, will be the expected pick to come on out. So the ace ban, the most interesting one for me there, that's going to maybe impact how Ambi's able to play this game.
Yeah, it's also quite striking that we don't get any shield ban whatsoever. I mean, how many games in a row have we personally, you and I, witnessed shield ban, blitz ban, Monty ban, either way? And then obviously you had that goofy double Monty blitz ban, and then you saw Forrest immediately go on fuse shield, and you wonder what on earth is happening in the server. But anywho, one thing that people will need to note is that we obviously have released the newest season. Well, we haven't, we don't work for Ubisoft, but the game has. Which means that there have been a wide range of changes to certain operators, certain abilities. There is a new operator in the game, but she and her robots are currently quarantined, so we're not going to see them. But obviously keep in mind that those changes, which were talked about by the desk earlier during the pre-show, Dokkaebi in particular, but also change to Solus coming in, will impact the way that teams go about this. And obviously with the NAL starting on a different patch, it will require teams to be a little bit light-footed and quick to make some changes and adapt to it. Either way, we get underway in our very first defense for Sonics. And as you can see, quite an extended roam setup. It is a top floor defense, but they will be guarding that first floor with their lives.
A quick note on the ace ban as well, because I just looked up a statistic for it really quick. Rexon was the undisputed greatest player from week 1 in the NAL. He was so good. He picked ace in over half of his attacking rounds. So that's actually going to be a target ban focusing in towards Rexon. I think that that's going to be something that he might have to work around. Won't see it till round 7 if it does come out, but I just wanted to mention that was a dedicated target ban coming out against what has so far been the MVP of the North American League. For now, though, we are heading to the top floor. We saw some interesting Mira setups coming out from Surf. They've got one inside of the Aqua hallway facing into the bomb site. A little bit dangerous maybe because the attackers could take advantage of that if they choose to push over by Aqua. But for now, it will be a mirror window that the defense have control over. They've got another one that puts here into Raptors, and it's Kino on the Monty. We talked about how he'd be playing this operator a lot. It's his favorite op to play. He can be very good at it, despite sometimes what the memes will have you believe. He does really enjoy this operator. So excited to see how it goes for him. We've got IT wall open really, really quick. Raptors control really quick. They can counter the mirror window fast here. As far as time is concerned, I'm really happy with M80 so far. Now they can choose, do they want awkward, do they want connector? But whichever choice they make, they're in a really good spot to set up and go for a good execute.
Halfway point of the round, that was Raptors control also being held. It's a good thing that I don't work with Nick anymore, because the noises that Nick would be making just based on the immediate Monty play by Kino, well, you know, you're going to be a little bit nicer to Kino, I feel like. Maybe. Bring that nice old-fashioned Canadian politeness where we're not actually that polite. We're just not immediately rude, I suppose. Kino asserting himself, though, droned on in as the shield will get ever closer to the bomb site. Nobody from Sonics right now really holding that far away from the actual sites. They can coalesce with 45 seconds left in the round and just hunker down and wait for M80 to bring the fight their way.
Yeah, where's the plant going down? That's my question, because Kino currently has Diffuse Kit. It looks like he kind of wants to go Rafters, could then plant on maybe the reinforced wall that goes between the two bomb sites. That seems to be the situation. Right there is where he wants to plant, but of course, they need full control of the A site as the flashes come out.
He's in. There goes a Nitro Cell. Hyper, done and dusted by Canadian. Maybe there is something to what you were saying. Of course, it wasn't a direct gunfight, but still. Canadian eliminating Hyper. Former teammates, they won a major together. And it's Canadian getting the last laugh. Rex hit him with one, a Nitro Cell from Surf. All 3 kills from Sonics from different players. Kino on the board. Grixer in on the action. Ambi, you're up for the final kill, and it's a team ace for Sonics to start off the match.
The yup comes out, and absolutely, we see a super solid defense from the Sonics. We're very ready for it. The C4 coming out from down below, that's an area of the map that M80 did not control whatsoever. We see a lot of that coming out from Sonics. Really good hold coming out there. For M80, it's the first round. It's Nighthaven. It's a defender-sided map, so I'm not too concerned. The opening pick with Canadian onto Hyper. Maybe, when we're being a little bit more serious, that is how Canadian's going to get the best over Hyper. That's how he's going to come out and win that 1v1 duel if they keep having it against one another. So I don't think it was a bad push by M80. You know, they had everything open that they wanted to. Just couldn't find the frags as they went on in. Bad start, of course. So not too concerning. We're still shaping up to have a strong game. We may be rehosting here, just depending on how this ends up going. But in any case, I'm happy for Sonics. I think we're shaping up really to have a good start to this series.
Just waiting, and yep, it looks like a rehost will indeed be happening. So a bit of a reprieve and a breather for these teams as they fought. Oh, they were in the server for a whole 3 minutes. They must be exhausted, Jesse.
Parker, I was watching, I decided last night I was going to co-stream the LATAM region because Flynn always asked me to co-stream. That's the region that he casts primarily. And he said, Jesse, you've got to co-stream the LATAM region. So I said, okay, Flynn, I'm going to do it. I'm going to co-stream LATAM. There was no other games going on yesterday in the North American time zone. I think there was MENA and some APAC games maybe. But I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. We got through halfway of the first round, and then after that, there was a 75-minute tech pause. Not even one round into the game. So I'm glad that at least in North America, we can get one round checked off the box. We're doing better than some of the other regions in Siege. And I'm also expecting that this tech pause will be a little bit quicker than the one that we saw in LATAM the other night, because that was certainly something to try to co-stream through. Let me tell you that.
I mean, I don't need to say this for myself, but everybody else watching is that we hope it's not 75 minutes, but we're going to go to a break and we'll come back when the issue has been resolved. Sit tight. are back. Sonics taking the very first round, and then everything broke. So we have returned now. And while there's still plenty of time for M80 to make some operator swaps, we might just have another shield on the board. Not our first, though, because we saw Monty in round number 1, but Kino holding on to the blitz for the time being.
Yeah, in week 1, Kino played not actually that many shields. He played 2 rounds on Blitz, 1 round on Monty out of the 12 total attacking rounds that they played. So I do expect him to switch off the operator at some point, off the 2 operators, I should say, at some point during this game, but it won't be in the first 2 rounds because he did end up locking down that Blitz. I'm looking at this operator lineup, Parker. I am seeing a Ying, I'm seeing a Lion, I'm seeing a Blitz. This, to me, speaks that it's going to be a very explosive execute. Now, it might not be a rush, per se. We are in the basement. Based on current positioning, it looks like they are going to try to get a couple of picks. Great drone from Spoit up on this top floor before they go for anything crazy. I'm really excited to see what Citizen can do with these Candelas because they've got really good drones. They might be able to clear somebody and isolate them out with a free early pick on the side of M80.
You don't have access to the expanded cards in the UI, by the way, for those wondering. So we'll be doing it old school. And they're off to the races. Surf starting things off. Down goes Kino. Citizen will follow. We're on board Spoit as he now makes his way down ever closer to the bomb site, but his position has been given away. Down goes Hyper to Canadian. Surf dies. Canadian killing Hyper 2 rounds in a row, by the way. That might not have been on somebody else's bingo card. It's all up to Spoit and Cameraman, and Cameraman's been working away at blowtorching one of the walls downstairs in the site. But I mean, it's just the 2 of you in a 2v4 with half the round still to go. Sonics for another round will sit in a very good position.
Yeah, things didn't really go to plan this round for M80. Now they're stuck in a 2v4. They could isolate Ambi. He's got the hatch to back off if he wants to. He'll be getting into this gunfight with Spoit. Not a player you ever want to find yourself in a 1v1 with. He has a teammate over by Electrical, but Spoit will change angles. He's caught on the default cam and now struggling to hit these shots to find Ambi before this player gets away. Every second that ticks down, things get worse and worse for the Sonics, of course, for M80, I should say. Trying to bait a swing, but he just can't find it. He'll rotate angles now, still unable to find that frag. Now Cameraman comes on over, but the utility is blocking him from finding a pinch angle. The best he can do is also come over to Rafters and try to help Spoit here. At any point, Ambi can just leave as well, drop the hash, decide his life is more valuable. But for now, he still feels like it's worth it to gamble, and it will pay off with one. Can he get both? Yes, sir. Ambi, the youngest player on the Sonics, stepping up big time in the end of the round.
Huge play. I saw on Twitter last week after that play where Grixer clutched it out. I think it was Yardy tweeted something like Ambi finally had a good game for the first time in his career or something along those lines. And I mean, whether it's a testament to role changes, whether it's Canadians' impact right away, there's some frustration there for M80 Cameraman letting it spill over on camera as there's quite a lot of relief from the players on SQ and very nearly a team ace again. I think the only person to not get a kill that time was Grixer. Surf got 1, Canadian got 1, Ambi got 2. It was Rexon to get 1. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so it was, as far as we saw, we didn't get access to the scoreboard right as the rehost hit, but the display names in the top right were that of a team ace in round number 1. Every single player of Sonics getting a kill. And for those checking at home, while the score right now says 0-1 and 1-0 and all that stuff, there was a 1 round played that we don't have the stats for. Canadian has killed Hyper in both rounds so far. So while I made some jokes in the lead up to this matchup saying, well, Canadian clearly can't out-aim a player like Hyper, no sane person would ever say that. It is currently coming true as Canadian is 2-0 over his former teammate. Hyper obviously still has some rust to shake off as it's been quite a while since he played at tier 1, but honestly doesn't look a step behind as some would fear. 3rd round now underway. Sonics flawless so far and looking to go perfect in this rotation. All they need is a victory in this round, and they got it. 3-0 lead would be quite nice for the team in teal.
Yeah, I'm not inherently too concerned by a 2-0 start on defense, but I am concerned with the way that these rounds have gone. They've been very dominant. SQ winning both opening picks so far. From M80, if you look at the stats of both Citizen and Spoit, They went together 9-0 on entry on attack in week 1. Neither of them have been involved in an entry fight so far in this game. If they get involved, perhaps we'll see the early round shifting tides a little bit. Perhaps M80 can come out on top, but it really feels like Sonics are shutting down these pushes as soon as they begin. M80 cannot really get started in a lot of these rounds. The setup is fine. They don't get over aggressive. They don't find early picks. When they actually jump in and try to make a move, it has been Sonic shutting them down every single time. Now we're up here on the top, on the storage bomb site, I should say. They've got a bit of a way through the IT wall. They can at least hold it. That's really all they need. They just need to deny defender positions in there. They will be clearing out some of this top floor. Will they be clearing out all of it with the Monty? They certainly could, but I do question it because they're not going to need all of this space necessarily. Once they have control of these 2 rooms here that were just the bomb site in the last round, they will have enough to go for an execute.
3 rounds in a row of shields for Kino. Can't say he's really had much success so far. The new look of that Solus receiving some changes in the most recent patch. Nerfs, many would say. I would be inclined to agree with that. I don't know if Solus needed more nerfs, but I'm not a developer or a balancer. So I have, or any of those things. So I genuinely have no idea. No idea if they were necessary. But Ambi will be harassed at full HP, and there really isn't a lot of follow-up. Oh God, run, Ambi! You're down. Kino starting things off in round number 3, but there's still only 30 seconds left. A very small time for M80 to gain a lead, and Kino loses all but 5 HP in the process.
He's in an awkward spot for sure. Grixer gets tagged on the window too. Pressure from up above and the flashbangs come out. He's in a bad spot here, Parker. Really struggling inside the bomb site. Would love to be on Warden, but he's Castle instead. Citizen ups up 1 for Grixer, finally taking him down. And now it's a 2-man lead for M80, but only 10 seconds.
Spoit is very worried about the vault on in. There's a bulletproof camera as well that might have information. And there we go, Spoit hopping on in. Kino getting diffuser down. Rexon on the board. Cameraman with 1. And 3 players from M80 on the board so far. There's a Nitro cell, and it actually works. Canadian wins the round with the toss. My goodness. Almost every member of Sonics on that main floor had been swept away, but there was 1 down below, unaccounted for, and Canadian on Pulse, an operator he's been playing for almost a decade, gets the job done. A perfect rotation is to be had, and it appears that M80 has called their timeout after falling behind 0-3 to start this match.
That was tragic for M80, man. They had him on the pulse scanner. They had the plant spot from Kino. Kino got off and changed his plant position, knowing that there was a pulse down below, knowing that he was only on 5 HP. He was going to be very vulnerable to the C4s. Canadian, I'm pretty sure that's not what he wanted to do with the C4. He didn't hit the ceiling initially. It went really far, and then it still was able to tickle 5 damage onto Kino and take him down, stopping the disable. Man, or the defuse, I should say. What a round from Sonics. That was unfortunate for M80. I liked the way they played that early round. The shield play from Kino was good enough to clear all of top floor, but it wasn't then good enough afterwards to continue to close it out. I really did like the way that we saw Sonics playing that from down below. A lot of Nighthaven teams, and I don't know why, but it's internationally especially, a lot of teams won't put anyone in the basement. I know Beast Coast really like putting players in the basement. Dark Zero have done it. It's not a new tactic by any means, but holding the basement is so strong because all of that storage site, the easiest site to execute on, is soft, and you can always deny plant from below down there. We've seen Soluses, we've seen Pulses, and of course both those being utilized now from the Sonics. Really like that hold. The basement wasn't addressed at all from M80. That meant that they kind of had to plant on the other bomb site, but whether they just didn't have enough time to do that, whether they didn't have enough control, they chose to try to plant inside of storage instead, and that did not go their way. So, as you said, 3-0 for the Sonics. A perfect first quarter. They will win every site that they have to. Kitchen cafeteria is available for them if they want to try it, but I see no need given how successful the other 3 bomb sites were. The first 2 rounds, extremely dominant. Sonics looked in control the whole time. The third one, not quite the same, a little shaky, but the comeback and the play from down below, the objective denial, was perfect.
Really don't love that you're trying to make this quarter of a match thing happen. I'm not in favor of it. I wasn't in favor of it last week. Nothing has changed.
Why?
What do you mean why? Because the The actual match is broken up into halves. There's no quarters.
Okay. What's half
here.
half?
I know what half of half is. It's a quarter. I'm aware of how fractions work. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that math-wise you're wrong. I'm saying that theory-wise, I don't like it. You don't need to talk about the game like that.
It makes sense because it's one rotation, right? One quarter if the defense is doing what they have to. They go through each site once in a quarter. Plus, it's helpful in talking about the Element 3 tournament that happened over the summer where they did play with quarters, where the side would swap every 3 rounds instead of every 6. It was an interesting change. I heard some positive feedback, some negative. Obviously not being implemented right now into Tier 1 play, but it's certainly an interesting idea being tried out with Element 3. I really enjoyed seeing that shakeup over the summer.
Not really sure what our tech pause is right now. We had a tactical timeout that was called by M80 so they could try to right this proverbial ship that is adrift at the moment. Now there is a tech pause happening, and while players are able, I guess, to chat, maybe, I'm not sure if the rules have changed, but we are getting everybody back into the lobby and should be live momentarily. Sounds like we might be readying to go to yet another break, Jesse, but just waiting on the call from production.
If anything, if we do get a bit of a break, it might be kind of nice for M80. You're never hoping for tech pauses, but it might be nice for them to try to reset because this has been such a struggling map for them so far. But it does seem like we are ready to throw it to a quick break. So as soon as this is done, we will be back at you with the action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon with round number 4 of M80 versus Sonics.
We are back, Jesse, for our fourth round. We are a quarter of the way through this matchup, which is halfway to the halfway mark. Isn't that exciting?
That is fractions. Woo!
You're the math guy, not me.
Of course, that means we're back on the top floor of bomb site. The best thing about round number 4 for the defense is they get to play their primary site once again, assuming they won it in the very first round, and so we're back here on the top floor. And it looks like the strategy from M80 is not going to change too drastically. They still have Kino bringing up on the Monty. They don't have a ton of hard breach. They've got 2 can openers being held, I would guess, by the Montaigne, and then also the Maverick as well. So definitely will be enough to get that IT wall open. If they're going for connector as well, they could get it done. Might not be the easiest, might not be the smoothest, but it's certainly very doable. So we'll see what the push ends up being. It will again be an early entry from Kino inside of bottom garage. Last time, they just kind of let him exist up here. They didn't pressure too hard. Canadian is below and could go for a flank, but I think he values his life a little bit more playing alongside with the C4 and going for a late round flank rather than trying to apply pressure to Kino right off the bat.
Canadian's been really effective in the latter portion of these rounds. I mean, he just won the round that transpired about 5-ish to 10-ish minutes ago before we went on that break. So keeping him in these safer, more sheltered roles, never a bad thing. That said, he's going to be playing mute. Likely has access to a nitro cell. Unfortunately, we are not capable of seeing that, but if he's got any plant denying utility, then obviously him lasting till the end of the round is paramount. 4 rounds in a row from Kino on shields. As for operator lineups, nothing really that weird beyond that, but Nook did receive some changes, so she's a very different operator. It'll be fascinating to watch how Citizen plays her.
Yeah, Nook has probably gotten the biggest buff in the new season. You can theoretically be invisible to cams forever the entire round. The desk went over the specific changes right before the game started. You see the cam is on Citizen right now. They just look, but they can't find him. They've got really good drones inside the bottom floor as well. They're hunting for Canadian. His C4 got that critical opening pick at the very start. Surf is actually down there as well. I don't know if you saw him. He's above. But there are some really impactful plays that can come out from these C4s if they can hunt down Canadian and maybe deal with Surf on these aqua stairs as well. They could be in a really good spot.
M80 looking to strike first as they did in the previous round. They did end up winning that round largely because of objective play, or rather a lack of control over the objective play. There's Gumines being hit alongside an Adrenal Surge, and M80 looking for some kind of opening. The only damage that's been done to Sonics is about half of Rexon's HP. 2 kills very quickly from M80, both in the hands of Cameraman. Canadian on the board, kills Citizen. That's the Nook spotted out. It's Canadian and Surf remaining. Now it's just up to Canadian as all of his teammates have died. A 1v4 with way too much time to try and deny this plant. He'll have to find Kino as he now ascends to the top of Fish Stairs. Spoit is ready, armed and willing. M80 finally on the board in round number 4.
Finally, we get some opening pick action from M80. Loved the way that they aggressed with Cameraman in through Electrical to find 2 quick kills, taking down Rexon and Grixer. Ambi being down right at that same moment as well. Really good play from the Maverick play of Cameraman to come on in through Electrical. And sometimes it's those swings that can really just change around one way or another. Canadian down in the basement where he often is, not able to have impact this time. Not only were they super aware of where he was, but they also were able to kill all 4 anchors before Canadian was even able to come back to the bomb site. So great response from M80. A lot of it came off of some good flashes and some good gunplay from Cameraman, which really got them started. You can see he's now 3-1 since the last couple of rounds. So he's been really fantastic for M80, was the MVP in my mind in that round. And we start to see some life out of M80. It looked like this game was starting to slip away. 3-0 is never a scoreline that you like to see. But with that round win, they're back up on the board.
Yeah, I mean, the rotation goes obviously in favor of Sonics, and a 3-0 start is excellent because it means that you can't lose the first half. The worst Sonics can do now is lose the next 2, and the first half goes 3-3 where both teams are relatively even. On a map like Nighthaven Labs, that's fine because this tends to be a very 50-50 map. By and large, most of the maps, if not all of the maps, currently in the map pool skew towards the defenders. They have a winning percentage on most of the bomb sites. That means the attackers have their work cut out for them. Nighthaven Labs often bucks that trend though, and 3-3 first halves are not uncommon by any stretch of the imagination. However, it's up to M80 to get there, as Sonics could very easily turn this one around given the success they've had on 3 separate bomb sites and prevail 5-1. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, though. We're just a little bit a ways into the action with still plenty of time left for both of these teams to figure out and execute onto this basement bomb site.
It's a 4-man roam centered around Canadian's Valkyrie cameras and how much they can do. DZ used to do something very similar to this when Canadian was on the roster, so I'm sure he's had a bit of an impact on this strategy. Very heavy roam setup, of course. 2 players top floor, 2 players mid floor. M80 don't seem to really be engaging with it much. They know that these roamers are up here. It's not a misdrone. It's not a mistake. They're just tactically deciding that they don't need much map control. And based on their current positioning, it seems like they might be wanting to finish inside of Animus and inside of Cargo. If they get inside a garage, they can drop the Animus hatch, watch it from outside the building, then try to get a plant down from that position. They've also done some breaching, of course, here on the assembly wall. So that'll do some help for them. If they want to plant from that, we'll have to wait and see. But typically, especially if you're not going for a heavy smoke strategy, that Animus-style plant inside of tank will be a little bit more favored, and that is now where Kino is. So this is going to be the problem that Sonics have to face. It's a very strong execute, but they have a lot of roamers that can come back from a flank and a cheeky position from Surf.
And he reads one, but he can't do enough damage. Lighting up Citizen. Rexon finishes that one off. A good bit of coordination with both of these teams, and now Rexon needs to be worried about IT Wall, where Cameraman could have met his demise. Now it's Surf lined up, watching that breach again to do some more damage. M80 have to find an entry point and maybe a kill as they get towards the 45-second mark.
Surf's in a really power position, though. He can deny the plant from playing inside of Cargo. They know that he's here. They know they have to deal with him. But as the firebolts come out, they still don't have the kill. There's a big one from Kino.
Not on a shield. This time playing the recruit of Striker, and strike first he will for M80. Hyper now. A big kill onto Surf. Spoy picked up by Rexon. They're going to trade back and forth. As long as this continues, Sonics will be in great shape, especially with the time being what it is. Kino still on plant duty, though. Has case in hand. Manages to get it down. Hyper dies to Canadian yet again, by the way. Canadian always winning these engagements. Another on to Kino for Canadian. And now it's Cameraman left outside of the breach, watching as that timer continues to run down, but Sonics have 3 bodies to throw at this problem, and they can easily dogpile the Brazilian, and that's exactly what they will do. Wandering into the bomb site, seemingly lost. Ambi gets the pickup, and Sonics immediately turn to chat to try and break the morale of M80.
Yeah, really nice play there towards the end of it. Did like the way that we saw that XU coming out. Of course, we saw M80 getting in. They had the kills onto Cargo. They had a lot of that momentum, but it didn't seem to matter when Sonics were able to jump on that disable. Canadian inside the site was so massive for his teammates. Yeah, he let them get some space. He let them get inside of tank. They dealt some damage into Surf. Canadian wasn't there for the trade, but inside the site, he came on back, and his positioning was absolutely fantastic in the late round. You saw the value from Rexon as well. As we watched some of these highlights, his ability to get those kills out on the roam while his teammates dealt with the site presence that was coming out from M80 was really, really nice to see. Canadian continuing to have massive impact in the vast majority of these rounds, and it seems like every single round that Sonics are able to win.
Well, final round of this very first half, and Sonics in an excellent position right now. Just going off of the last 2 matchups they have, Sonics had their hands full with Wildcard on that very first day, but it was the first official match of this new look of SQ, with Canadian and Surf joining the team. And not just 2 players joining an existing team, but when you bring in an IGL and somebody like Canadian, you're going to expect to see some changes to the way that the team plays. So there were growing pains. Wildcard giving them a good run, but SQ ultimately winning against DZ, who themselves had made some changes after losing this IGL of Canadian to Sonics. Did not have a really great result. So if you go over that first match, 7-5, Sonics managed to win in all the rounds, but then they pummeled DZ just as they are currently doing to M80. Was that first matchup just a one-off? And now that Sonics are more comfortable, you can actually see them dominate games the way that some people expected. Well, against a team like M80, that would be quite surprising, because on paper, M80 has all the tools and everything going for them to finish first in North America. But just because you look that way doesn't mean that will actually be the way in practice. So M80, one final round to keep this close before they move on to defense.
Sonics in week 1 managed a 67% win rate on their defense. They've gotten at least that in this game, unless we go to overtime. That could maybe be disrupted, and a big play coming out from Cameraman finds Surf just walking up the Aqua hallway. Kino's coming in Aqua door as well. They may be ready to go in for a real execute very early on.
Rexon's gonna have the shield right in front of his eyes. There's Kino running in, but his attention is elsewhere. Hyper finally gets the better of his former teammate, a Canadian. A crossfire picks off the shield of Kino, but everything right now going in favor of M80. It's all up to Ambi and Grixer in a 2v4. Waiting very patiently. Ambi's had some very good rounds, but not this time. Spoy finishes him off. Grixer in a very tough position. Now patrolling IT, but getting shot from the back and doing a little bit of damage to the ankles of Hyper. M80 wins 2 on attack. That's the first half in the books. And Sonics, well, doing what you would probably expect them to do on a map that none other than Canadian is known for. 4-2, the first half favoring SQ.
The 67% stat does remain for Sonic, so ever consistent, and that's a good stat line to be consistent with. Love the way the cameraman was able to walk up those Aqua stairs and get that round started. They didn't have a beeper on the stairs. They didn't have any barbed wire on the stairs. It was just the barricade at the very bottom of the staircase, and I don't think Surf was able to hear that. If he did, he certainly didn't react to it. I imagine that was just something that he wasn't able to catch. So cameraman quickly came up those staircases, got that free pick, and then what I was really impressed by was how fast the rest of M80 responded. Immediately, cameraman gets that kill on the Surf at the top of the Aqua stairs, and what happens? Will Spoy and Kino rotate off the roof in through Aqua as well. They make that push coming out with the blitz. They find so much success. They overwhelm the Sonics defense, and they make a really good push coming out from that Aqua side. So some life out of M80 for sure. A 4-2 I think is way better than a 5-1 coming out of your first half. Yes, you get to move on to the defender-sided half now, and maybe you are a better defense team than attacking team on Nighthaven. But even still, you have so much more leverage. You have so many more lifelines with 2 rounds under your belt than just one coming to the second half. So I think that'll give them some life. They should be feeling pretty good now that they've moved on to the second half.
Looking at these numbers right now, there's been a joint effort from M80 on many of these kills, but there's been one unfortunate standout, Grixer, on 1 and 4 that we can see so far. Waiting for an update on that 6th round. Stats and numbers, kills, etc. only pop up in between the rounds, so you have to be a bit eagle-eyed as the kills are not displayed on the player cards in this current format. So, I mean, if you've got somebody like Grixer only dropping 1 to 2 kills, that is not ideal given the role that he's in, but hey, you've got Canadian with 6 kills leading the team. I don't know if that's good or bad for Sonics, because usually you don't want to see that, but honestly, Sonic's supporting cast is showing up today, and it is paying off.
Absolutely. Sometimes that can change a bit when you swap sides. We'll see if that is the case. It's going to be the same starting bomb site that we saw from Sonics. It will be top floor, and again, that IT wall ever important. They did pop a mirror window on this. Sometimes you'll see some impact tricks coming out from that mirror window. No impacts being brought on the side of M80. They had some C4s, but choosing to save those for later in the round. And potentially right now as well, Citizen inside of IT, there's nobody to receive the C4 currently, and it's a bit of a patchwork on the wall at that, so it might be hard to even get the C4 outside of the wall. Here's the drop from Surf. Flashbang as well comes on out, and the C4 doesn't quite land for a kill.
So that's something used by M80, but not to any real success. Now it's Ambi down below, popping the mirror window. Might gain some more control for Sonics as they now look to coalesce around this portion of garage, the warehouse, the rafters in particular, where now a bunch of bees will be shot out by Canadian just to keep those defenders in place, allowing Rexon maybe a bit more freedom to use those X-Kairos and open up the wall. Several crosshairs trained in Rexon's direction, though, so he has to be very careful. All the while this is happening, the rubber will hit the road very shortly. And here's Grixer to try and exploit the backside of this bomb site. Surf getting the very first pick. Hyper will be shaken off of his position. He decides to join up with Citizen before re-engaging, and he can't quite get the shots that he wants. Kino and Spoy down for the count, and just like that, Canadian actually picked up 2 kills in that frenzy, and Sonics win their first attack.
Okay, an excellent performance from SQ on the offensive side. I felt like M80's defense didn't really have enough there in that round. They had mirror windows, which are great site utility, but they were handled very well by the Sonics. They had some bandit batteries, but it didn't seem to slow the opening of IT wall. There wasn't a lot of pressure inside a connector. That didn't seem to be too big of a problem for them. And then you had players like Spoit and Kino and operators like Oryx and like Warden who just weren't really able to find any impact on the fragging department either. So Sonics really doing a good job of rolling over there. They had everything they wanted in that execute. They got the wall more or less open. They baited out C4s, and then they find that gap. They come up the aqua stairs and finish off that execute. Beautifully done. And M80, now we're down to a 5-2 scoreline. I mean, I would be starting to get a little bit nervous if I were them. That's your primary bomb site that you've just lost. Sonics are not only rolling with momentum, but also seemingly in the chat having a good time as they do it. They seem hyped up. This is going to be a very difficult task for M80 to pull it back.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is a terrible spot to be in for M80, who, while we talked about the Sonics beginning to stage 2, we didn't really focus on what M80's gone through. Their very first matchup was a tough one on paper. C9 BC, the defending major champions, known in Manchester simply as Beast Coast, but now partnering up with Cloud9, giving themselves a new name, but the same roster. C9 Beast Coast only played that single match as they were off our next day. They'll be back today against Luminosity in our third matchup, but M80 struggled against them, winning in overtime. But there were a number of rounds that, in all reality, M80 probably should have won, but did not close out. And I mean, it doesn't matter at the end of the day how close you get to winning, because if you don't win the round, nobody's going to care about that. It's going to be a footnote in the history books. M80 then played up against Wildcard, who the Sonics faced on the first day, and M80 prevailed by a better scoreline than SQ did. M80 toppled Wildcard 7-4 when Sonics beat them 7-5 on that first day. So honestly, M80, with the way that they played, 2 victories against 2 relatively tough opponents, at least for now, this is a team that should not be sitting at just 2 rounds to Sonics 5.
Oh, a little bit of a close gunfight here. It's a 4-man roam again from M80, just like what you saw from the Sonics. They want to be delaying as much time as they can on these top couple of floors. They could go for picks as well. Spoit will rotate down to the basement. Hyper, Citizen, and Cameraman still remain. Their castle barricades protecting them. They've got escape routes. They've got the cargo stairs right here, of course. Citizen's on the vending stairs, so they've got a lot of ways out. The real question is, how risky do they want to be? And maybe in a 5-2 position down, maybe they do feel like, you know what, we want to go for some swings. We want to get some picks. If the confidence not there, falling back is not a bad option either.
We're seeing a striker get brought out by Sonics, just as we'd seen Kino play that operator just 2 rounds previously. And I mean, it should surprise nobody that it was Kino who quite liked the shields all the way back in the first half of their attack. Their first quarter, I should say, because that's something you keep trying to make work. Surf drops him while he had a bit of a slow first half. He's picked it up the second time around. Ambi, the first casualty for Sonics. Numbers go back to a 4v4. Kino will eject the mirror window, and there goes the hard breach. A Nitro Cell is tossed out. Cameraman dies to Surf, his second kill. Rexon now dropped with Surf not far removed, and Spoit is upstairs doing extensive damage to SQ. Not before Canadian can beat him with a pistol. 2v2, but Hyper's on 5 HP. Will Canadian be able to succeed in this same spot yet again? Grixer finished off by Kino, and it's a big round from Kino as M80 staves off that match point predicament, which could have occurred. It would have been 6-2 for Sonics if they had won that round, but it's closer than SQ probably wants it. M80 still with some life in them, but they've got a couple more rounds to win to get back on even footing with SQ.
I do find it a bit ironic, perhaps, that Canadian was a couple rounds ago defending down in the basement, had a big anchor play where he got like 3 kills, won the round for his team, and then he puts himself in the exact opposite position where he's attacking on that bomb site, and it is Kino who instead gets to play the anchor roles, maybe giving Canadian a bit of a taste of his own medicine. So you can see how difficult it can be to execute on that bottom floor, even when you're able to have a lot of your players alive for that late round. If you don't fully clear the roam, problems can arise. We saw Spoit coming back to get 1 pick, and then there's just not enough time inside of that site for you to flood in and get a defuse kit down to properly drone out all the correct positions. So Nice defense from M80. They were not full cleared off the roam. That flank came back to bite Sonics a little bit, but I do think that site play was really the key factor for me. M80 so good inside the basement. Sonics not able to find those picks as they went for their execute. Another close round, a round that could have gone either way, but M80 proving they're still in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is a team that was going to roll over and die. M80 has way too much fight in them, and again, on paper, a really terrific, skilled team with no, I would say, no real glaring issues. The only one for M80 that I might point a finger at would be bona fide leadership. There's a lot of cooks in the kitchen for M80, people who've been prominent on teams before and some big personalities, but doesn't really seem to be hindering them to this point. If you give M80 an inch, they will take a mile. So for Sonics, a team that has been in the driver's seat for most of this matchup, if I want to keep going with these metaphors, you cannot take your foot off the gas with a team like M80. First assault from Sonics now. As we transition towards this round 9 play, we'll be opening up IT wall, and it doesn't seem like there's much interest from M80 to deny this, as all they had was a couple mute jammers that could have stopped those X-Kairos from going off.
There's a crazy angle being held by cameraman in the basement all the way, looks to the roof player of Surf. Didn't quite find it there, but even still, it's that basement play that was so successful for Sonics when they were defending on this site. That's where Canadian got the C4 to win the round, pull back the 3v5 advantage. Cameraman will be in that position now. He rotates up the vending stairs as he doesn't necessarily feel like that's going to be where the pressure is. A minute 30 and Sonics seem like they want to get some top floor control. They've done a great job with the Brava, hacking some of these default cams. They can move their way in. If Grixer's found a gap as well, they could be in for a great opening pick here if his timing is right. There it is. Citizen down, a big anchor taken off the board. That could crack things wide open for the Sonics.
There's a lot of depth on M80, but Citizen is always the player that you have to fear in a 1v or 2vx. Now it falls on the shoulders of Spoit, who himself, of course, is no slouch. But the big bad Ben has been removed from this round. M80 now in the final moments. 1 minute to go. We'll watch as they lose some of the floor above them. Now it's Kino's turn to take the fight to Sonics. As Kino, now on this main floor, will circle around. A shotgun out and a sidearm. Canadian on the Monty will not be a surprise, but at least cause some issues. Grixer dies to Kino. Canadian walking and doesn't know there's somebody not too far removed on his left. That's Hyper. Kino on a single point of HP, by the way, so he will die very, very quickly. Information now from that default cam as well as the bulletproof camera, giving more info to M80. Final 20 seconds, and this is a bit of a prolonged execute. Canadian going for the Ninja Turtle plant, shield on his back, a nitro cell from cameraman, and it gets tossed up. Shot away. Canadian pulls off the plant successfully. Rexon with 1 kill onto Hyper. Kino dies to Surf. Sonics looking to back out as Grixer hits the BM in chat. Spoit with a kill onto Rexon, trying to knock Canadian out of the way, but will now ignore him. Sonics getting all the trash talk in the world in the chat itself, costing Rexon his life. Spoit now ascends upstairs. A lot of points to be had by shooting away at utility in the drones. He dies on rafters. That catwalk. Oh, so good for Sonics as they hold down above the bomb site, and they go on to match point, Jesse.
They do, and I think that's a great example of the understanding that these two teams have of this map. Both teams wanted to defend storage by playing C4s down below the bomb site. That was both teams' defensive strategy. When M80 had to attack that, they went in the storage window, they went in the storage door, they tried to plant storage. Kino, Monty, 5 HP, got tickled by a nitro cell, died, the whole push fell apart despite a 2-man advantage. Sonics, what do they do when they're faced with the exact same setup, or at least a very similar defensive lineup? Well, they go into control. They plant on the other bomb site. They go to where you can't get denied from down below. Maybe if the nitro cell goes through the floorboard, then it's arced correctly. Maybe you can get a denial, but with perfect coverage being coming out to shoot the C4 and a shield on the back of the planter, it was going to be so difficult for M80 to ever deny that plant playing down below. They had to make some other type of move to deny that plant either from above or horizontally. None of that ever came out, and Sonics giving him some criticism for that in the all chat as well. That means that Sonics now move to match point. SQ have not won Nighthaven Labs since the Atlanta Major. With Canadian coming onto the roster, though, that may be all it takes for them to finally come out and win Nighthaven Labs once again.
I mean, you've got the general himself corralling his troops into victory. You saw when he joined SSG, the impact that Canadian had immediately. The team struggled for the first month or so, but then after that, they won the US Nationals and a World Championship soon after. With DZ, it took a little while longer, but competition was far stiffer. Brazil as an entire region had also elevated their game, which meant it wasn't just NA and EU winning things. And suddenly, DZ wins a major, but it takes quite a bit of time. Canadian is always successful when he goes to these new rosters, sometimes sooner, sometimes later. How is he going to fare on SQ? So far, the answer is, well, he's pretty much immediately. The system is working. Sonics have guaranteed themselves a single point, and for M80 to win, it'll take them winning quite a lot and about 30 more minutes of gameplay for M80 to exit this match with a favorable result.
Spoit and Kino trying to get aggressive, get something going for M80, the two youngest players of this team, knowing that they have to do something to get their team back in it. It'll be Canadian on the Monty pushing this Garage player out. Spoit's on a drone. You saw that as well. You've got to imagine he's not long for this world. The question is, can he get one with him? It'll be Surf to go down. That's a good start from Citizen elsewhere on the map. And that's a Breach player dead as well. That's going to make it really, really difficult at this point to actually push in through the IT breach.
Surf has also been outstanding this second half, climbing up to an almost even 5 and 6 through all the rounds. At one point, his numbers were underwater, but he caught the wave, so to speak. Canadian still leading the team at 9 kills, tied with Kino, who also sits at that same total. Kino doing it not necessarily on attack. He's been quite good on defense. He's rocking the Warden. Everybody on M80 at full HP for the moment, and we're just at the 1 minute remaining mark.
Yeah, the plant's going to come in from Aqua Hallway. That's where Canadian's positioned right now. They've got to get some pressure onto these players inside of this bomb site. The Kino shield is going to be massive. How do they deal with that? Well, Parker, so far, it seems like they just don't.
Well, it's a flawless round for M80 to keep themselves in this matchup. If Sonics are to prevail, they're going to have to really work for it as M80 keep clawing back whenever it seems like SQ has the upper hand. When around, M80 blunts your momentum. Go to match point. M80 prevents you from securing all 3 of those points. Still 2 more rounds for Sonics to clinch this. A fight right now for M80 to stay organized. And again, you can still see the frustration showing over the player cams for M80. Maybe a bit of ambivalence on the face of Hyper, but Kino, usually a player who is very jovial, not been showing much joy this time around, and I think M80 will be beating themselves up if this does end up being a victory in Sonics in regulation.
Wow, plenty of rounds still to go for the Sonics. Yes, they've lost top floor, but that's typically considered to be the strongest bomb site, so not the end of the world for that to be lost by them. They'll head to the basement now. We start to see Spoit really come alive in that last round. He got 25 kills through the first week of the North American League, more than anybody else on his team. They're going to need him to come alive and him to be contributing to those kills if they want to be able to make this comeback happen against the Sonics. It'll be another roam heavy round. It's going to be a 4-man roam once again. Spoit starting at the top floor inside of IT at the moment. Maybe they have an aggressive play coming out from him. With the Boss G, of course, is what you see on visual most of the time. Hyper, Citizen, and Cameraman will all be supporting around the mid-floor as well, while Kino holds down the basement. The Sonics already losing one. Citizen with an aggressive peek takes down Ambi, and this could be another round where M80 look to close the gap.
Yeah, that's a really hard loss for Sonics so early in the round. Citizen doing that on Valkyrie. We not see a Boss G ACOG on the board from Spoit.
We do.
So yeah, losing your Nomad. In terms of utility, obviously you bring Nomad as your anti-flank operator, and on a map like Nighthaven Labs, both of these teams have shown that they really like roaming, especially when the objective is being focused on. There were times on their defenses when Sonics would retake either the floor above or below to deal some damage to try to stop M80, and now M80 has been doing the same to them. Because I think that very first Defender round for M80, where it was Citizen that was playing over the hatch, over top of the bomb site, wreaking havoc on the execute for Sonics. Losing a flank watch operator early on is not ideal, and Ambi will have to now go on to cams to help his teammates.
You have a man advantage, but you don't really want to leave the roam yet for M80. There's still a minute 35 on that clock, and there's a lot of soft breach on the side of Sonics. If you let them, they will rip up these floorboards and make a massive problem when this execute comes on out. So they want to delay a little bit more time. Hyper is actually rotated to the top floor, but he gets punished. Surf was watching for it to trade from Spoit. Takes down Surf anyways. Now it's a 4v2. The roam clear from Sonics has fallen to pieces. They get one for their troubles, but 3 players down. A Monty and a Striker struggling against some of these aggressive players as well. Citizen with a Nitro Cell. This is going to be very difficult to pull back, and the Castle Barricades continuing to slow their progress as well.
Here's the final minute, though. If Sonics can find a quick pick or two, this round becomes far more winnable. But really, just clearing out that first floor when you've still got work to be done, targeting this basement makes things for SQ very, very challenging. And honestly, this could go well into overtime. I expect us to see close to 15 rounds with the way that M80 is treating this defense. One pick from Grixer after Canadian had died means that it's all up to Pablo, who drops and gets shut down by Citizen, making things look relatively easy. That Ambi pick really did not do SQ any favors, and they struggled to get back in the game. And, well, with the scoreline being as tight as it is, Sonics have figured it's a good time to settle things down as they call their timeout.
I believe that was a quick 4K coming out from Citizen, the former player for the Sonics, getting some revenge against his former team. Really big round from him. He loves this Valkyrie play. He's been playing it a lot throughout this map. The second half, he has been rocking a ton of that Valkyrie, and it's been really paying off. That intel advantage that he can give to both himself and the rest of the team has been massive. You saw him go for an early aggressive play, and then when the teammates started to fall on Sonics, he was the one inside of Cafeteria to continue to apply that pressure. It was an interesting call by M80 never to fall back. There wasn't a single moment in that round where the Roamers made the decision, hey, we've got to fall back to site. They were always content with playing aggressive, making sure that they had a lot of map control. I think they knew that even if those last 2 players on Sonics, even if Canadian and Grixer tried to hit the bottom site, they could come back for flanks. They could play their own vertical utility, and they could probably stop any plant that was going to go down from above. Plus, they trusted their anchor. Kino is down there holding down the fort, didn't need to get involved in that round because his Roamers did so well, but had Sonics chosen to go down there, had they decided that it was in their best interest to go down and try to rush a plant while these Roamers were around the top floor, they knew Kino would be able to hold it down. So some good confidence from M80. We're seeing aggressive moves time and time again coming out of their star players, and that could be what it takes to not only switch the momentum, but bring this game back, force that overtime, and then eventually win it in rounds 13, 14, and 15. This will be their hardest task, though, Parker. This bomb site of storage can be very difficult to defend for certain teams. If Sonics can do exactly what they did last time, ignore that bottom floor, go plant inside of control, M80 may be in trouble. This will be their hardest round to win so far.
I mean, you've got a timeout, so you've got to translate it immediately, or not, you go to overtime. Sonics secured 1 point long ago, but they want to keep that 2-0 streak alive, where all of their victories have come in regulation, not needing any extra time, which means that Sonics picked up 6 points. It's why they're sitting on top of the standings. M80 got a victory in overtime, so while their 2 victories are the same as Sonics, one of them is a little bit different. Same, but different. And they're sitting at 5 points. Space Station and Sonics are currently tied at the top of the leaderboard. Sonics have only allowed their opponents to win 7 rounds through their first 2 matchups. M80 is just beating that average right now with 5. And I mean, if you expect M80 to be a top 4 team, this scoreline is nothing to be shocked by. No early picks and no real early action, as we see a Deimos in the hands of Ambi, Canadian still rocking that shield, and plenty of support and utility work from the IQ and Brava to be had.
So Ambi on the drones will notice that there's currently nobody from M80 down on the bottom floor. This is a hold that's decided to dedicate all of its resources to the middle and top floor. That could open an opportunity for a storage plant. Once they get this IT wall open, which they're doing right now, it's going to be very easy for them to convert with a storage window execute. The one problem they're going to have is Kino, who's going to be in that bomb site. He's got the Warden goggles to prevent himself from being flashed out, so see through any smokes that might be coming out as well. Kino is going to be the linchpin of this defense. If they're planning on jumping in the storage window and going for a plant with Canadian on that Monty, it'll be Kino as the primary person to stop it. They might be able to late rotate below. Spoit is on that Solus. And of course, you could see some swings around the top floor coming out from Hyper or Cameraman as well to try to halt some of that vertical pressure and deny that plant from above. But this is going to be a very fun round. It's very different from the last time that we saw Sonics attacking on this bomb site, but Kino will be the linchpin. You can see how important he is. He knows it. It's going to be all about Sonics countering that position before they can plant.
Canadian breathing down the neck of Kino. If there's anybody on the side of M80 who knows how to handle a shield operator, it should be Kino. His Nitro Cell almost does the handling on his own, but now it's Canadian to get the plant at the halfway mark. A rotate coming in from Spoit as he might be able to catch this off guard. He gets Canadian right as he jumps out. The toxic gas stopping it in its tracks. Rexon with 1 kill, but he's the only one so far. And now Spoit will breathe in the dust as he gets picked from below. Ambi is there in a 1v3. Diffuser at the 30-second mark. If they can find Ambi, then they can easily seal the deal of overtime. Ambi pulling out the sidearm. Kino shuts it down. And it's a 3v0 to disable the case. And M80 on a streak all of their own. They've pushed this match to overtime.
And what a flank from Spoit, who is playing top rafters. He saw the kit was going down and he knew it's my time. Jumped on down, had that impact. Kino wasn't able to stop the plant. He was, again, the main person whose job it was to stop the plant. But when there's a Monty staring at you, what are you supposed to do? He tried the Nitro Cell, did about half damage to Canadian. Then he had to retreat. I was thinking, oh no, this is the end. Once plant goes down, this is a super strong post-plant position from the Sonics, but it didn't seem to matter. Really good frags came out. Nobody was holding inside of Garage on the side of SQ. They just didn't have the man count to do so. And so Spoit returns to site, downs 2 players inside of the Toxic Babes, gets his own little pressure down as well to start that disable inside the smoke himself. It was a good effort from Ambi down below. His positioning was great. There was just too big of a man count advantage for M80. And so just like that, they have brought it all the way back to overtime. Sonics have been slipping, and thank God, because we are finally getting the match that we wanted to see out of these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they were helping us get back on schedule after those tech issues that seem to befall these two teams to start off the broadcast. It has been well over an hour since this first match began, and we are still at minimum 7 minutes away from the conclusion. Could be even longer than that. M80 will move back to attack, which was an unfamiliar spot for them over the last 6 rounds. So no real value gained from those 6 on defense. Not like you can immediately then go on to defense in OT. Sometimes teams like to get a little familiar and settle in. And if they do 6 rounds on OT and then immediately go on to the same side of overtime, well, they'll be a little bit poised and ready. Kino foregoing the shield operators. He'll go on Striker, and there's some secondary hard breach in his hands, aided by the Maverick. So not technically bona fide hard breach, but it still gets the wall open all the same.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is going to be an immediate rush on in. Interesting, the Animus wall here is soft. They've got a shotgun to deal with that, so it won't be too big of an issue. Sonics did use all 10 reinforcements, so they've clearly got some plans for that. It wasn't some kind of a mistake. They don't need to rush this, right? They've got players around the top floor. Opening the breach is priority number 1, but that doesn't mean you need to immediately enter the breach. M80 know how important it is to handle these top floor players. Again, the big problem has been some of these flanks returning back to the bomb site, coming back and finding some of this impact. Kino's inside of Animus. If they can get cargo control, this is going to be very similar to the push that they attempted last time, the one that nearly worked on this basement bomb site. But that control is so critical. M80 needs to be able to find some picks around cargo, make sure that they can cover for that plant as it goes down. It's much easier said than done, and Spoit's in for a lurk as well.
If Sonics can strike first, their fortunes in this round will go through the roof. And Kino, who has been the standout performer for M80, the only player on the team with a positive rating at the moment, is looking for a kill. Cameraman will get it first. Hyper shut down by Grixon. Citizen will join him in the afterlife as Sonics double up on these picks. A Nitro Cell tossed out by Grixer, but doesn't seem to be tossed appropriately as he gets nothing for that explosive. You just saw 1 player on the breach. Now the 2 other players from M80 making up the final 3 are within arm's reach, and Grixer shuts one down. Cameraman dies, so Spoit can survive. But the numbers don't favor M80. Diffuser's in the hands of Kino, but he needs the green light to walk on in. And he will have to cross one player from Sonics first. Before he can do that, it's Surf. He wins the fight. Surf is down, bleeding out. Rexon and Ambi will scramble in the final 20 seconds to shut down Kino. It's done by Ambi. Will Spoit retrieve the diffuser and get it down in time, or will somebody from Sonics find him and end him? Trying to find a line of sight from above. Ambi just narrowly missing out. Spoit walks away with it. No damage done from Ambi. Spoit gets out of that position and will now assume the post plant, but Ambi vaults over and somehow wins. An unthinkable gunfight going in favor of Sonics, and while they weren't able to close out on match point previously, they will have another opportunity to do so as they win the first round of overtime.
I fear that M80's push there was just a little bit disconnected from each other. The plant was coming in through Animus or through the assembly wall, right? They had the defuse kit in that area where they wanted to try to push. And usually if you've got the defuse kit in Animus, you want to plant just inside the doorway, but that requires cargo control. And they didn't have any control over cargo. Instead, the bulk of the players on M80 chose to come in and take Exosuit. Now, Exosuit's a great area of the map to control if you're trying to plant in through there, but they couldn't plant there because they were still all the way on the other side of the bomb site. They were outside the breach. If they wanted to plant inside of assembly, they'd have to book it all the way through the site. You saw how difficult that was. They attempted a couple of plants there. They constantly got denied, either from above or some horizontal trays coming out from those anchors as well. So that push from M80, just not able to connect. I really enjoyed that decision from both Ambi and I believe it was Rexon to rotate up above. They know how strong vertical is on the basement bomb site, so they reacted perfectly to that push that was coming out from M80. And they've set themselves up into another match point situation. But Parker, they've had so many of these match points, and they have yet to convert on even one of them. Can they do it in these next two rounds?
Yeah, I mean, they moved to match point all the way back in round number 9 and then lost 3 in a row. They get to overtime, and they win, and now they are back on match point. And even if they lose this round, the very final round sees both teams on match point. So at minimum, Sonics will have 4 attempts to close out this match. A 5th is possible if M80 wins here. And boy, oh boy, will you be kicking yourself if you cannot convert that most crucial round. It doesn't matter how quickly Sonics were able to get to match point. It matters only if they can complete the job and actually win the whole thing.
It's going to be another very complicated execute. 2 players on the top floor, Spoit and Hyper. Spoit getting jackal tracked at the moment. They want to be able to deal with these threats before they come back and bite them in the butt. If they can play together, they might be able to get some trades, get some opening picks, but that pressure is there. Sonics seem to know where these players are at, and it will be the goal of Ambi to clear these guys out of the top floor, get these kills before they can deal any more damage.
Both Grixer and Surf have stepped up huge. Grixer with 8 kills now to match Surf's 7, just surpassing him. And Rexon gets the leadoff pick on the Citizen. Spoit had taken some damage early on in the round too. Not much, but potentially half a bullet's worth. Rexon, yet another, as it's all up to Spoit and Kino. Very suddenly, things have gone from bad to worse for M80. The tide's turning, potentially, not in the favor of M80. Spoit with 1 kill immediately sees the shield of Canadian, tries to get out of there. Spoit finishes him off, and Spoit is now equalized, or at least as close to it as he's going to get. 2 kills for Spoit. Sonics still with the numbers advantage of 1 with just a little bit over a minute to go. They are in excellent shape to close out this matchup, but when you've got Spoit and with the way Kino's been playing today still on the board, it's far from certain as to what the outcome of this round will be.
Sonics are expecting some aggression. They know that it's a dire situation for M80. They're a 2v3 with very little sight inside of the bomb site. So Sonics are playing this slow. They're very concerned about a flank. They are constantly watching for it, but it's not really coming out. Spoit's going to push up cargo now. That could be the play that they try to make, but they've got to time this right. With the jackal track coming out, it's just going to be so difficult for them to make the move to claw back this round. Their only advantage, if they have anything, is the clock.
Just found where Spoit was, immediately used those eye knocks on Jackal to find out Kino's position. So Sonics have that information. There's a shotgun ready at the door from Kino, and if the Sonics are not prepared for this, this is an easy 2-piece for Kino, who's going to go for the swing. Can't unfortunately get the second pump. Surf wins the duel. Spoit will need to clutch out. He's got 2 kills so far. We'll need to find the next 2 as he creeps on up, but Ambi shuts the door on an M80 comeback. And it's a team effort from SQ
as they manage to pull off a victory. They do not let match point slip through their fingers once more. They sacrifice 1 point in the immediate, but they still get a victory. And Sonics, despite the scare, prevail 8-6.
Maybe it's a little early, but I really think this Sonics team is quickly building an argument to call themselves the best team in North America. Yes, things started to slip in that last couple of rounds of regulation, but once it got to overtime, the ideas that came out, the tactics they had for all of those pushes were so well put together. You could see how confident they were pushing as a unit and making sure that they had that fantastic plays coming out from the Sonics in that game.
And that's it for our very first matchup. It was a long one, but we finally got there in the end. 3 more matches to come. Sit tight.
Flash, you have a flash. You can swing off the flash, swing off it.
Yeah, scanner's on. Yo, kill me, Trey. Yo, Trey, 2v1, play together.
Can you plant across?
Yeah, I'm gonna plant. Yo, you should
bait
on me.
and play for
We should
kill.
play for kill. We should bait this and go for kill.
Okay.
Let's go!
Yeah!
Let's fucking go!
Good shit, boys. Good shit, boys.
on the stage. Again, not a confirmation for playoffs immediately, but that if the trend holds true, then Sonics may very well be the first team going to the bracket. But we're not saying anything yet. We're just saying
playoffs secured.
You're saying it now?
Yeah, playoffs secured. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm not trying to jinx it here. I'm just going off what the stats say here.
No, I think that's fair. I mean, if obviously history has repeated itself, if you started out 3-0, you've been making it to playoffs, so why not just call it here that they're making playoffs?
I don't know, man. It's NA Siege. History does tend to repeat itself quite a lot.
It does.
Yeah,
Fox, good game, right?
Yeah, it was a great game. I think the most important thing to take away from that is M80 was going to be Sonics' biggest matchup of the stage. If you look at every other team currently, it doesn't really look like there's any other team that would give them as much of a fight. We'll have to see how it plays out. But on paper, we thought M80 was going to give them a fight. And thank God they did towards that second half of the match. Because the first half, it just looked like M80 just had no idea. Sonics played great, but it looked like M80 had no idea how to attack at all.
If just their first attacking rounds were any indication, this thing could have been over much faster. The way Sonics attacked versus the way M80 attacked, if we just look at those two openers, this game could have been over way sooner.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you look at round one specifically from M80 and how they approached that top floor attack, it was extremely sloppy. They didn't utilize the shield properly. It was poor. Then when they went to execute, it just completely got dismantled. Then you switch to the other side of Sonics and you look at their attack. They got the site control, they got the map control, and it was about, I believe, 40 seconds left in that round that you would just see them completely collapse and constrict the site and take the round beautifully. That just M80 didn't. But all I want to say, though, what really flipped the switch for M80 here to really come back was they started to play aggressive and they started to play together, and that's what made this map so close.
Yeah, thankfully their defenses off of playing each other and not letting the shield play from Sonics be able to impact them as much as Sonics wanted to. It really looked like a good back and forth between how a shield should play. Sonics was playing the shield correctly, M80 was playing against it well. But M80's shield play was lackluster, very slow. It didn't look like it was going in the right entries. They didn't really know where they wanted to use Kino on that Blitz or on that Monty, and time again, they couldn't get into the fight. And before we got to the start of the game, we said it's going to be the attacks that lead the downfall of M80. And if M80 actually would have been able to start catching up on attack, once they got to that defense, they were running away with it because they were just fighting the shield head on, fighting the entries head on, and they weren't giving SQ those picks. And it was just really beautiful to see M80 on defense. And if they can turn the tides and make sure their attacks are good, then, you know, that's the first thing they want to look into going to tomorrow.
Close game, but we get to see what Sonics do to be a little tenacious in overtime to close things out. And we have Rexon on the line to talk about how this game went. Dude, congratulations. You guys are having a phenomenal couple of weeks, so good job all around. Talk to me about how this game ended. You guys go up to match point on round 9, take attack on round 12, for round 12, right as everything starts getting hectic as they made it get more aggressive, then close things out in overtime. What's that back half of the game like for you guys, and how did you refocus to win an OT?
So when we were playing, we know that on defense, these guys play extremely slow and they try and bait you guys out. I assume it's cameraman or Ben IGLing. So defense is pretty easy, you know, just hold it down. They're going to try and create false pressure and then hit somewhere else. So obviously defense went well. We got to attack and they were just giving us a lot of the map. They would show face, eat a couple drones, fall back, and that actually played out very well for us. So, you know, we started doing that, racking some rounds up. And then as soon as I think we got, 6-3, they started getting really aggressive, and that is what we struggled with in that match. So, you know, they would get a pick early. I think one of them then impacted the castle, killed Ambi, stuff like that, and it was catching us off guard. So after we lost that round, hit the timeout, it was just, listen, guys, reset, sync up. Doesn't matter what they're doing. Like, we know they're going to get aggressive. So, for example, like Surf 9 to the C4, we knew he was going to C4 that. We knew he was going to do that, and we called to help out on the wall, but it was just a misplay. And then when we got the defense, it was just, hey, guys, calm your nerves. It's going to be okay. On defense, same thing. They're not going to move. They're not going to get aggressive. And that's what we did. We just sat still, let them run into us, win the round. And then on attack, it was, all right, play it slow. And then I saw a gap, so it kind of contradicts that. I got the kill, and then we just held it down and played our man.
Well, I want to say congratulations. And I touched up on you just recently about how well you've been performing so far. And even into this game, I mean, what's allowing you to have that success? But also, what's it like? You've been here since day one on Sonics. What's it like now with Troy on the roster? And what does that allow you to do as a player now that you couldn't maybe have done back then?
So I will say, throughout previous iterations of Sonics, we've had obviously different rosters, different players, and obviously my previous teammate Ben's on M80. The roles never really fit well, and on top of that, I actually am playing the role that I'm supposed to. I'm not on Heartbreach, which was a ridiculous iteration of the team. I'm allowed to have the freedom that I want, while obviously playing within, my parameter of what I'm supposed to do as a team. So if I had a certain utility, I got, sure. But if I see a gap like I did as Jackal, I saw the gap, I killed the guy, and I mean, that's how we won the round. So I would say the difference is that we all trust each other. And a very big thing is that whenever somebody makes a play, say in practice, and it comes to game day, and you make that play, and say it doesn't go well, you're not getting scolded or it's not being brought up at the end of the match like, yo, what are you doing? Like, you an idiot. So I will say my teammates trusting me, and then I think we have pretty good chemistry, and the type of players we have on our team, we mesh very well. And then especially with Troy leading us, Troy's always been a really good IGL, and he's always been like our rivalry DZ. He's always been their IGL. We'd always go head to head with him, like NIL, and then depending on where we place at majors. So now that he's on our team, and as he said before, it's like we're more like a group of aggressive players. It's definitely nice having him to lead us and then play the Shields or the Cali or the Pulse, like one of 2 people in the world to ever play that character, just stuff like that. And I'd say we complement each other very well.
For sure.
That's awesome. I'd like to know a little bit more of the in-game decisions. So when you guys are giving up Raptors against a shield, or when you guys are using a shield and not finding the openings with it, what are the key decisions to happen in-game that makes you guys realize, okay, they have a shield, we should give this up? Is it something that you guys go over the plan, or is it something that's called in the moment?
Okay, so with that, obviously we know, our pregame, all the stuff we have, our VOD view, we know that they play shields, and we know that what they do is they like to bring a lot of the annoying operators like Lion and Ying and Monty and stuff like that, and they like to cause a lot of commotion, and then they bait you. They want to pull the players out of the positions and then kill them and then take where they're not, like shifting the map around. We know they're going to do this. So, for example, with a Montaigne, it's like, okay, hey, they have a Monty. Can we use a Legion or can we C4 him? No, we can't. All right, give them that zone. They can't do anything from there. They still have to open the wall, clear the utility, and that's going to be okay. And then, for example, one of the rounds, I think it might have been the first round of the match, Monty, they came, he took Raptors, I think they grimmed, and then he smacked the Mira. But then Ambi's playing the wall, and he hears nothing. And it's just like, say there was a hypothetical where we stayed there and we fought, there's a chance we could have died instead of playing behind our utility. But instead, we fell back, let them take it, and then for some reason, the Monty just walked away. So then we have Raptors control and we take it back. So I would say it's obviously in the moment, like it's an adaptation to what's being thrown against us. And I think we're very good at that, and that's why it played out very well.
Glad to see you guys synchronizing up so quickly, dude. Again, congratulations. You've got the tough test. You have to get through. You got the first half of the gauntlet is done, but now it's Space Station tomorrow. Any thoughts on them before we let you go?
So Space Station, historically, we haven't beaten quite a long time, but we're going to change that tomorrow. They play very differently, at least from my experience, to other teams. So, no, I think it'll be a really good game. I think it'll be a really good showing for us. If we beat them, we're looking really good for getting, at least a top 6 for the playoffs. We're aiming for 1 or 2, so, that's like, 1 game to make the major. But no, I'm looking forward to that game tomorrow because I think there'll be a tough game, but it'll be like a good show. It'll be a good watch. So I'm looking forward to that.
Well, it's a fun time to be both a Sonics player and a Sonics fan, certainly from what it seems like. Dude, again, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow, dude.
Thank you. Yeah, later. Bye.
Yeah, it's 2 halves of a gauntlet. You got through M80, who were one of the top teams coming in, and then it's Space Station, who are currently ranked number 2 and could shoot even further depending on how their game against Dark Zero goes next.
I mean, they're looking really strong. I mean, truthfully, I misplaced them. I had a misjudgment. I don't want to say it was misjudgment. It was uncertain. I didn't know what was going to happen with this roster with Troy.
It's an acceptable power ranking. With Surf and Troy, you don't know if it's all going to change.
I wasn't sure, but me personally, so far, and seeing how everyone's playing, seeing how everyone's shaping up, sure, we haven't seen much of DZ or C9 play yet, but overall, I mean, SQ's looking to be the best.
Yeah, this is so far going to be their hardest week because they're playing the 2 top 4 predicted teams with SSG and M80. I'm happy to see that M80 didn't just roll over and just get smoked 7-2 or 7-3. It's nice to see them fight back and still show that they want to be competitive and mentally as well. And tomorrow is just going to be a very different kind of game for SQ because I feel like Rexon said, SSG is a lot more methodical when it comes to the way they want to play the game. So it'll be nice to see that matchup. A great start for SQ. I mean, them being at the top of our power ranking was not something that either of us had. So if they end up finishing on that top 2 slot, obviously, I think they can be nothing but happy after making such a big change like this.
The upside for M80 in this case, if you were looking for any reason to be happy, every single time M80's played with this new roster so far this stage, you have to take them to overtime if you want to beat them. So they've got the tenacity, they have the resilience, just couldn't close it out today. We'll see if they do that later on down the road. We have our next game, and I think it's the one everyone's been waiting for every single stage so far. Dark Zero and Space Station never disappoints, but this one comes under a very different set of circumstances. We'll come back after the break.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Got you tulips in it. Hand out bars like communists. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man there, think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out bars like communists.
There is no match that represents the history of the NAL better than Dark Zero versus Space Station. Since 2019, this match has happened 26 times. Online, offline, regional, international, show match, qualifier, or high stakes. It's two clubs who can't get enough of one another. So much so that they've both beaten each other 13 times and conversely lost 13 times. So here, today, September 12th, 2024, somebody's got to break the tie.
I mean, it's really going to come down to ideologies here, especially with this new DZ roster. SSG's been looking strong, but also struggling in some of their areas. But again, I think it's really going to come down to this new iteration of what DZ can do.
Yeah, I felt like before there was always one variable that was common between the two teams, and that was Canadian. And now neither team has that variable.
Neither team has Canadian. Oh, that's
neither
crazy.
team has it anymore. So SSG DZ is going to be it's a brand new SSG DZ matchup.
You could say throughout time too, with both these teams and their iterations of their rosters, is these were the two teams historically that played very methodically. Like, you gave them map control, you didn't throw a wrench in their setup, you were going to lose that.
Sure.
And SSG and DZ were always known to play that, and now those styles have kind of changed. Well, we haven't seen exactly what DZ has, but SSG has certainly changed.
Yeah, I agree. Both teams used to be very strat heavy. You let them set up and they're able to execute. But I also think that this is the first stage where both teams don't play like that. SSG beat DZ to the curve of that. They were very fast, very aggressive, very methodical, slowly been getting better and better. Whereas DZ, this is the first stage where everything's in the palm of Nave's hands, and obviously week one did not go how DZ wanted. Hopefully they got a little bit more time. I mean, Kobe Lax, we want to see a lot from him. We want to see a lot from the rookie.
We just haven't had much cause to talk about him recently because the story has not been about the new guy. It's been about what they've been losing. Space Station are coming in off of a wonderful week with full 6 points. Dark Zero only had one game to play last week, and they lost it 2-7 against the Sonics on Skyscraper. That's how they open up their campaign. And even though it's only their first game, we're still kind of trying to figure out what the hell happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a situation of the good, the bad, the ugly, right?
Yeah.
And the best case scenario is we're going to start with the good. The good thing about this roster as a whole is these are all strong players. Obviously, introducing Kobe Lax from the T2 scene, he's an up-and-comer, but the four of them are phenomenal players. But the good thing to take from this is that they only played one game. Obviously, it wasn't a great game by any means, but it's still one. And they don't, sometimes you gotta shake off the rust. And
the good is that there's still plenty of stage left to go.
The good is there's still tons of stage overall. The bad part of it is obviously what we saw yesterday. It did not look good. It did not look like DZ learned anything going into this new roster as a whole. Obviously, you can see from their previous stage of last year, they went they started out losing 2, 1-1, obviously to Los, which was at the bottom of the barrel, and then immediately following a loss against M80. So that it doesn't look good, obviously, what we saw yesterday. The ugly situation is obviously a 2-7 again. Once again, we got to hone in on this. If this team can't perform, it's not going to look good for the future. It's going to look ugly, no pun intended. And especially with Nave that we talked about coming into this roster, making that difference. The thing is, it doesn't matter. Sure, yes, Troy left, but your IGL is only as good as the players behind them. And obviously, we talked about Pamba, we talked about Bolo, we talked about NJR, Nave even having experience. Regardless of Nave bringing into this roster, all four of those players can individually step up and find success, and introducing Kobe Lax to the proper fundamentals of how DZ needs to be playing.
And having such a big gap, a 7-2 on a map like Skyscraper, which should play off of the side of Dark Zero because of the slower paced players that they have. It is a very confined map that relies a lot on teamwork, a lot on slowing down and stalling out teams. To lose 7-2 isn't just mean that you just lost gunfights. You lost strategically. You were unable to hold positions. Of course, it was against a very fast and aggressive SQ, and they haven't had much time to get things together. But obviously, losing that bad just shows that it wasn't individual performance. It's all about the team not being ready or where they need to be for this stage.
Well, yeah, we're already doing a whole bunch of big picture focus right now about where DZ is meant to fit in the broader NAL picture, but we haven't even really talked that much about the new guy quite yet. And we got Kobalax and his new best friend NJR on the line before the stage started to give us a preview of what we can expect.
Hey guys, I'm NJR and I'm the support player for Dark Zero. Obviously, the big thing is the Troy change. I think a lot of people were surprised by it, and obviously Troy had some things to say. Whether they were completely true or not, the team felt like it was time to go in a different direction, basically. I think Kobe has fit in very well.
I'm scrimming for the team for like a week and a couple days now, almost 2 weeks now, I'll say, yeah. To be honest, we're just scrimming every day, just grinding the scrims, double scrimming even.
He has slotted himself in as a player very well. His aggressiveness has also been huge for us since it's been a thing we've been lacking in the past.
Well, we just expect it to be like more of an aggro team, I guess. Like, more firepower, like more floaty in a way, just floating. So we're just floating, new DZ.
Obviously a big change transitioning away from Troy, but I think Nafe has been amazing for us. I think as an IGL, he's very talented and has surprised me in terms of what he can do as like a primary IGL.
How would I describe DC playstyle in one word? A floating playstyle, we're just floating. We're all shooters on the team, we all can shoot our guns. We can all see fights, we can all just float.
our rivals are the Sonics, easily. I think they always have been.
I would say C9BC, you know, my boy Diffuser's on the team. I'm trying to play him. That was like my duo on MB, and now I get to play him in Pro Leagues. It's going to be fun.
Contenders to win the league would be us, SSG, Sonics. I think those are the obvious ones. I think all those rosters have a ton of experience and in the past have been very strong. Maybe not so much Sonics recently, but adding their new players I think will push them forward a bit.
The goals for the season is just, I mean, it's just in the roster, new play style, you know, that we're just kind of getting used to. Our goal is just to improve for the major, you know, like we want to improve, use this stage to improve as a team, new play style. You know, I'm a rookie, new player. We're just getting ready for the major.
Lots of people will be doing direct comparisons on Kobalax to the player that they just had on their team not a couple of weeks ago. But even if they're not playing the same roles, we're still hopeful that Kobalax and the rest of DZ can have a good start to their stage sans the first game.
Yeah, and obviously Kobalax, I mean, I think the takeaway for him is he wants the team to float, the whole team to float.
a lot of floating.
A lot of floating, but more specifically, who we want to see float is Nafe, because NJR obviously credits him that he is a young, prospering IGL. They have a lot of faith in him. So hopefully we can see that this week, because they only had one game to play last week. There's a lot of promise on the shoulders of this roster. We just have to see it come through.
Hoping a little bit of that 2022 M&M magic that got that team all the way to Berlin can come into this DZ roster and figure out a way to get them back on LAN stages where they belong. But their opponents have been doing that for quite some time, and it looks like they're already floating their way to a couple of easy victories. They won twice on Consulate, once over LG just over on Friday, and they are now tied with the Sonics as the best defensive team in the league so far through week 1.
Yeah, and defense is super important on the side of SSG, because in stage 1, we highlighted time and time again, SSG struggles on their defenses. And stage 2, they came in hot. Now they have their connections very well, very playing together. Their roams are looking a lot better, but there's still some rust that these guys need to shake off their shoulders.
Well, it's funny you say rust, because I don't think there's any rust that needs to be shaken off from this team. We touched up on it. They played at EWC. They played there. They got Benja introduced, and then ultimately we saw them find that success even in the wildcard restart. They got first place there.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of we've touched up on them through these 2 matches of saying, you know, Ashton specifically said, you know, it's small errors against Oxygen, but we're going to be ready for the next game. Then they play against LG, another 7-5, where they really got pushed to the limit again. So it's a matter of, like, are you really shaking off rust, or you still have some growing pains of obviously bringing in Benja, or just the roster's fundamentals?
They're still winning these games in regulation, though.
Yes.
They weren't pushed to OT. They got the full 6 points out of last week. So, Fox, if it's not rust, is it fundamentals? Is it getting a new player, like, acclimated? What's the deal here?
I think it's just about biting off more they can chew. At the start, their issues were not even getting defensive wins. Now they're getting the defensive wins, but it's taking them time to close out these rounds. Here's a round that shows you exactly what the issues as Rust is. They are doing an admin hold on a Visa bomb site. They get the first pick, they fall back, and here's what we like to see out of SSG. They roam together to hold Projector, to hold Long Desk, and they end up retaking into admin to try and get another pick. So now they have already found a pick elsewhere. It's a 5-on-3. You bid off enough. You don't need to keep pushing. You make it a 5-on-2, even better. Let's slow down. Let's secure this round out. SSG still overholding. Of course, Silent makes a big play, but that play is only possible because SSG let them. And that's what I'm talking about, is shaking off the rust. Of course, they end up closing out the round, thankfully, but that's what I'm talking about with shaking off the rust. They're getting their advantages, they're getting the positioning that they need, but then they don't know when to stop, just lock down what they have and secure the wind out. There's still little mistakes coming that comes from identifying the round, the end game round, and that's what they're not doing consistently yet.
But I think that does come down to the fundamentals, though, of just realizing, hey, we're in a man advantage. Let's fall back. Let's be able to just play the trade game. So regardless if we're in a 5v2, we trade that out. Now we're in a 4v1 and just leading back to that. Because the thing is, and that I can't give them full credit, is we've seen 2 maps be played in the exact same map and nothing really being learned, that you're still going 7-5, both rosters played aggressive, and you still have an end result of 7-5. I need to see better improvement going into this matchup.
It's the sort of situational awareness that just comes with more time spent with the team and the server, right?
Yeah.
I think that, but also at an individual level, like any individual player in that situation when you're in a man advantage can easily call and just be like, hey, play off me, play with me, play together.
Chalet for this map. Ooh, we were looking for a Chalet on map 1. It didn't happen. Now it does here, and DZ save SSG from going to Consulate 3 times in a row.
This is actually a really good map for both teams, actually. I'm actually a little curious to see what DZ is going to do differently than what we've seen them approach this map, especially with Nave being now this IGL, and Kobe Lack specifically saying that they want to be more aggressive.
I love this map pick because I agree, a Chalet is a map that's primarily attacker-sided. You need to get as many attacks as possible, and we know SSG is very comfortable in attacks. We haven't seen too much out of DZ, but obviously the more aggressive that they want to be, Chalet is a map that would play into what they want to be. So the matchup head-to-head will be really nice to see, and we'll be able to see SSG's defenses if they're able to keep it cohesive and know just the right amount to chew and eat and swallow it whole instead of just choking on too much.
I know we were really sounding the alarm bells after that loss that Dark Zero sustained to Sonics just last week. Is there any reason to think that they can win this game? I know you guys didn't pick them.
No.
Totally understandable, but we did those before we didn't know what the maps were.
I can say this. All 4 of those players have very strong mindsets and are very resilient. So I can see a bounce back here, but do I think that's going to be enough to be able to thwart off a defense from SSG and thwart off an attack from SSG? Absolutely not. I'm not convinced by this roster yet.
I agree. I mean, the map play, what DZ wants to do, yes, is both aggressive playstyles, but what DZ's players individually, their playstyles are very slow, and it takes an immense amount of time to swap your individual playstyle. So I don't know if that's something that can be accomplished within just 2 weeks, 3 weeks of practice.
It's not even just playstyle, it's also mindset. You have to completely rewire your brain and be like, okay, it's not slow. I should take this. I can't waste time here. Whereas before you can be like, all right, I can use this time. I can work with my teammate. Where now you really got to get in the face of your opponent and really bring it to the game.
You remember what Troy said in that winner's interview after Sonics knocked off DZ? He's like, yeah, DZ didn't really change anything, which is why it was so easy to beat them. How much of a problem is that for any other team that isn't Dark Zero? Can anyone else other than Troy Canadian take advantage of DZ doing the exact same stuff the exact same way like he did when he was on the team before?
Yeah, I think any team that is structurally smart and looking at the opponent that they're playing, of course you can exploit DZ because they don't have fail-safes in order, because they haven't had enough time to make everything work. So they're just trying to get everybody situated with their new player, and they're also trying to change their IGL whole fundamental system.
I expect to see the development of DZ change as this game starts, and then obviously throughout the rest of this stage.
Fair play. Well, can Dark Zero conjure up a couple of other fail-safes to get them back into this one? Can Space Station join Sonics and become the next 3-0 team to maybe make it to playoffs? Who will break the all-13 tie? Who will win NA Siege's El Clasico? Parker Mackay and Jesse Chick have all the answers.
Well, it's very much a different look here, Jesse, for this DZ team, but for SSG, all things are going about the way that they should. DZ obviously had some issues last week, and that SQ game is probably a pretty big black eye that they're going to have to wait for that bruising and swelling to disappear from. But up against Space Station, what are your thoughts on this particular matchup?
Mostly, I'm just excited. Jacob asked a couple of questions, tossing us the game. He said that we had the answers. I don't know if I do. We'll find them out together, I suppose. But the one question that I think needs to be asked more than any other is what is better? Is it better to float or to crank? And today we get to find out the answer to that question. So, as we get back into it, a storied legacy, Dark Zero versus Space Station. I'm really excited. This should on paper be a close game. We should have 2 great teams going up against each other, giving us a great matchup. But I gotta say, if Dark Zero show up the same way they did last week, this game won't be close. DZ need to have improved since the last time that we saw them. We'll get right into the operator bans. 3 off the board already. Ying, Dokkaebi, Azami, and the last one coming out here, we'll find out, Valkyrie. These bans were really hard to predict. I did expect the Ying. DZ, it's difficult because last week they didn't ban Dokkaebi Azami like they have pretty much every game prior to Canadian leaving for almost a year now. This time it looks like they're going back to basics. They will take out their permabans that they played with throughout all of the last year. They take out Dokkaebi, they take out Azami, and then it's Valkyrie, the final one from SSG. So an interesting ban phase, maybe a good sign for DZ to go back to basics, right? They experimented with the bans in week 1. It didn't go so well. They lost the game. Did they lose the game because of the bans? Probably not, but anything to get them back to basics, anything to get them back to where they're comfortable, I think is going to be huge because they've already got enough changes with their IGL being swapped out and Kobe Lax coming in.
I mean, obviously they had high hopes for Kobe Lax coming onto this team. He had big shoes to fill, as a lot of people have spoken of, but I think he's not the correct substitute for Canadian. If anything, it's Nath with the big shoes to fill, as he's going to be the one IGLing this team. For DZ fans, hopefully that means he'll IGL them to victory, but quite the work ahead of them. SSG has had this roster for a while now. They seemingly like their roles, but there's always improvement that can be done. We see a recruit coming out in the hands of Ashen, who will be running on that Sentry operator as we get our way through round number 1. And is that an angled grip? I can't, with the new grips, I always struggle to tell as to who is going to be playing with what, as it doesn't always look the same way with that angled and vertical grip.
I do like the new attachments, though. There's a lot of options that people have, but Ashen might be removing his option in this game pretty quickly. If he gets into a gunfight, it's Bolo on the other side of this barricaded door. Bolo, does he know that there's a player right here? He knows that there's some pressure, and absolutely the intel is perfect. Pambazoo will come in, baiting from Bolo to get the kill on Ashen. A brilliantly executed little opening pick, and it starts off well for Dark Zero. 1-0, they dodge the Nitro Cell as well as DZ Hunt for their first successful attack of the stage. This is off to a very good start.
Yeah, I mean, that's not exactly the start that Space Station wanted, that's for sure. DZ have a ton of tools at their disposal. This is a great roster. All of these players, with the exception obviously of Kobe, all of these players have proven themselves either on this roster or on another organization's roster. The question that falls onto Dark Zero is the same one that's fallen onto all of the teams that Canadian has stepped off of, which is, what direction do you go in? It took Space Station quite a while after losing Canadian for them to find their identity and get back into the swing of things. And I think it's safe to say this SSG roster has not hit those same heights as they did when Canadian was on the team. Will the same thing befall Dark Zero? Well, if you're Nath, your goal is to ensure that does not happen. It's not all just up to the IGL, though. The rest of the team will have to pull their own weight. But a great start to round number 1 as we hit the final minute of action.
SSG have no players below. Full solar control for Dark Zero. They can go for a Monty plant inside of Master. This is a great positioning. Benja finally turns one around, then as this Monty gets aggressive, it's not going to be Master. He's charging into Piano. Takes a bit of damage. The Nitro Cell goes off to destroy their own shield. Forrest picks up NJR, and this round has quickly devolved. There's only 2 defenders left alive on the side of SSG. Dark Zero, plenty of time to play with. Can they slow this down and finish off these downs, or are they going to stall out with only 35 seconds remaining?
The question becomes, are Benja and Forrest retrievable at this point? Fultz and J90 will need to be the 2 to make that determination, as Forrest looks like he might just be out of reach. Fultz, though, getting on the board, not really too concerned with his teammates, as it's down to a 2v2. The numbers favoring SSG. Forrest has now been picked up. Kobe Lax looking for a kill on a J90, and he will find it. Nave with one on to Benja. Fultz and Forrest still up, as Benja had bled out earlier on, and now the assault from Solarium will occur, as both Nafe and Kobe Lax are on so low HP, but Kobe firing back. Down goes Forrest. Fultz will need to clutch out. A kill on to Kobe Lax, and Nafe pulls off at the final second, but Forrest wins it, and he lets, well, you know what, hang. A bit of celebration in the server as Space Station wins their first round, and the first round of this entire series.
Oh, Kobe, so close. Fultz is having a great old time. He'll jump on that disable now. Man, so close from Kobe to be able to make the hero play and save that round for Dark Zero. He was floating, but they floated a little bit too close to the sun, and he got burned. A great 1v2 clutch coming out from Fultz. A scrappy and messy round that did not look easy for SSG. Again, I really like the control that Dark Zero had. It started with a great pick on the Ashen down inside of the basement. Then it was full solar control and full bottom floor control, meaning a plant was super possible. They just ended up bleeding a couple too many bodies. I mean, yes, Kobe was there for the refrags. Kobe did excellent in that round, but too many players weren't able to secure any kills. Bolo jumped to the piano window, wasn't able to have any impact. That big play coming out from Fultz, of course, the most important player in that round, with 3 overall from the very first round. So love that from Fultz. Beautiful to see it coming on out. I do think SSG, for a top floor defense, it's a bold choice, right? Typically on Chalet, you'll see, in ranked, you'll often see teams start with the top floor. For SSG, though, in competitive, typically you see games a little bit more often, kitchens a little bit more often. It is a 4 bomb site map. All 4 sites are very playable and can be very good. But especially with the zombie ban, I'm a little surprised that SSG wanted to go there right off the rip, because Dark Zero seemingly had a really good plan for that site. They executed it very, very well. It just was the execute that didn't come out. The final couple of rounds, final couple of seconds, I should say, that didn't really go their way.
We have another technical pause, as we had a few of these in our first matchup of the day. With this being a new season, there are bound to be some hiccups and some bugs that will be present. This is a new look of the DZ guys, by the way, as it looks like they are all in a facility together close by. It does not look like their usual bedroom cams that we've seen before. SSG obviously spread out all across North America. Benjamaster playing from the surface of the sun yet again. Good to see that things are so consistent with him.
I know DZ have a facility out in Las Vegas. I wonder if that's where their players are at. I would assume so. That would be my guess, but I haven't actually heard one way or another. And Benja also, obviously not from North America, of course, imported in from Denmark at the start of the summer off season. He's playing in a place with a lot of SSG chairs. I wonder if he is in some kind of SSG headquarters as well. I believe they're based out of Utah. So some West Coast teams coming out here trying to play playing Rainbow Six Siege. But it seems as though we're going to take a quick break as we get these server issues figured on out. So don't go anywhere. Space Station versus Dark Zero will conclude right after this.
Issues aside, that was a great first round. SSG prevailed without even getting a single kill. How impressive is that, Jesse? No.
Yeah, Parker, I mean, something tells me that there were a couple of kills in that last round. However, I don't think that the stats may show it. That's okay, though. We'll get back into round number 2, and we'll be able to watch as Dark Zero get to attack onto a secondary bomb site of Kitchen and Dining. This should be hopefully a better attempt from DZ. I will say already, from the very first round we saw from Dark Zero, I liked that push better than anything we saw last week. Now, last week they had to attack Skyscraper. They only played 3 attacking rounds. So clearly, it wasn't the biggest sample size, and it's a tough map. But I think this is already promising signs for DZ fans. Even though they lost it, I think that they had a much better formulation for their push than anything they had last week.
Win on this flank drone from Kobilax as he droned himself into Big Garage. I like seeing the Deimos get brought. Deimos' prevalence rate has been through the roof in this stage of the North American League. And it's not just this region. He's been very popular everywhere. Let's, for a moment, move away from operator picks and instead talk about these operator ban rates. Monty and Blitz leading the way, with Ying also receiving a healthy number of bans. On the defender side of things, it's been Tubrow and Azami leading the way. Obviously, with these shields being as strong as they are, won't necessarily see them as often in this matchup, but they are always a good choice. Halfway point of the round, and the Bees are swarming J90.
Certainly clearing this top floor, always the first objective when attacking Kitchen and Dining. They're going to start to circle in on them now. Pamazoo taking some damage, not willing to commit just yet. They got to play a big window. The Grimbees are helpful, but they've yet to finally capitalize. There's one to J90, but it came at a cost. NJR, the opening death of this round. 4 sticking around here, trying to go for a bit of a flank, but it'll be Benjamaster who falls as well. Ashen and Piano also struggling for his life. Can Ashen make it out at all? So many of these top floor players have just been decimated by the clear of Dark Zero. They've taken down every single player up on the top floor except for Faults, who now has to clutch a 1v4.
Faults will start with a pick on to Nafe. He's got limited HP on both Kobe and Pambazoo, but Kobilax gets the job done. It was a risky end of the round for DZ just based on those HPs. And I mean, you've seen the SAS operators with their shotgun and SMG-11 combo able to put in so much work, uniquely built to deal with 1vx's. But DZ do not allow SSG to punish them at all, and they win the round off of that coordination at the very end. It was a very quick entry from Pambazoo as he barged his way through bathroom, got a pick through closet, and held that portion upstairs of bedroom before translating it to the rest of the map. And he technically was only credited with 2 kills, but he did secure a finish in closet, so 3 kills technically should be his, but it's not the way it works anymore. 1-1 the scoreline, and Bar Gaming next on deck for SSG.
Yeah, you see 2 kills for Pamba, 2 kills from Kobe in that last round. That's that aggressiveness that we know that that Dark Zero want to be bringing out of their players. It's something NJR said in the pregame interview. He said that Kobe lacks his aggressiveness has been huge for us. And I think we're starting to see that a bit from DZ. It was an excellent clear of the top floor. Dark Zero got a bit of criticism last week for putting Kobe Lax primarily on Thermite playing on the attack, and they gave him the defuse kit a few times as well. Not sure if they've decided to make that role change, if they've maybe come to their senses and taken the best entry of the summer offseason and put him on actual entry operators, or maybe it's just a skyscraper thing that they wanted to have him playing that breach. It just worked out the best for them. In any case, it seems like Kobe is much more comfortable here in this second match where they're playing against SSG when he can play that Deimos. That's an operator that historically Pamba has loved for Dark Zero. But to see Kobe picking it up and having so much success with it is really, really nice.
Undoubtedly. And the first one to tussle will be Kobe Lax. As he and Ashen toil, Ashen has to get out of there as quickly as possible, hunted down by Grimm's Gadget, and Pambazoo will be in pursuit. But he's swung on by Benja, as they didn't realize on DZ's side of things that Benja was over in bathroom, and he jumps out and gets Bolo as well. SSG laughing about that one. Ashen has plenty of time to type as he's bleeding out in the hallway. Gets picked right back up. Nafe and NJR now. That's all that's left for Dark Zero. Benja hasn't relinquished control. He's got that rotate, and NJR can get baited in. Benja loses the fight. NJR wins. There's no follow-up from Ashen. SSG have given up control of Piano, but they know that NJR is creeping up ever closer as the Banshee gives his position away. Towards the door frame now, Jiggle peeking across. A nice line of sight onto Fultz. A smoke will cut off some line of sight. NJR could have had a kill, but won't go for it as we hit the halfway mark, and he seems to be in a bit of a stalemate in this position.
Now's when we get to see, do SSG bite off more than they can chew? It's what Fox was talking about in the pregame desk. They will down Nafe. He might be able to get picked up. Again, plenty of time. Never mind, he's dead. That's going to be a great round from Space Station, and I love the restraint in that 5v2. Yes, they lost one, but one thing that was criticized from SSG, from the analysts on the desk, was that sometimes when they were in that massive man count advantage on the defense, they would overswing. They would get ahead of themselves. They would get a little bit cocky, and they would lose their lives more so than they needed to. They would allow the attackers a path back into the round. They didn't do that in that round. They sat behind their shields. They sat in their power positions, still on the top floor maybe, but with rotations back to site, whether that's the site hatch and library or whether that was the stairs. They had a lot of ways out should they have needed them. Like that a lot from SSG. You can see how good it was. And again, we're seeing Kobe have a lot of impact. In the second round, he was massive for their clear of the top floor. When he's not there, you can feel his presence missing. He's the first one to die. They can no longer find those opening picks and clear out the roamers. So that's something DZ needs to really keep a handle on. Keep Kobe alive so that he can win more of these opening gunfights, so that he can have a factor of clearing out these aggressive roaming players. You know, yet last week he didn't survive even a single round. He died every single round on attack and defense. He survived one round so far in this game, but he's going to need to boost that survival rate a little bit higher.
J90 wants an early pick here. 15 seconds into the round, he cannot get the job done. Put a Pamba party for DZ. Pambazoo's had an excellent start to this matchup, and with it, this kept DZ in the fight. And Kobe Lax actually both with the exact same scoreline at the moment, but while Kobe's kills were used to secure a round, it was Pambazoo's used in a previous round just to open things up. So entry kills versus exit kills, some could argue equally important. Others would argue maybe the entry kills are there to just give you momentum early on in the round. SSG sitting pretty with these mute jammers, not just denying intel for Dark Zero, but also causing some frustration as Hibana, the lone hard breacher for Dark Zero, is not able to get the job done on those castle barricades.
So Nafe's job here is to clear out the mid floor. He sees Ashen now on the Vigil. No boss sheets, the K1A this time around. Some shots come through the soft breach. Again, it was the opening pick onto Ashen in round one that really opened things up for DZ and allowed them to go for that solar push. It'll be Ashen's job to maintain control of down below. Benja actually finds the opening pick onto Pamba, maybe from a window up on that top floor. Ashen's in a really good spot where they don't have a lot of players available to push him out of this spot. So they kind of have to decide, are you going to commit to clearing Ashen from below, or are you going to just let him be down here and pray that he doesn't have a massive impact later in the round with those impacts?
Ashen still lurking. Down goes Ashen to Kobilax, so he's found out, and there's Nafe inside of the bomb site with control and 1 minute to spare. As the objective play from DZ starts to go, Ben just stops it in its tracks with a nitro cell. SSG can now just hold off for the time being. They've lost Fultz inside a bathroom as Bolo still has yet to make his way into the building. Much to the chagrin of SSG, they now find themselves in a 3v3. But on the ground, waiting for somebody to peek Solarium. That's SSG's next chance to strike. Will NJR give him something? For the time being, bullet tracers will go. Black Mirror is there. Benjamaster. Some damage is done. J9O is finished off as well. Forrest suddenly finds himself in a 1v3. He's the one on the ground, looking long range, but he cannot get the final kill. DZ wins all of their engagements and picks off the remaining players from Space Station to win their second round.
Very similar strategy to what we saw Dark Zero going for in the first round. This time, they're just able to get it done a little bit cleaner. The C4 that came out from Benja, which stopped the plant from Nafe, really felt like that was going to be the pivotal moment. It felt like once that C4 happened, the push has fallen apart from Dark Zero, similar to how it did in round one. But that wasn't the case. They were really able to come back from that deficit. They managed to sneak around, grab a couple of picks. It was actually a nade kill that got that down, eventually finished off from Kobe as he boosts himself up to 4 kills since the rehost. Feeling really good about that execute. I think that's the bomb site that SSG are just going to have to avoid through the rest of the game. It doesn't feel like one that Dark Zero are struggling with in particular. And while there's nothing inherently wrong with the way SSG are holding it, I just think DZ's push through Solar with that Montaigne and with full bottom floor control is too much for what SSG can handle.
A very back and forth contest that we've seen between these squads. And I mean, that's exactly what we want. Parity in the NAL is at a level where no team can really have an off day because it's not like you have a weak adversary that you have to deal with. All of these matchups should be relatively evenly matched. And when you look at Dark Zero, they only got to play one game so far. Yes, the scoreline up top that says 0-1 is accurate for DZ. They had the first play day off. Then they tussled with Sonics and lost that one on Skyscraper 2-7. So while the stats at the moment for DZ look quite bad, they are in last place. They have the worst round differential. They have the least rounds won. It's just because of a small sample size. So nobody on the side of DZ panic. I am curious to watch the evolution of this Dark Zero team without Canadian, though, because what you'll end up with is you'll end up with a team that might be a little bit faster than what you see out of Canadians' typical squads. Already, DZ has shown some speed on this particular matchup, and they've only had a couple rounds to really get it going. They'll move to defense, though, in 2 rounds. Things will likely slow down on their end. Trying to work their way now into Solarium. Fultz is in serious trouble on the stairs, dodging grenades as they're tossed in from DZ.
That's 4 nades that got thrown at him. He survives all of them, but he's at about half HP and he's not in a comfortable spot. Again, Kobe's holding the angle from the basement, so if his Fultz goes too far down these stairs, he will get killed by Kobilax. So he's in a tough spot, but at the end of the day, I mean, he's still holding on to this. He doesn't need to move. They've used all of their nades. He's the one that can hold this with a shotgun. He's going to be favored if anybody tries to swing in. I don't know what the best move is to actually clear him out of this position. Maybe you could throw some bees at him, but you might just have to give it up and try to clear this top floor in some other way. And that seems to be the game plan from Dark Zero. We'll see a lot of their players rotate over towards lobby. It looks like they might be trying to get that opened on up. The glass makes me think it could be a dining execute just because that's often how those glass pushes end up going for them. But we'll just have to find out. Now you're seeing these players like Bolo rotate around to other angles of the top floor. Fultz is such a problem on those solar stairs that it's really making this clear very, very difficult.
Kobilax, no! Unloads the sidearm, can't get the job done. He gets finished off by a bit of sloppiness. Benjamaster on the board. Forrest will follow, taking down Nafe. That's the Glaz and the Deimos out of action. NJR on the upside down rappel now watching over the windows, attempting to isolate these remaining SSG players. Pambazoo dies, so NJR will have to get off that position at some point and be a bit more of an active combatant. It's Bolo's turn to get in the building. He takes some damage from the goo mine as he heads his way on in and is shut down by J90 from above, and Forest will seal the deal on the round. DZ do not have a chance to win this first half. They will fight for a 3-3 scoreline as SSG will pick up their third round and seek to close out with a lead heading into the second half.
Night and day difference between the first time that they attacked that bomb site and the second time. And I think a lot of it really came down to faults. They weren't able to use their utility correctly to clear him off of those solar stairs. They did some great damage, but damage is not enough. And when you've got a player like Faults, who is so experienced, who's been playing this game for so long, it's not a surprise that he's going to play that position perfectly. I love the way that he was able to survive for so long on those solar stairs and really just be a thorn in the side of DZ that they never were able to get past. Then you saw Nafe going down as well on the glass, a very important execute operator coming out from DZ in that round. Wasn't able to survive and just made it so nice for Space Station.
Final round now of this first half, and Dark Zero looked like they were concealing their drones for a second here, but I don't know if you saw that. The numbers just kind of flip-flopped around on them.
Yeah, that's how it works. Just wait till the prep phase ends. There.
Ah, there we go. Okay, so they're back up. Bit of an odd one, that one. In terms of denial on the side of SSG, you've got a mute on the board, so that mute jammer will at least slow down the information that Dark Zero can collect. That's obviously best case scenario. The other alternative is that it stops it in its tracks. There's a lot of denial that was brought from SSG in previous rounds. You saw those mute jammers were actually used on castle barricades, which forced Dark Zero to either use explosives you couldn't use elsewhere or actually melee them, putting you in harm's way. Didn't really slow DZ down, but this is a team that oftentimes has no issue slowing themselves down. You just saw that little nitro boost of the drone there, by the way. I don't know if you saw that. It's another new addition in this season of Rainbow Six.
It's a fun one being able to zoom around with your drones, of course, but for Dark Zero, they're going to need more than fast drones to clear out Faults, who's in the library corner. Such a powerful position. Often you'll see players play this on maybe Wamai. Sometimes you'll see it on a dock. He's actually rocking it with the mute, meaning he's going to have to leave pretty early. He does escape with the vast majority of his HP, so a little bit of util expended to get him out of here, and he'll drop with no other issues. This is going to be a pretty direct push coming from Dark Zero. Already Diffuse Kit entering in through lobby, but Nafe opening death to J90 and Faults finds another. This push, it was supposed to be so clean. It was supposed to be right under their noses, but SSG, they sniffed him out.
Yeah, some difficulties there getting closer to the bomb site. Faults is taken down by Pambazoo, who has been quite good for DZ so far. It'll be all up to him, basically, as he's the player with the best rating still left on DZ. NJR will find an opening, taking down J90, whose back was turned towards one of the last two players from Dark Zero. NJR and Bolo both upstairs in the library portion of this map. Bomb site, though, is down below. NJR retrieves the diffuser and will now go for a flank through the garage, all the way back up the stairs. Mint looking over his shoulder quite intently. DZ announced some new coaching additions, and while we don't expect an immediate impact in the first game, you have to hope, if you're a fan of DZ, that it will begin to generate some improvements over time. SSG gets the final 2 kills in very quick succession, and the first half is in the books. SSG comes out ahead 4-2.
I'm sorry. I just love it every time Ashen gets the final kill. We flip to his player cam and he's immediately typing. It's good. It's good. That time I see the clean feed. He said, "Nice lurk, NJR." And indeed, it wasn't quite the greatest lurk. He was aware of it and shut it down as he tried to make that rotate through the basement, as you called. Just tough as they lost so many early bodies, right? They tried to go for a bit of a sneaky play on DZ. They tried to walk up those snowmobile stairs, get the plant in through bar really fast before SSG was aware, but it was J90 holding the vertical angle. They knew they were in the basement. They knew they could walk up the snow stairs. J90 shut that down immediately. So really good awareness from Space Station to put themselves up 4-2 in the first half, and they're feeling very comfortable as they move on to Chalet, which oftentimes can be one of the most attacker-sided maps in Rainbow Six.
How long ago was it that it held that distinction, by the way, of the most attacker favorite? I feel like it was right after its rework.
Yeah, the stats kind of fluctuate a lot just because sample sizes are so small. But in the long run, I do believe it's still, I don't know if it's the most attacker side. I don't have the stats in front of me. But it's still considered to be quite attacker favored because there's so many like good positions for the defense to fight outside the building. The windows are really strong positions for attackers. There's balconies that give you really strong angles into like bathroom and piano. So it's a tough map to defend for some teams. Bans can have a big impact on that. And so it's I'm not saying it's inherently going to be attacker sided today. And in fact, it may be defender sided just based on this matchup. But I do think in general, you do somewhat favor the attackers for a 4-2, if not a 3-3 on this map.
If you're Space Station, you're very happy with this result. As you're looking to keep DZ at the bottom of the standings, Dark Zero, Wildcard, and OXG all sit at the same position right now with 0 points. But due to the fact that OXG and Wildcard have played 2 matches, it's DZ who sit alone at the bottom. They've got their work cut out for them here, but they're hitting their shots, both Pambazoo and Kobe-Lax. With Kobe getting 2 inside a bar. This is not the bomb site, by the way. Hovering over top of it and doing some serious damage, and SSG might just be in a death spiral with only Forrest and J90 remaining for the final minute and a half of action.
The Clash is going to be seeing J90, and this is an absolutely horrible position to find yourself in, as I'm sure all Rainbow Six players are aware. A Clash watching you in a 2v5, there's very little that they can do. Maybe they can get some kind of a flank going. Forrest is in the hallway just behind J90, more towards Big Garage, so they're not likely to get behind this Clash unless there's a massive misplay from NJR. It's pretty rare that he makes those. So with a full minute to go, we'll see what they can work with, Parker, but I'm not favoring their chances in this one.
Yeah, especially when one of those is the Clash, who will continue to do a great job of delaying this SSG team, allowing the other 4 players from Dark Zero a ton of information. And J90 has to be very careful about a flank from West Main. Doesn't look like DZ are quite intent on that just yet. J90 will rotate all the way around the map, all by his lonesome. No flank needed. He will bring the flank to them. But DZ give him no quarter right now. Hunker down inside of blue, end by wine. Final 30 seconds, and Dark Zero are in great position.
Still, this execute's going to be so low on time. They've both rotated over towards the lobby side now. There's a flank up the snow stairs. That could be enough to end it from Kobe. Nah, he gives his life up instead. Forrest is ready for it, but still the man count seemingly unwinnable. Forrest, some nice shots, but the Clash will make this so scary. The Lamau from Kobe-Lax. And finally, Pamba for the final kill to come on out. I really got to credit Kobe-Lax for his play earlier on in that round. The roam that he had inside a bar to find 2 big picks really shut the door on that round for SSG. It's incredible how good Kobe's aim has been because he's only been playing PC for about a year at this point. He started playing Rainbow Six Siege all the way back in 2016 on console. He didn't swap to PC until last year, and he very quickly rose the ranks through Tier 2. He's been finding some fantastic entries down on Makers throughout the summer, and now here for Dark Zero, you're starting to see that incredible mechanics coming out from Kobe as well. Even last week, Kobe had a 100% headshot rating, which is pretty impressive. He only had 4 kills, so maybe on the lower side, but even still, it's really nice to watch the mechanics of a fresh young player like Kobe-Lax inject some life into Dark Zero, inject both some speed and some raw mechanics that maybe they didn't quite have when Canadian was on the roster. For Kobe to be here, putting up massive performances like this, if he can get more consistent, he could easily be one of the best players in North America.
Well, he's on his way there right now as Nafe is still looking for more than 1 kill. He's got 0 since the rehost. He got 1 kill back in the first round, if memory serves me correctly. So not exactly the ideal situation for him, but Nafe is not usually on those aggressive roles. He's not necessarily the person that DZ relies upon to light things up. That person is typically Pambazoo, and he's doing the job. And not only is he getting the job done, he's actually outmatching Ashen, which if you talk to a lot of North American League players, Ashen is quite formidable to deal with. Ashen only with 1 kill himself at this point. So for SSG,
very bad that one of your main aggro players has been struggling in the offensive department.
Yeah, Ashen, hugely impactful for SSG last week. They're going to need him to come alive. He was 19 and 14 through the first week of competition. Now struggling a little bit more. I do think for Dark Zero, again, getting more of these opening picks is going to be massive for them. They can start off with that advantage. That's where they've been finding the most success. Roaming around the map still, of course, the bomb site is kitchen, but we know how important top floor is. There's a pinch potentially going on in Forest here because there's a player on the library stairs that's going to be very difficult to get around. It's Kobe, who could flank up these stairs at any moment and make some big trouble for Forest, but I don't know if Kobe is currently looking at that move.
Pambazoo wanted an engagement on that piano window. He's backed away. Now we hit the halfway point of the round, as DZ gave themselves an early advantage with that pick onto Ashen and have just been sitting and waiting for SSG to do the job that the attackers need to do. Dark Zero starting off with 2 victories on defense would completely blunt the momentum of SSG. Kobe Lack saw the shield of the Monty of Forest charging on in. Now it's up to Benja to finish him off. Fultz technically is credited with the kill, but there was multiple players from SSG involved in that altercation. Now back upstairs, Space Station will go, but the bomb site's kitchen. So you've got to take control of this top floor. There are still some players from Dark Zero lurking around, and once you can get that done, then you can focus on the bomb site.
Massive pressure on J9O. It's going to be his job to stop the plant denial from above. It's full top control from DZ. So as the smoke plant comes out with Forest on the Monty, it's going to be a horizontal hold being played by both Benja and Fultz. Sorry, just Fultz. And then it'll be J9O and Benja up above to stop a vertical plant denial. We'll see how it goes.
There go the smokes. Nafe dies, joining Kobe Lax. Fultz watching as Forest, it's the halfway point of the case. Bolo with 1 kill. More of the floor shot open. Forest can't get it done. No! Unfortunately for Space Station, they have not controlled that top floor enough, and DZ have struck gold. Diffuser now in the hands of Fultz, who picks 1 pick. Down goes NJR. It's Pambazoo in a 1v2. As Benja tries to find the Malusi, Fultz will once again go down, but the timer's at 0. If Pambazoo can knock them off their guard, they'll win, and they just get it done. Pambazoo has been so good, sensational across the whole game, but excellent in that round, and we've got a tie game at 4 rounds apiece.
You can tell it's a party. Pamba, undoubtedly the MVP for Dark Zero so far this game. He's been playing so well, and I love that aggression up on the top floor. I mentioned how important it was going to be for J9O and Benjamaster to lock down those vertical players. They couldn't do it. J9O went down, and then Benja rotated to the bottom floor, meaning he couldn't apply that pressure, and the vertical denial came out. We saw it beautifully from Pambazoo, exposing those vertical angles. He knew exactly where the plant was happening. He was always aware of where that was going down, and he always knew how to grab that vertical angle to stop it. Even when there was a Monty planting, it can be difficult sometimes to get an angle onto Monty with the plant's going down. The shield moves to his back. It's really tough sometimes to find that shot, but Pamba hit it. And for him to be putting up such big numbers so far this game, it is absolutely necessary to keep DZ consistent. 4-4 now, as the scoreline will showcase. This game has been so back and forth, and it's honestly been a real treat to watch.
An error on our side, by the way. It shows Ashen with 3 kills up to this point, not just 1. I don't know if those are 3 just since the rehost or not, but either way, you cannot have Ashen doing as poorly as he is doing. Not that SSG relies on him. They brought in Benja to replace Iconic in large part because they wanted more killing. They wanted more aggression. Benjamaster was able to be an entry on G2 when they won the 6 Invitational back a couple years ago, and they did it because of Benja's play. I mean, not just because of Benja's play. It was a team effort, but it was a huge part of it. So bring him into SSG. Well, that's good news for them on their aggression, but you got to have Ashen finding that level as well. SSG now have lost the plot. They've lost that momentum. They still have time to make something work. You noted that this used to be a very attacker-sided map. If you're SSG, you have to hope that you can make it attacker-sided, because if the defenders have an advantage, that means DZ is the favored team to win this matchup. J9O the first kill, and the Monty will rush on in. Bolo somehow wins it.
Forrest gets dropped, Bolo doing Bolo things, and Dark Zero has now equalized in terms of man count.
That's the reason many people consider him the GOAT. Unfortunately, finally traded out by fault. But I mean, he dealt with the Monty. That's the most important operator on the SSG lineup. It's the strongest attacker in the game. And with a 3v3 on the board, he might be enough for the team to lock down this defense. It's going to be Kobe, Nath, and NGR to hold this down. They are all near sight, if not in sight. Kobe's on the staircase, so a little bit off on the other part of the map. NGR returning the favor, the same line that Ashen gave him a couple of rounds ago. But this is going to be a strong site that they're going to have to crack on SSG. They don't really have much soft breach to play with. They don't have the Monty anymore as well. They're completely out of bees in the pocket of Benja. So what do they have utility-wise? They're going to have some smokes, maybe some flashes, and it looks like one Lion Charge to make this execute go. They've got 50 seconds to try to work a pick, but I doubt that opportunity is going to be given to them by Dark Zero. This is going to be a late round push as the intel comes out from Space Station. They'll position themselves both around and above the bomb site, and then they're going to try to make it happen with what little utility they have. Could be a hatch drop, could be a walking through the office door, but whatever they do, it is not going to be easy. The crosses will all be held by Dark Zero.
This is Benja just fishing for a kill now, but you got to go quickly. Time is not on your side. He finds one. J90 finds the other. Those crosses you said held by DZ, they do not work out. They know NJR's position. He's made this imminently more winnable. NJR and Benja in a 1v1, and NJR is the one with black ice in his veins. The lead goes to DZ.
The 22-year-old from Louisville, Kentucky steps up as he so often does in the anchor position. One of the best anchors in all of Rainbow Six Siege. There are people who sometimes call NJR the best player in the world. And I don't know if I would currently give him that title, but he's certainly up there and in the running for it. So good from him, as he always is. You know, he was part of that OG Disrupt core back from 2020 with J90 that eventually turned into Astralis, that eventually turned into SSG. He's got a little bit of history playing with the players on SSG, but for his entire time on Dark Zero, his consistency in the late round has been his biggest strength. Known as one of the best anchors in the world, his smoke and SMG-11 play has been so good. One of the best to ever do it in that role. And it's always exciting to see him jump up and make those plays. So love to see it coming out from NJR. I do think that we're going to see, with this tactical timeout, maybe things shift around a little bit. I know the HUD is saying 5-4 for SSG. That was DZ taking the lead for the first time in this matchups in that previous round. So what can SSG do to adapt? That last round, it felt like it was so easily in their grasp. They had a 3v1, but when you're shut down like that, how do you respond?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question here. You look at the numbers right now, DZ has trailed or tied this entire matchup until the most recent round. So they've managed to do almost the exact same thing in 3 rounds that it took SSG 5 rounds to accomplish. DZ is a little bit ahead of their opponents in terms of success on this defender side. Call Out is a brilliant mind, and he's somebody who almost always reads his team effectively, but there are times where you are simply outmatched. And I say this because SSG has never made it particularly deep into an event. So that means that while you could be coached excellently, which they are, the actual ability of the team, whether it be structure, whether it be strategies, whether it be player themselves, just the way that the players work, it's not been quite up to snuff. So Call Out is going to give them the best chance possible, but it's up to the players to act on it. With Ashen's performance being what it is, I do fear that there just isn't enough lethality on the side of SSG to keep pace with a DZ team that is allowing Kobe, NJR, and Pambazoo to absolutely dominate Space Station.
Yeah, down to the basement bomb site now for round number 10 after the rehost. Pamba with the Boss G going to be roaming up on the top floor. And the Tubarao from Nath coming out to stall out this breach. I doubt it was going to be a rush anyways. They're not too concerned about opening this wall quickly. They just want to make sure it's open. So it's going to be the first thing that they do, because it's the most important thing to get done when you're attacking onto this site. Speaking of Nath on that Tubarao, it's crazy how much success DZ are having with Nath barely touching the scoreboard. He only put up 2 kills last last week. And he will continue to put up not very many kills through this game, but you can tell he's having an impact with that IGLing ability, with that utility that he's been brought out. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade. His death does not go unpunished, with Ashen also falling on the Deimos in this round. As we approach this minute-and-a-half mark, there's still a lot of roamers being held from DZ. They have full dining control. It looks like SSG are going to be planting inside of Snowmobile from the main breach. So getting dining control is not a critical thing that you have to accomplish, but it sure would be nice. And if they don't get that, the flank from Pamba could be really deadly as we lurk closer towards the end of this round.
Yeah, this round has flown by. We're about to hit the 1 minute mark. Other than Ashen dying and Nafe dying, Nafe again having quite a miserable game. The pressures of taking on a roster and becoming the sole IGL can often impact your ability in-game. I don't know if that's quite the culprit here, but yeah, rough going so far from Nafe. Kobilax gets caught walking by J90. And down he goes. The advantage in numbers goes back to SSG as the execute is about to begin.
A lot of pressure on NJ and Bolo. Two strong guns in their hands, a shotgun and a TCSG. Pambazu, if he needs to be not baiting here to come back later, he's given up dining control, but can he retake it in the nick of time?
It's a great question. Here's Pambazu potentially to the rescue. He'll drop from the hatch. Evades all the eyes of SSG as they get the plant down successfully, but J90 is caught over in connector, and Pambazu is looking for more. Over towards the open breach. One directly to his left. He's spotted, but he still wins the fight against Fultz. Forrest and Benjamaster now, as SSG used to have a numbers advantage. It's all gone. It's in the hands of Dark Zero. NJR picking off Forrest means it's Benja to watch over this diffuser. Easy looking for 4 in a row. Benjamaster's the one who stands in their way. All he needs to do is find these last 2 picks or wait out on time. Bolo flattens him, and Pambazu on 6 HP gets the diffuser. DZ, match point.
Bro, Pambazu sprints out the breach to kill False that was holding it from outside. He wasn't even aiming at the right position. He was aiming head level. False was crouched. He still wins that gunfight. I don't know how he does it. These are positions that no team should be able to pull back from, but Pambazu does what should not be possible, and he makes those plays happen. Just ridiculous gun skill coming out from Pamba to help secure that round. Of course, his teammates playing well there in the end too. Bolo, a big kill right at the end there. NJR from the top floor, also a really important pick. This one here onto Forrest. Everybody contributing, but undoubtedly Pamba, the star of that round. What a ridiculous comeback we've seen from DZ. The difference that we are seeing from them last week versus this week has been night and day, and I am so happy that that means we are going to see a competitive Dark Zero here in Stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people were too quick to write the obituary of DZ after their pretty rough start to the stage against the Sonics. Look at that. Look at that bulletproof camera.
Oh, yeah.
Almost completely concealed by the foliage. But now you can actually move bulletproof cameras. Surely there's somebody watching who has not played since you're able to move it, and they think it's still just static and it just looks straight up at the ceiling. And why would you ever use that?
Yeah.
But I think people were writing off DZ way too early. It was just a single game. And yeah, I mean, obviously people are going to meme because whether they like Troy or whether they hate Dark Zero, it's going to be fun to get involved in the chaos that surrounded that roster move and all that came of SQ and DZ changing up their rosters. But with that said, Nafe has shown promise and has success as an IGL and a leader, and Dark Zero still has an excellent team around that can be IGL'd, that are capable of doing battle with the best of NA. People who are thinking that this was a bottom 4 team, I argue, are wildly off the mark, and DZ is showing that right now in their matchup against Space Station, who, for the record, Space Station entered the day tied for first with Sonics. This is a team that is 2-0, so a Space Station loss in regulation would be surely very frustrating for their own expectations.
They're not out of it yet, though. Kobe takes so much damage, 95, but he escapes back to the comfort of his teammates, not able to pick up that frag. It would have been huge, an opening for SSG to get started on this comeback. A jump out into a Claymore will be just as good, as J90 gets credit for the opening frag onto Pambazu, trying to make an aggressive move. I like that exothermic charge as well, not only giving you some vertical angles, but also opens up into office to some extent. really like to see what they can do with that. They'll be opening up the dining wall now, though, and this is going to be likely where the plant will come on out. They've got 2 smokes, not in the pocket of faults, but being brought elsewhere by these players on SSG to try to make that execute go down. The problem they had when they attacked this bomb site last time was Pambazoo on the top floor. That's not going to be an issue any longer as he jumped into a Claymore. So can these other players up above, Nath, Kobe, and Bolo, deny the plant in the same way that Pamba did? Or is this going to be a change in result where SSG can finally get that plant down and the dining executes?
Yeah, losing your biggest player, not exactly what you want. And DZ will need the rest of this cast to do some serious work. I was just praising them moments ago. NJR, the first kill in that execute. Nave killing Kobe Lax, though, is not what you want to see, especially with the matchup on the line. It's all up to Benjamaster now as the rest of SSG has been vanquished, removed from action. Nave and Bolo to win the matchup for Dark Zero. They've got 30 seconds. Benja's on attack. He does not hold the diffuser. It's been surrendered over by Office and will need to be retrieved. Benj is attempting to fake them out. He'll run to the Zoto canister, which has frozen the doorway, and will give some information now to Dark Zero as they continue to peel off, and Nafe has a huge round. That's his first kill, he says. That's one. That's one. And that's all he needs. Sometimes the impact kills really are all you focus on. DZ wins 5 in a row. And the matchup is theirs. They prevail over SSG, Jesse.
That they do. Fantastic play coming out from Nafe at the end. Yeah, there was a TK in there as well. Maybe it evens out. But all that matters is the impact. And the only stat line that matters at the end of the day is the one at the very top of the screen. It will read 7 for Dark Zero, giving them their first win. And I think it's safe to say they are back. We saw some much better play out of Kobe. Pamba played really well today, undoubtedly the MVP. And then some fantastic play from Bolo, especially at the end as well. Really brought it home from Dark Zero. They should feel very good about that game.
Absolutely. DZ showing that it just takes a little bit of time for them to find their footing, and they found it against Space Station. We're halfway done with day number 3. We'll be back with 2 more exciting matchups in just a second.
Okay.
One Ivy.
I have eyes for sight.
Yeah, bomb
he
dash,
is
we go
pushing
bomb.
top. He is
Okay.
pushing top.
Back up the library. Back up the library.
You guys are good. You guys are good.
Deep.
I can call
He's
when he's
frozen
outside.
Ivy. He's frozen
One at
Ivy.
a time. If he gets.
I have your
bomb.
mez. I have your mez. Let's go.
Dark Zero proving that losing to Sonics last week was not the be-all end-all for their stage, and they can make adjustments against one of the hottest teams in the league. Space Station goes down, Dark Zero takes Chalet by a 7-4 scoreline, and finally we get to see what Kobalax can really do in the server.
They're competitive.
Yeah, it was nice to see. I mean, especially at the end there, even though Nafe was on a donut until that last round, just him getting up, going, I got one, and the smiles on everybody's faces. It looks like a much more rejuvenated Dark Zero than stage 1 than we've seen prior. Obviously, still some things that they need to work out on their attacks and on their defenses, but absolutely competitive day today, so you got to be proud of your DZ.
Yeah, I think what ultimately led this team to have success, it came down to the bans. It was the Doki Azami. They went back to the original. I'm just completely playing. I mean, Kobalax specifically, and Pamba Party, NJR. I mean, all these players were having very clutch moments across the board. Yeah, we talked about Nate not having that success, but he is the IGL. We typically sometimes see the IGL not performing extremely well. But all in all, I mean, this was a very highly competitive game from Dark Zero, far better than what we saw against Sonics. And really, this is convincing. This is what I wanted to see in the Sonics matchup, but that we didn't get to see, unfortunately. So I'm very excited to see the rest of these matches and what DZ is going to bring and how they're going to change, because realistically, they played a lot faster pace of Siege than we typically have seen DZ.
Yeah, but it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Their attacks were very split up.
Yeah.
Yes, it was faster paced in some areas, but on other areas, it was very slow. They were getting red. It was really their defenses that ended up them carrying them through. And I would almost say it was SSG giving the ability for them to lose these rounds and DZ capitalize on SSG's mistakes. And that's what I like to see, but it didn't feel like it was a DZ all throughout win.
Undefeated on defense for Dark Zero when they switched sides, and I think you can improve on the speed of your attacks, the efficiency of your attacks, when your defense is the main thing carrying you through games like this.
Yeah, definitely. And again, you know, to highlight Kobe here specifically, I mean, he was playing some of these positions extremely well, getting those first or 2 kills. And the fact, you know, to have that bounce back of obviously not having the performance you wanted from the first game, but to immediately jump into this second game and just completely throw away what happened, focus on what you need to do, and especially being the new guy, I can only imagine what that does for everyone else on the roster to perform.
Against a really good opponent today, too.
Yeah, it was definitely the confidence. I felt like there was no moment, even though they were down 2-4, they didn't let that shake them. With Ashen talking to them, there wasn't really a moment that they shook them. It was just like they were able to just slaughter through. In this clip, you see Panda playing in Kitchen, and he could go for a flank. There was somebody just there. He makes the quote-unquote wrong decision to go back down to the site, but he then just runs through the site and farms everybody from SSG. And so even though he made the quote-unquote wrong decision instead of flanking, he makes the right plays by getting all of these kills to retake and get DZ this win. And also, that is a round from SSG that they should not be losing. SSG...
Immediately after their tag timeout, that happens.
We specifically highlighted with SSG that when they get rounds, not to bite off more than they can chew. The plant's down. Why is your connector player walking into wine? Why is your breach player surprised somebody's running out on him? We got somebody upstairs doing God knows what, and Benj is in the back. Like, what? SSG, just play for the plan.
And this is exactly what I was saying, that I don't think this is a shaking off rust thing. I don't think this is getting used to the roster. I think this is simple fundamentals of understanding what is happening and putting priority in the spot where it needs to be put.
Yeah, every game for Space Station's either been close or a loss so far, and none of that is really the direction that they want to go in. But for DZ to bounce back after that Sonics game immediately into this one is a wonderful sight to see. And we got the rookie himself. Kobalax is in for his very first NAL interview. Dude, congratulations. Welcome to the big leagues, my dude. Talk to me about how this matchup went for you guys. So perfect defenses overall. We had criticisms about your attacks against SQ, but why was that defensive half on Chalet against this team as perfect as it was?
I mean, bro, our defense been good in scrims forever, like on that map specifically. Like, I knew no matter what, if we were down 2-4, 1-5, we were going to flow on defenses no matter what, bro. Like, I knew we were winning that game on defenses. Like, we've been good at it against any team in T1. Like, I mean, we're just nasty on defense. I mean, we're all shooters. And, you know, on defense, you play make, you shoot. I mean, defense is just easy. We just float. I mean, we were just floating. You've seen it. We were floating.
All right, I got 2 questions for you, Kobalax. 1, how you got your gamer tag, and then 2, what was it like stepping into that first match against SQ, obviously not having that result, but then immediately bouncing back today and having the performance that you even specifically had?
I mean, okay, so the game attack, I mean, my game attack, me and my brother came up with it like 10 years ago, like before I even played Siege. Like, it had nothing to do with Siege or nothing. Man, like the bounce back from Sonic to this game, I mean, Sonic's, you know, was the first Pro League game, first game in Pro League or whatever. I mean, I wasn't shaking or nothing. I'm not going to shake against those guys. I don't think they're that good of a team. And like, I've been scrimming them for a while now. Like, you know, I'm not going to shake against those guys or anything. I mean, it was just a first game experience. I mean, I really didn't even put any mind into it. I came into this game knowing I was going to drop double digits. Default. Double digits default.
I mean, the confidence speak through your gameplay today. I mean, you looked phenomenal. So congratulations on the win and congratulations on the performance.
Yeah, I mean, I love that confidence, and I just wanted to ask, with this win, do you think that you guys showcased everything that is potential with Dark Zero, or is there still a long ways to go on your side, on your guys' back end side?
Nah, I think there's still a long ways to go. We still got to work on things, and I mean, it's a long time till playoffs. No, I mean, we're gonna be a way different, better team when it's playoffs time. I mean, we're still working, and we're just gonna keep floating until that happens. We're gonna keep improving every day, 1% a day. Simple.
You guys only had one game to play last week. It was the Sonics game. Everyone hyper-focused on that because it was the one time that we got to see you play, and then we had to wait a week until it happened again. Yeah. Was there anything about only playing one game last week that was annoying because now you have to play every single play day from here on out? What were your thoughts about only starting off week one with just the one match?
I mean, the only thought about starting with one match is that I wanted to play. I mean, that's really it. I just want to play. It's my first stage of Pro League. I'm just trying to play as much games as I can. And then honestly, playing one game that week would kind of suck for me because I just want to play, bro. I just want to play. I just want to play.
And for those who may not know anything about you in particular, some people might know your tier 2 time. It was winning Element 2 with Envy, or your time spent on Makers. But for those who have no idea who Kobalex is, give the world an introduction, man. Tell us how you started playing the game and what it's been like getting to tier 1.
I mean, I've always been like a console kid. I've been a console kid forever. I've been playing seasons before its first season came out. I've been playing seasons before its first season came out. I switched to PC a year ago. We started playing comp instantly. Not instantly, like 3 months after I came to PC.
Wow.
I started playing comp. My first tourney on PC was Element 2. I won it. My second tourney was Element 3. I won it. Now I'm in Pro League. I'm floating against the pro players. Ashton was typing. You shouldn't have type, bro. You shouldn't have type. You cannot type against a typer. I'm a typer, you know? Like, even Walker knows. Even like Spiker said in that one interview, he didn't give me that try because I typed against them. You cannot type against a typer, bro. You can't. You can't. You're going to lose every time. You're going to lose every single time.
Well, it's a good thing Dark Zero finally have some keyboard warriors that they can have in games at the same time they got shooters in the lobby. Dude, again, congratulations on the win. Hopefully this streak keeps up for you. We'll see you guys tomorrow, okay?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Peace out.
He also said, by the way, that he was going to drop double digits. He came so close. He went 9-8. He was so close to double digits today.
Double digits default.
I saw you heard that. Yeah,
I don't even care about that. I mean, I'm just like, to see such a young player come into this with such ferocity, such tenacity, such confidence, that's great. But also comes consistency. So I got to see this performance from him throughout the rest of the stage and not just this matchup.
And I'm happy that Dark Zero came out with the win. I'm very happy that they definitely feel confident. But all across the board, statistically, it really looked like it was SSG's game to lose. There was plenty of scenarios where they had the opening pick, where they had the position that they needed. And of course, Dark Zero is a very slow, methodical team. They choke you out in the last final minutes, and they did a great job at that. But even in that clip that we saw of Panba, sometimes you could make the bad play statistically on paper, but if the enemy team is giving you just free kills and you're just hitting those shots, I mean, the tides can turn. And unfortunately for SSG, it looked like it was in their favor. It looked like they were the consistent team that we wanted to see, but we were still seeing that 7-5 rusted team that is either scraping a win by or just losing it all.
Listen, we got to retire the word rust at this point, because again, this is just coming. This is literally coming down to just sheer fundamentals. I know I keep saying fundamentals, but it's literally that's as simple as something is. It's just getting an understanding of, hey, this is what needs to be done. This is the, you know, the ABCs of how we get to here, and it's just not being done. And after 3 games, we're seeing it, and now it's declining because they couldn't even get a 7-5. I just want to see something a little better. Just want to see something cleaner.
Dude, you want us to retire the word rust? We're commentators. There's a ton of words that we just keep overusing over and over again, like the word banger. If you guys have any suggestions for any other word that I can use there, no, barn burner gets overused too.
That's classic.
Like slobberknocker, I come back to a lot. We got to open up our lexicons. There's way more words that we can use for this type of stuff. Let me know what can replace banger, and I'll use it on the broadcast next week. Anyway, we're done. We're halfway done with day 3. We got another one up on deck that is actually probably way more interesting than it may let on paper. Seen on NBC and LG. Back after this.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
The upper echelons of the NAL may be setting in early. M80 look pretty good, Sonics are a monster, and Space Station's trying to carve out a place for themselves, and C9BC and LG don't want to be left in the dust. Even on day 3, this league is super tight, and the reigning major champions still have a chance to give us a good first impression because they've only played 1 game so far. Welcome back to the NAL. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he's Foxay. This one I feel like is underrated based on every other game on the schedule, but LG are looking pretty good, and again, C9BC, reigning major champions, only played 1 BO1 so far.
Yeah, it's very underrated indeed, and we keep talking about this story time and time again. C9BC won the major, so it's a whole new set of obstacles in front of them to stay consistent, to reinvent the wheel practically in what they've already found success in. Luminosity still trying to find their baby steps in finding success, and so I feel like both teams are matching up really well. They both want to kind of grasp at that 3rd to 4th place spot at being in the top of the teams, and so they're both competing. And for today, I think it would really be a good roadmap as to who will find that 3rd to 4th place spot in NA based on this game today.
Personally, I don't think this is an underrated match at all. I mean, C9BC we didn't get to see a lot of because they only played 1 game last week against M80, and obviously we did touch up and say that they look like they should have won that game. But as for Luminosity, this is a team, again, that we had at the bottom of the barrel. They didn't prove anything to us, and they've been improving every single game that we've seen so far. Sure, they may have played Consulate twice, whatever, but they have been improving nonetheless. So I am excited to see this matchup for both teams to see if you learn what you learned from that M80 game or from LG to just keep improving and keep looking like a far better LG than what we've seen.
Let's put C9BC up on the board first. We haven't seen these guys in a hot minute because they only played 1 game last week, and it was an 8-6 loss to M80 on Clubhouse. But again, they didn't play a game on Friday, so they've had a whole week to think about what went wrong and how to bounce back against LG.
Yeah, again, you know, we talked about this game pretty fairly and just recently here. Obviously, in that M80 game on that Clubhouse, they looked like they should have won. It came down to just small fundamental errors that was triggering these losses for them or these rounds not secured. And
if you go to overtime, you should hopefully win that thing.
And again, that happens. But for your first game coming back, obviously not being able to play at not wildcard EWC, they didn't have a lot of time. So obviously coming out, swinging out the gates, going 6-8, you know,
that's a team you could say have rust, right?
For sure, absolutely. But then, you know, the biggest thing to take away from that is more so the fact it's just small errors. So that is the key thing to take away here, and it's just the small minutia details that, again, made them lose those rounds. And I have a video that specifically goes into that. Is to quickly touch up on, I believe it was the round 9?
Should have been round 9, yeah.
Yeah, round 9, where, honestly, again, this was a situation where we see a bandit trick that comes from hot and cold that immediately should win this round. Like stopping this wall, denying this wall should win you the round 110% of the time. It just comes down to huge misplays, which is exactly what we saw in this round specifically. Obviously, they get this wall. It then goes into a situation where not hot and cold, Hyper comes in through garage, netting free kills, which realistically should never happen in this situation. It just goes to show these small details can truly lose you rounds that you should just win 110% of the time. And again, you could say, you know, it's the rust that's being shaken off. They hadn't played for a while. That's an important thing. Now it's to come into today to really look like a better team.
I think it comes down to the confidence. You win the Manchester Major. If you're holding Rafters, you're swinging Hyper at the bottom. You know, you stop the server wall, you're probably thinking, my team's going to win this round no matter what. So I'm going to swing this. I'm going to swing here. And every single fight that we saw in that clip was C9BC taking individual 1v1s. And unfortunately, they didn't just fall back to what won them the Manchester Major in the first part, which is team play.
Yeah. Tough loss back on day number 1 on Thursday. But if anybody was performing above and beyond, in his case, exactly where he was performing back in stage 1, Diffuser is still on a hot streak.
And it was the guy on the camera that you saw right there. I mean, you cannot not talk about Diffuser on this team. I mean, for a rookie entering your first stage, your first appearance in Pro League, to win it all in, you know, your regional, and then to go to Manchester and win it all, I mean, I don't think that's been done by any other player, or at least for a long time, I should say. A player that's been able to come in and immediately transition into
at least in North America, I don't think it's happened.
Yeah. A major win overall. I mean, Diffuser is a phenomenal player for this roster, and I'm very excited to see how he keeps developing throughout these stages.
Let's talk about Luminosity. Their opponent on the other end, 2 games on Consulate, 1 win, 1 loss. Most recently, playing against, God, was it Space Station?
Los.
It was, yep. Second straight Consulate matchup. But again, out of the box with Woos, they're looking pretty hot.
Yeah, they're looking really good. We love what we're seeing out of Woos. We love what we're seeing out of LG. Everything that they're bringing so far in their pre-match is amazing. Their executes have been phenomenal. Their defenses have been pretty good, but it all comes down to their preparation. And that's what I love highlighting about these guys, is it really looks like they're doing the work and the homework outside of the game. And when they bring it into the game, everything goes flawlessly until they run into a roadblock. Once they run into these roadblocks, they just have so many issues. And here's one of those roadblocks I'm going to show you. They have to fall back into a basic default take. They are going for a vertical play on the CEO bomb site. Foltz comes for a flank. He's able to shut down Silent. And now LG just shuts down. They lose their other flank watch player downstairs, and they continuously fall into these 1v1s of just stalling out. They've lost their execute. They lost their X factor early on. And what does Luminosity do? They don't do anything, because when they lose the whole game plan of their preparation, of their pre-planned take, they stumble out. They just fall on each other's shoulders. They don't really execute together, and they just lose and start bleeding and hemorrhaging kills 1v1s. And so when we see their pre-planned executes work, we saw that really well against Los, and they're able to just strike through on their attacks. But when we saw them play against SSG and they put roadblocks up, unfortunately for LG, but they didn't have enough practice on their basic takes.
They're a very objective-oriented team, too. Coming into today, Eddie was the player among every player in the NAL who had the most plants. So very clearly there's an option that they want to go for on attack. They know what they want to do in the early game, but when they stall out in the late game, how reminiscent of that, if at all, is it to what the common criticism of Dark Zero is when their attacks were to stall out? Is it the same thing or is it different?
I don't want to say it's the same thing, because with Dark Zero, each one of those players can be able to adapt. Sure, it does come down to the IGL, but every single one of those individual players outside of Kobe Lack should be able to quickly identify what's going wrong and feed that information, where LG is still new. They still need a lot of that practice, and
sure,
it clearly goes to show when they're in that situation, you aren't able to adapt, and that just comes down to, again, fundamentals of the game and just properly addressing what might need to be addressed, or putting priority to that they just lack.
Yeah, they have the hard stuff down. Pre-preparing plans, getting rushes ready, they have that difficult stuff down. Now, the easy spots of just doing default takes, default executes, and making fail-safes in case somebody gets picked first, that just comes with playtime and experience. So with time, hopefully Luminosity is able to iron out those folds.
Still a fun, unique team on attack, and still, again, that Los game on console we're going to be remembering for a while. And we get Border in this case. C9BC looked to be attacking first. I'm down for this.
Yeah, first Border in NA. I'm really excited. I mean, I always love Border. I'm a great, great Border IGL. And so it's always nice to see what teams bring to such an aggressive map. A lot of people aren't fans of Border because of how aggressive it is or how small it is, but I really love attack-sided maps where teams are contested. They can't just sit in the site and do nothing. You actively need to be moving around on defense, contesting positions, likewise on attack. So I love Border. I'm excited for this match.
So me personally, I would have rather had Luminosity start attack here than give it to C9 Beast Coast, just for the simple fact of it really can get the comms flowing. It can allow them to really find, again, that tempo that we want to see them, because they have been improving in that aspect. And then you just fall back to your defense, which ultimately is the easier end, because you know what to do. You know what can be worked around the map.
Sure.
You know where you can move through. Not that Border's a big map, but defense just allows you naturally as a team to get a general understanding what can happen and what can't happen, versus attack, a lot of things can happen.
And we know C9BC, we can expect how they're going to play, but with Luminosity, everything that we just talked about is how good their pre-planned executes are. And Border is a map that you can do every single site a pre-planned execute, and we haven't seen LG play it yet, so we'll have to see if C9BC can auto-correct and pre-prepare what LG is going to do and set up those roadblocks ahead of time so that Luminosity doesn't run away with a couple of these attacks.
Rest in peace, that perfect prediction percentage, by the way. You had it up until Dark Zero pulled off the upset against Space Station in the last game, but no hope for LG. Again, we made these predictions before we knew it was Border, but would Border have swayed your prediction either way on whether C9BC win this game?
Not necessarily. I think C9BC to still be talked about as a top 4 team, expect them to do well at the next major, be a major winning contending team. I believe they have to win here.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think this more, in my opinion, does favor Beast Coast starting on this attack side and then switching into that defense.
Sure.
So again, that goes into what I was saying. I would rather see Luminosity on that attack versus defense, because it's really a lot of these highly contested spots are, like I said, are going to be top east. They're going to be a break room. They're going to be CCTV. They're going to be dome. And a lot of those situations, LG is going to have to be quickly identifying where they need to be putting a man up or removing a man to fall back. And that, again, that comes down to those basic fundamentals of being on that situation, of being able to quickly identify what needs to be happening in those moments.
Yeah, LG doing exactly what we were hoping for, not going back to a repeat map 3 straight games in a row. We've seen that happen before. What, did Wildcard do 3 straight Oregons or something in stage 1?
Yeah.
They came close, and they didn't win all of them, which is the overall point. Now heading to Border, the first time we're seeing the map is all the way in Play Day 3, We still haven't seen a lair yet, but I'm perfectly comfortable with a border in this case.
And the nice thing, too, specifically, is C9 Beast Coast did get to sit out and watch this team play. Granted, both games were on console. It's still, you can take from it and learn, like, what this team does when the fail-safes aren't there. When
you know their attacks are creative. You know their early game is good.
You know when they're starting out fast, if you shut that down, that you're going to immediately trump their entire attack, and they're going to look lost.
Exactly. You know what to expect. You know C9 Luminosity is going to be going for these fast, aggressive attacks. They're going to be spawn peeking, playing aggressive on defense. You know what to look for. So C9 BC has been on the best stage and won it. So if you're letting a team like Luminosity, not to take anything away from them, but if you're letting them get on top of you and get these rounds away, unfortunately, that would just be really scary for C9 BC. They have to come here and make their stand in week 2. Absolutely.
It's true. Again, still law of first impressions. There's still an opportunity for them to weasel their way into a top 4 position. There's still plenty of time left, and we're not concerned for them at all. The Manchester Miracle Workers themselves are going to need to find their way back into this game, and Luminosity, I think, have something to say about it. It's the Canucks with the call. Parker Mackay and Jesse Chick.
Well, thank you so very much. Luminosity has a single victory so far this stage, and it comes over another team that starts with L. Los, which is a team that has been in the basement of North America for a while. Now, granted, we are only a couple play days in, but Los is currently sitting in a playoff spot. Will they hold on to that? They're not actually in action today. They have the day off. The Luminosity will go up against the defending major champions who had a bit of a break themselves last week, and C9 BC, after their loss to M80, will certainly be coming back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I agree with what the desk was saying. This feels like a must-win if we still want to consider Beast Coast as a team that could win majors, right? A lot of people, rightfully so, I would say, said that Cloud9 Beast Coast were the best team in the world, and they certainly were. But in the offseason, they didn't really have the results they were looking for, and then their opening play day of the North American League didn't exactly go the way they wanted either. So this needs to be a bounce-back game. This is the game that instills confidence in Cloud9 Beast Coast. It tells us, guys, don't worry, they're back. Maybe a couple stumbles here and there, but this is still a team that we expect to see in Montreal, that we expect to see fighting to win Montreal, just as they did Manchester.
I mean, Beast Coast lost to them in the last stage. Now they're not just Beast Coast, they're C9 BC, Cloud9 Beast Coast. But Luminosity had the upper hand against them on Clubhouse in a 7-4 victory in the very first week of games. Beast Coast actually played 2 matches that day. They also lost to OXG. So Beast Coast didn't exactly have the best start. Their third match, a loss to Wild Card. So Beast Coast know adversity. They know what it's like to lose a couple matches, but then still ultimately bounce back, improve, not just make it to a major, but then win the whole damn thing. We're going to need a moment or two just to determine when we actually get this matchup started, because there are, unfortunately, more hurdles that are preventing us from getting to the starting line. We'll throw to a quick break and we'll come back when we're ready to get into the matchup of Luminosity versus C9 BC.
right, operator bans. Jesse, your favorite part of the whole matchup. It's actually crazy to think that your favorite part is just 4 operators being banned, but you love talking about it, and I don't want to get in your way. So, what are you seeing so far from the C9 BC and Luminosity matchup?
Well, I think a Beast Coast attacking ban was going to be the hardest one to predict. I thought maybe a Ying would come out, but Dokkaebi is not that crazy. And a Frost ban. Okay, that's definitely new. I thought the Fenrir would come out because that's typically what Beast Coast ban on this map. This should be an Azami coming out from Luminosity to pair with their Montaigne. Yes, they banned the same 2 operators every game so far this stage, so no surprises out of LG. Dokkaebi and Frost. Really interesting bans coming out from Beast Coast. It's going to leave the Ying on the board, which I'm assuming these teams are going to try to take advantage of. Can be very good for some rush executes. Rushes are so good on border to come on out from both Beast Coast and Luminosity. And then we'll see if that Fenrir does get played. Obviously, since the nerf hasn't been seeing as crazy pick rates / win rates that we've seen in the past from Fenrir, but certainly can still be a strong operator.
The Frost ban is certainly quite fascinating. And if you go back to the previous stage, ask yourself the question, was Frost ever banned in stage 1 of the NAL? The answer is no. The off-meta bans, because there were a lot of defender bans in stage 1, and we'll use stage 1 right now solely because of the fact that we have played that full stage. We're still very early into stage 2 before we can start breaking down numbers. But Fenrir and Azami dominated the bans. Valkyrie, Solus, Kaid, Tubarão, and Mira were there as well. The ban picks, it was Warden, Smoke, Might, Clap, and Bandit. Those were the one-off picks. So far through stage 2, there's been a bit more variation with these bans. We saw the one-off bans so far of Clash, Mira, and Valkyrie, as it's been Azami and Tubarão leading the way. No Fenrir bans yet, largely because of the nerfs the operator had, and his pick rate is quite low too. A Frost ban is a first for this year in the NAL.
Yeah, certainly going to be exciting to see that Frost and see if there are any plans that get disrupted on the side of Luminosity, but we'll jump back into it here for the first round. It'll be a Blitz from Spirits and a Ying from Gavin as well, so a lot of explosive potential coming out from Cloud9 Beast Coast on this first round. If they want to go for a rush, I talked about how aggressive and good those rushes can be. Looks like they're going to jump on into top east and right a moment here, but Woos is ready.
So is Spirits. So is Woos. So is Spirits. So is Woos. And there's Spirits and Woos doing battle. Spirits has been shoved off of his position. And there's the read from Hot and Cold to shut down Woos and then reflexively fire away at that soft wall inside a fountain. That's where Wi-Fi is playing, by the way. Silent is back to his regular name. Kixrow, the first pick for LG, removes Gunner. Gunner didn't exactly have the greatest result in the first game of stage 1, but he was the MVP of the Manchester Major. A slow start in one stage is not the be-all, end-all. But if Gunner has a slow day today, it will make their matchup against Luminosity quite challenging for Cloud9 Beast Coast.
So you lost your only hard breach too. That means that office wall is gonna stay shut. Might make this push a little bit more difficult. Cloud9 Beast Coast, I don't think we're gonna see a pivot. They're probably still gonna be pushing office. It's just gonna be a very linear take as they just have to funnel through this office door. The Blitz makes that more doable, but if Kixrow can do some damage and maybe get a pick before they can actually go in for that execute, they're gonna be in a tough spot. I really like these angles from Luminosity. We'll see how they do.
Wait, with Hot on the followers, the Banshee going off. And Silent is in a tough position. And Houghton looks for something, but we are frozen. Are you frozen?
I am frozen, Parker. I cannot see what's going on, but I can hear what's going on.
Got a pick.
Somewhat.
Gavin and Gunner are Woos had died early on. The C9 Beast Coast in a first spot. Diffuser toying with this door inside a fountain. Tim, Spirits, and Hot and Cold as the 3 remaining. You can see Spirits very low on HP. Hot and Cold also quite low. Good news for Luminosity is that any damage that's done
You are seeing far more than I am, Parker, so I have no extra input to give. But I do think that, I mean, losing Gunner early on in that round would have been a problem for that team. Again, just the angles being so limited, I imagine would make that take very difficult. I am getting word that it seems like Luminosity was able to win that round 1 as well. Not exactly sure how, but that's nice to see from LG. I think it's good to come back to the expectations that the desk set on Cloud9 Beast Coast. This is a game that they are expected to win. They're up against a team from Luminosity who are not considered to be a top squad, despite their success over the summer offseason. So for Cloud9 Beast Coast, I'm not that worried. It's only a 1-0 deficit, but we really need to see these rounds going back in their favor.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to go. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Me too. Me as well. Looks like we're still working through this round. Minute 45 on the clock. It's a 5v5. Some trap operators up for LG as well.
It's a tough jump in there from Gap Z9. Kicks for the casualty so far, but with him being dead on that Capkin roll, at least those tripwires will be present for the remainder of the round. Depending on how Luminosity is able to play this clock, Jesse, C9BC could find themselves running into those EDDs without being able to drone them out effectively or keep track of where they are. Luminosity answers back if they'd lost Kicksrow earlier. Wi-Fi playing downstairs in customs will get 1 pick. Diffuser answers by getting rid of Silent, and these teams will just continue to trade with 1 minute to go.
They continue to lose the man advantage inside of Luminosity. Diffuser for 2. It leaves Woos and Wi-Fi. 2v4, not a great position. There is some low players. Diffuser damage on the retreat. Great angle to finally punish it. That's 1 trade back. Can they get any more than that, though? Wi-Fi's in this now by Customs. Do they do?
No, Wi-Fi. This is the same spot he's in before. He's about to look the wrong way. Gunner inching ever closer through lobby, and now it's Woos with a shield that's about to collapse on him, and that is not a fun experience. He learns the hard way what it's like to deal with an angry French Canadian on a very fast German shield operator. Spirits, maybe not the person that you think of on shields so much any longer, but has a long and proud history of rocking those operators so successfully. And with it, they're able to answer back the previous round that Luminosity had won.
Especially on the Blitz, Spirits is sometimes known as one of the best Blitz players in the world. If it's a Monty, it's probably hot and cold for Beast Coast, but Spirits is extremely good on the Blitz. I love seeing that come out of him as Beast Coast. Cloud9 Beast Coast try to make it to a major in the home province of Spirit as well. Grew up in Rimouski, Quebec, started playing Siege in 2015, switched to PC in 2018, and then bounced around to a couple of different teams. First joining Tier 1 Siege when he won the Canada Division in 2020 on Altiora, and then moved over to that XSET core that eventually became M80, played a little bit for Wildcard, and now has found his home on Cloud9 Beast Coast, where he has been undoubtedly achieving the heights of his career. he's going to pick this operator on more rounds than I think he doesn't. We're going to see him play a lot of Blitz because he's so proficient with this one op in the game. And Luminosity, I'm not sure they're going to have great answers for it. Yes, they're bringing the Legion every round. Yes, they're doing what they can with the Warden, but it is not easy when a good Blitz player is running you down.
No, there's really not that much you can do right now. I mean, impacts were a pretty good way of dealing with these shield operators, but their effectiveness has been reduced recently. So you're not able to do as much as you would have liked with them. So now it really just comes down to, can you out melee them or can you shoot them while their shield is in motion? What is going on here, by the way, with referencing every single location of every player in the game? What are you, Pierre? What are you, Pierre Maguire? What is going on? From Rimouski?
Yes, sir. It's the fun facts. It's what the viewers want to hear. Maybe there's a fan. Maybe there's a fan out there in Rimouski who wants to know where his favorite players are from.
Viewers, is that what you're looking for? Or are you looking for Luminosity getting a double kill to start this round? And Eddie is unable to deal with the players down below as C9 Beast Coaster swept out. Luminosity started with that two-piece. It was an answer back from the major champions. Boy, Gavin really is motionless. You'd think that it was just a picture, but he just blinked. He better not blink in-game. Silent on the diffuser. Gavin will need to get into position, but I don't know if he'll be able to stop this in time. Yes, he is! But he's traded out by Eddie. Luminosity might have sacrificed Silent, but they cannot give the round away. There's plenty of people on the side of LG still alive to deal with that diffuser. And it's LG to win another round. But both these teams, they go back to back to back.
That we do. Nice little opening, couple of 2Ks coming out from Luminosity. Set that right. One thing that Fox said on the desk before we started was that this is one of those maps where you can really pre-plan all of your attacks. I mean, this is a map that you can get into the bomb site from outside the building pretty much every single time. You don't have to do much map clearing on border if you don't want to. And certainly it feels like that is the game plan from Cloud9 Beast Coast. A lot of these direct site rushes that have had some limited success. I'd actually argue the only round that they won, round number 2, was the round where they did the most roam clearing, where they got the most opening picks around the map before they went for the direct site hits. So as the game continues on, as we get deeper into this first half, we'll find out if Cloud9 Beast Coast want to change their strategy at all. Perhaps that repick from the Blitz over to the Brava from Spirits indicates that they are going to try to change up their plan a little bit. But we'll have to see. It feels like Luminosity have loaded into this game with a really good idea of what Cloud9 Beast Coast want to accomplish, and they've been countering it more often than not.
I don't think we're going to have one blowout today when it comes to these teams. I'm expecting all of them to be quite evenly matched. As it has been a long day, unfortunately beset by some technical issues that have delayed our broadcasts. You and I at least started casting our first matchup about 2 hours and 45 minutes ago, and we still have the remainder of this matchup and yet another to go. Because there are 9 teams in the NAL, Los has the day off. That means Wildcard versus OXG are in our final matchup, and that one to me will be fascinating to watch because Wildcard has given 2 really good fights in their matches despite coming up empty-handed. They lost to the Sonics in the very first stage 5-7, and then against M80 it was a 4-7 loss, but both quite close, and M80 and Sonics are looking like 2 of the best teams, if not the 2 best teams in the NAL.
Yep.
As for OXG, they lost to SSG in a tight matchup by 5-7, and then got humbled by Los 4-7. So one of these teams will have to win. They currently are tied in 8th. So some of them, one of these teams, they will emerge out of the basement with at least 2 points. Cloud9 Beast Coast also one of the teams in the basement, and they are fighting for their lives against Luminosity.
Fighting to get into the building at this point. The break room control being held firmly by LG. I've been liking this play from Kixro. He's in a very difficult spot with a lot of people training their sights on him, but so far he's managed to stay alive, deny hard breach, have a huge impact, and work with Wi-Fi to maintain control of this top floor part of the map. We have yet to see Cloud9 Beast Coast find any sort of an entry. With time, they will likely give up these positions. At least Kixro likely will, and I believe has. Wi-Fi probably playing to die down here, and Hot and Cold surely gets a free pick as somebody runs past his crosshair. There it is. Silent goes down.
That's the very first pick of the round, and it comes with only a minute to go. Cloud9 Beast Coast destroying Luminosity, not allowing them much, but there's Woos to try to keep numbers down, or Eddie rather was the one credited with that kill. Now it's Woos far away to watch the bomb site, antagonized by the death mark of Deimos. Hot and Cold knows the whereabouts of this last player right now inside of Archives and is likely giving that information to the rest of his team. Woos very worried about what lies below, but just down the hallway, just to his left, there's one player from C9 Beast Coast he needs to fear. The Ace. The Selmas could go on that wall and potentially open things up. There's a mute jammer that I assume is stopping it for now. Nice play by Woos. Trying his luck against Spirits. He knows he needs to go for the double swing. He's good for one kill. But Spirits will have the last laugh on that engagement and is overjoyed, as you can see on your screen. Cloud9 Beast Coast muscle back that round, and again, these teams are just so evenly matched.
You know what they say about patience, Parker?
It's a virtue?
It's a virtue, and it's a virtue that Beast Coast clearly have. A lot of time spent holding angles from outside of the map in that round, but it paid off big time. Not only first finding the opening frag onto the mute, down inside of waiting, then being able to find the kills onto the dock. They were aware that they were these players on the side of LG who were getting a little antsy. They didn't have to go out for these swings. They didn't have to peek outside of the break room door, but they did, and Beast Coast were so ready for it. C9 BC were holding their angles. They were taking their time. They were not concerned about that clock, and it paid off so well for them. They got great opening picks on those aggressive players and built themselves a man advantage that they just could not lose from. Yeah, it was a good attempt from Woos. Was in a strong position for the 1v3 again with the office wall staying closed, not dissimilar to the very first round of this map, but still with the man advantage, it was too good for Cloud9 Beast Coast. So the back and forth game continues, and as we see Cloud9 Beast Coast getting a little bit more comfortable on border, things could be looking rough for Luminosity looking forward.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really have enough information from border to start throwing out, oh, is it attacker favored? Oh, is it defender sided, etc. It's the first time border's actually been played here in the NAL, at least for this stage, so we're waiting those numbers. Chalet, a matchup that was just finished, by the way, seemed to be a bit defender-sided in the way that those numbers go. Clubhouse, attacker-sided at the moment. Consulate, 50-50 through 34 rounds. And Nighthaven Labs is 48-52. So with these maps getting a lot of play, Clubhouse, Consulate, and Nighthaven have dominated in terms of rounds played at this point. Well, we're starting to get information on the board. Hard to do for border. But border is a bit of a chaotic map, as you can see from that engagement, where Wi-Fi gets the first kill. Spirits trades back, but onto a different player, and now Wi-Fi will come into the same spot. Spirits manages to get away with his life intact, but could re-engage and find himself in a bit of damage. An engagement from Kickstro will go his way, and LG have the upper hand in terms of man count as the shield from Spirits looks to get ever closer. Kickstro's backed away. Will hold this position. The bomb site is not upstairs, Jesse, despite where all the action is coming from.
No, that's right. The bomb site's down inside of the bathroom, and the control from Cloud9 Beast Coast, well, a lot of it's not great top floor, but the Diffuser actually inside of waiting. They can start and execute here. Those 3 Selmas in the pocket of Gunner can be useful to try to break into the bomb site, or slightly reinforce that single wall from bathroom down inside of waiting. Some Selma's getting used on the top floor instead, though. I think was that used on the floor? Was it the bottom part of the wall? It was on the floor that he sent that out. So some soft breach will help them out. Obviously, they don't have much soft breach other than those Selmas, so maybe some value coming out of that. And another pick will equalize the man count. With the man count being grabbed, Gunner now in a 3v2. His teammates looking good.
That's LG with 2 very quick kills. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And now both a Goo Mine and a Banshee working to slow down Diffuser. He just needs to show patience here. Kickstro going for the reload. He's got both the T9 and that Super Shorty that can pack quite the punch. Final EE1D will go out, and the deployable shield will show his way. How on earth did Diffuser get picked off from that spot? Or Gavin, rather. Silent now is the last one from LG. Diffuser waiting on time, but he has no way to deal with this, and Silent pops up and kills him with a shotgun. That's a really tough interaction for Diffuser to take, and an even harder one for him to win.
does not go his way, and LG gains the lead again.
A great attempt, certainly from Diffuser. He did his best there, but that was just too difficult of a position with the utility that Diffuser had on the Lion. The top floor, I think, it went pretty all right for them. I mean, they got some good trades. I said that they had that man advantage, and in the moment I mentioned it, that man advantage kind of went out the window, which put Diffuser in that kind of awkward situation. I like the movement from Luminosity the most there. They really didn't ever stop going for swings, going for rotations around the map. They didn't make it easy for Cloud9 Beast Coast. They never let Cloud9 Beast Coast breathe. They never let them into a moment where they could just chill out and formulate a plan. There was always some kind of threat being presented by LG. That's kind of how you have to play Border. You know, you're talking about how we don't really have the stats. I think from historical stats and from a general feeling for most competitive players, this can often be a map that is difficult to defend. A lot of the times the attackers are able to get these picks from outside of the building. There's a lot of entry points into bomb sites from outside the building, which will never favor the defenders. So what it really does feel like is sometimes we need defensive teams, if they want to win on Border, to play quite aggressive, to go for spawn peaks, to go for aggro swings, to go for rotations. Luminosity were abusing all of those as they have throughout this game. And it can lead to very 50-50 gunfights sometimes. It can lead to very back and forth rounds. But is that not exactly what we all want to see anyways?
I like it very much. Fans of LG might enjoy this matchup, but maybe not as much as they could because LG has not really been able to stretch this lead. Cloud9 Beast Coast have either been tied or trailing so far through this matchup, which really isn't what you want to start off the stage after winning a major. The championship hangover is something that has been discussed in sports for decades, and you can't escape it in esports as well. C9 Beast Coast, as the prophecy foretold, should do really well on this round. They've already started off strongly by dropping Kixrow. Oh my. Goodbye. No retrieval there whatsoever. Grenade tossed in by Hot and Cold. And it's not technically a kill for Houghton as the damage was done from somebody else, but the grenade will still clean things up either way. 1 minute of action and C9 BC up by 1 player.
Good play by Gunner. Again, we talk about that patience being so good from Cloud9 Beast Coast as a team. Hot and Cold in for a bit of a lurk up east. Will he find anyone up here? I'm not sure that anybody exists. There was one inside of Fountain that's silent. And Woos is in office. And Woos is out of office. Taken out by Hot and Cold. Perfect patience once again, Parker. They're aware of the way LG want to play this map, so they're just holding and letting LG swing. And as the number count goes lower and lower for Luminosity, they get more and more desperate, and these swings become more and more necessary, thus more and more predictable.
Would you say that there's more and more words that you can use to describe what's happening in front of your very eyes, Jesse?
All right.
Jesse, pride of Edmonton, Alberta. He's been gaming since he was a young boy. He used to go by Corn Pop 16, but it's been a long venture all the way from Team Fortress 2 over to Rainbow Six. A really inspiring story for a young man.
You should be a caster.
How's that?
That was
How's
good.
that?
You should be a caster. That was good.
You think it's good?
Yeah, yeah.
Really proud of you. Really proud of me as well. Go us. Let's put it that way.
Not proud of that
A lot of
C4.
action, by the way, has happened since that first burst. It's been all utility battle, and right now, the focus is on opening up that archives wall, something that has not really been possible for C9 BC over the last couple rounds. Final 30 seconds, and there's default cam doing its job. You've got one person from Luminosity on cams, another will join now as Silent is removed. And there goes Eddie and Wi-Fi for a flawless victory in that round for Cloud9 Beast Coast. So, yep, things are going the way they should. 1 round win for Luminosity, then it goes to C9 BC, then back to Luminosity, and so on and so forth. And we end the first half no closer to an end than when we started.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a pretty even game going forward. Sometimes the half swap, though, can be a bit of a game changer. Obviously, on this first half, we saw a lot of aggressive moves from Luminosity that was typically countered by good patience coming out from Cloud9 Beast Coast. I expect the teams will play pretty similar to each other when they swap sides. Again, that's just kind of how Border works more often than not. You're going to see a lot of aggressive swings from the defense. You're going to see the attackers predicting that because it's so common. It could be a good sign for Luminosity. Last week, they had a 60% attacking win rate versus just 50% on the defense. So in our small sample size that we like to refer to, it seems like LG is maybe a little bit better on the attack. Obviously, the opponents and the maps will shape that quite drastically, but I do think it's fair to say that LG are a solid attacking team. Sometimes you criticize teams that are younger, that have less experienced players for being a bit more defender-sided. Defense usually considered to be easier for less experienced teams. But Luminosity, they have a good bit of experience in their pocket themselves. Most of these players, all except for Woos, of course, have been playing together for so long. They attended a LAN over the summer. So not really fair to call them new players anymore. Not really fair to call them inexperienced, but just good to see them bouncing back and having some strong attacking stats to fall back on.
Start off with Gavin now playing over by security, and Gunner not far removed is ACOGs that are favored by some of these defenders showing up in the longer range engagements. And despite not having the highest pick rate, Fenrir is seeing some play here on border. The thought process from when I've talked to teams before about this Swedish defender is that he tends to gain the most value on the parts of the map that are narrow and have only a singular way into the room, be it a window, be it a door, etc. Because then you can throw that F-mine in a part where you know for sure it's going to trip somebody up and they don't really have a lot of options to get out of there. They have to just go through that same doorway to retreat. So on a map like Border, where there are lots of single windows, single doors, local singles in your area, Fenrir can get an awful lot of value.
So far, no value to be found. LG.
I hear you laughing.
Yet to really open up into the building. Now we see Kickstro making an entrance in through Passport, the customs. Can try to work on this player down below. Since the nades got nerfed, this is a strategy you see less and less, but it might be effective here. It just forces the swing instead. 2 from Gavin inside of security, grabbing a massive man advantage as Diffuser gets one of his own. Kickstro down below went from supporting his 4 teammates on the top floor to now baiting them all. He's the only person left alive in a 1v5.
It's quite the predicament to find yourself in, isn't it?
Not ideal, I would argue.
Quite bad, I think one could say. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that overall statement. I will say that this is... I don't think this is winnable. I mean, he can get the defuse kit, which is nice, and he has decent time, but he's going to have to hit some ridiculous shots. And if they give him some swings, maybe he gets a little bit more likely. No.
Uncold baits him. 2 flawless rounds in a row, by the way, and C9 Beast Coast have done something they haven't been able to do all game. You want to take a guess as to what that is?
Parker, they won back-to-back rounds.
That is correct, and they also have the lead for the first time, Jesse.
Lovely to see. And again, I won't read too much into one round. You know, it's not the greatest start for LG. But again, I think we saw a very similar story to the first half where LG were trying to be patient. They were trying to hold their angles. Border just is a map that comes down to gunfights, I think, more than any other map in the pool. That's why you see operators like Doc being so effective. Yes, maybe they don't bring much utility for their team, but when gunfights have such a profound impact on the result of the round, an operator like Doc who can get extra HP, who can heal himself up after getting into a gunfight, and then also who just have really strong long angle guns, can be very effective. And we saw that coming out from these players on Cloud9 Beast Coast on the top floor. We'll see if Luminosity can find an answer, but again, to me, on Border, it just comes down to winning these opening fights. I don't know that the strategy needs to change much from LG. I don't know that the game plan needs to change much. Maybe if they want to go for a rush, that's somewhere where tactics can kind of come in and where the game plan can kind of be formulated. But they've got to be sharp on these gunfights. They've got to be ready for the swings, and they got to hit their shots, Parker.
You know, as they like to say in hockey, you gotta get pucks in nets, right? That's really the main focus here. And well, not the greatest start for Luminosity, as they have been on the better side of these round swaps. Now it's Cloud9 Beast Coast's turn to sit alone. The lead theirs. Eddie almost died.
Yep.
Was that a Boss G spawn peak by any chance?
It was a bossy spawn peak from Gavin, which is kind of weird because usually Spirits is the guy that plays Boss G on Cloud9 Beast Coast. He kind of invented it. Him and Turdsta were really the first 2 players that started using this gun on an international level. Spirits the first in North America by far. In Stage 1, he was the only person who really ran it consistently. Now Gavin's taking a shot at it and seemingly finding some great success, getting the down onto Eddie. Not quite the follow-up, but still big damage coming out for the defenders.
Rotero drone now as Flores is brought into
this round. Flores, another operator that is quite situational, but brings a ton of explosive potential. If you've got castles to deal with, you've got Surya gates to deal with, you've got banshees to deal with, deployable shields. What better operator to go for than Flores? And I say this time and time again, but the addition of all of these drone operators, I think, has brought a lot of health to the game. Originally, it was Twitch, who, by the way, is in action in the hands of Woos, and will need a big round from him, as now Kixro and Wi-Fi have died very quickly. C9 Beast Coast might have had some struggles on attack, but they are not showing many as they now defend. It's left Luminosity in a 3v5 with just a little bit over a minute to go. They've lost their Brava, they've lost their Deimos, and their ace, Eddie, was dropped early on, and so is still existing on just 20 HP.
You've lost your Deimos, which is tough. There's the Fenrir gadget coming out. If Silent could rotate 90, he might be able to get behind this player inside of security. That's a good answer to Gavin on this Vigil, but Gavin could be out flanking the flank. Do they know how aggressive he is? They don't. It's another pick coming forward from Gaveni. Can they at least get the trade? That's the hope here. No! Gavin ripping him to shreds, putting 20 HP Eddie, poor Eddie, in an unwinnable situation, and he will grab them all. Gavin on the Vigil. Some fantastic play out of him. What are you supposed to do when you're Luminosity? There's a guy with a Boss G and ridiculous game sense sitting inside of security. No matter what they do, buck below, horizontal hits, they just can't seem to deal with this guy.
Jesse, that is the third flawless row in a round for C9 Beast Coast, by the way. Luminosity has not been able to get a kill since they won the 5th round.
Wow.
Almost, I would even argue, probably over 10 minutes at this point without Luminosity able to get a single kill in the server. Round 6 was won flawlessly by the C9 BC team, and both of their defenses so far have been won the same way. So Luminosity obviously doing very well on that first half, but have been coming up empty-handed. And I mean, again, you don't want to read too much into the expressions of the players, but nobody on Luminosity looks like they are in any good mood right now at all. It's quite different from what we saw just a couple minutes ago on their player cams when they had won round number 5. So a tactical timeout here by Luminosity is pretty good. All you need to do at this point is get 1 or 2 picks, hopefully win the round, but the bar at this current moment could be crawled over. So for Luminosity, just getting a single kill or even 2 relatively quickly in the next round would help them set a different pace than what's been set against them over the last 10 minutes.
With these attacks really not lining up, you've got to question maybe LG regretting the map choice a little bit. Cloud9 Beast Coast looking to win Border for their 4th time in a row. Their current streak beating Dark Zero, PSG Talon, and then BDS across stage 1 through both the NAL and Manchester. They're a good Border team, and you're really seeing why here. Their attacks weren't bad. Again, sometimes they lost their gunfights. That's Border. LG did a good job of especially stopping some of the walls from getting open on defense. But when Cloud9 Beast Coast have moved to the defensive side, Gavin in particular stepping up in these really powerful positions, just kind of taking the team on his back, doing what he has to grab these opening picks. He's going to be playing inside of security again with the Boss G again. The question is, can they finally shut him down on the side of LG?
He's looking for a potential other pick as he can play off of himself right now inside of security. Eddie's looking to open up that wall right now into lobby, but he's very, very concerned with possibly getting picked by Passport. Why shoot the Selma? Are you really that worried? Why not just go pick it up? There was nobody there actively holding it.
It's just a frustration, to be honest. Wants to speed this up. I mean, doesn't think he needs it.
Odd play by Eddie and something that isn't exactly great to just shoot a piece of utility for no real reason.
Well, the goal will shift now more towards the top floor. They opened up the wall that they wanted to inside of Passport. Gunner will be supporting Gavin by playing over in Rafters / break room. They've got the buck, which they can try to enter in down below. Again, the bomb site is not there, but it doesn't need to be brought out anyways because they finally shut down Gavin. It's Eddie holding the angle. The patience is there, and they catch him on the swing.
Finally, that long streak of no kills has been broken almost at the 12-minute mark for Luminosity, which is quite a long time. But getting Gavin down, that's good. who is now watching. It doesn't say what he's watching. It just says Gavin is watching, which is very ominous. What is Gavin watching? Is he watching his teammates? Is he watching cams? That's the real question. Diffuser is dead as well, and he's watching now too, but we'll cycle onto cams immediately, leaving C9 Beast Coast outnumbered 3v5. Again, it's 1 minute mark seems to be the magic point for Luminosity, as they get yet another kill, and a flawless round for LG is very much in the cards.
Spirits is about to die as well, so the flawless will likely continue. If Woos capitalizes off it, that says he's being a little bit passive so far. And now they're aware of his position, but it doesn't matter. He gets the down anyways, leaving Gunner in the 1v5, and he'll get silent. So it's at least not going to be a flawless round, and as he gets a second, it's not going to be possible to clutch up and get any more than that. Good trades from LG towards the end of that round. And again, it's really just coming down to, can you punish these swings? You know the defense is going to go for them. You know players are going to step out of the building. They're going to make these gunfights. They're going to force the issue. Can you punish them or not? I didn't see a massive change in playstyle coming out of Luminosity after the TAC timeout. I think they really just took that tactical timeout to reset their mental a little bit, calm their nerves, reaffirm what the objective is. Hey, we got to hold these guys. They're going to swing us. We've got to find these picks in the early round. And they accomplished that this time. It's a matter of simply getting these kills before it starts off. Maybe it sounds like I'm simplifying it more than it needs to, but that really is the way the border works sometimes. And from LG, if they can continue to shut down these players, if they can continue to find those opening engagements, well, it's obviously going to turn out quite well for them.
So a great position to be in for Luminosity with the win of that round, almost done flawlessly in return, though, as you pointed out, C9 Beast Coast were able to get their licks in before the timer hit 0. But still, the Manchester Major winners are in good shape. Look at the lineup, and they've been favoring a lot of these same operators. In fact, their lineup has remained largely unchanged in terms of actual operator picks. Warden and Oryx have been played by Spirits almost every single round. Hot and Cold's been cycling through Mutant Smoke. Gunner has played Castle every single round. We finally see a Doc for Gavin, as we did all the way back in round number 7. And a Fenrir will show up one more time. This is an almost identical lineup to what we saw back in round number 2, and actually matches round number 1 with the exception of the Oryx being in place for Fenrir. So Diffuser making one small change, which I think is good, but they won this same bomb site of Armory upstairs with the Oryx last time. A Fenrir might just give them a bit more staying power. As if you remember that ventilation room workshop defense by Cloud9 Beast Coast, a lot of it hinged on the Fenrir being so strong, so why not bring him when you're going to play this part of the map? Down goes Spirits to Wi-Fi, and Gunner trades it right back, eliminating Silent. And now the vault out! Gunner makes it work and gets right back in the building.
What a big play. Finally shut down from Wi-Fi. They do get the trade out here, but Gunner has gotten around that looked very bad for them. As soon as Spirits went down and turned it into a super winnable one, you take down the Ying. That's a massive pickup. That's your primary execute operator. They're still going to have smokes on the side of Wi-Fi. They're still going to have a bit of this utility they can try to toss on out, but the Ying was supposed to be so important, especially after you got the opening pick onto Warden. Ying would have been so powerful. Now Luminosity have to do it without those Candelas. They're going to rotate around a little bit towards this Archives position. That's going to be Woos, who will likely be entering in for a pinch once this execute does start to get underway. Wi-Fi on the sandwich window. I assume he'll be rappelling in here under the cover of smoke when they go for this execute, and then it'll be Kixro. Looks like he's also over towards office as well on the south balcony, actually. So going to be a bit of an execute that they do try to come through onto the sandwich window. The question is, will Cloud9 Beast Coast be ready for it? And if they try to get a plant under the cover of smoke, and with the help of these Capital bolts, can they stop it?
Diffuser's been cut off of his position now, will wander through small office, watching towards top metal. As Wi-Fi has used those smokes and even the fire arrows to his advantage. There's one fire arrow remaining, but we're not able to pull off the plan as Wi-Fi immediately dropped onto that main floor. So it got the attention of Cloud9 Beast Coast, but Luminosity was not successful from that point forward. Gavin getting flashed out. Kixro knows exactly where he is. It's Wi-Fi actually to get the kill. He's got everyone so far for LG, and will need to do even more work, as it's just Kixro and Wi-Fi left against Hotton and Diffuser. A 2v2 with 15 seconds on the clock. LG needs to bring the thunder. They're the ones with the case. In walks Wi-Fi. He and Kixro are next to one another. Wi-Fi being chunked down, finished off by Diffuser, and the obscurement of that F mine will allow Diffuser to not just do the work utility-wise, but also get the kills with gun in hand. Cloud9 Beast Coast struggled in the first half, but the second half, they have been dominating LG. They sit on match point.
One thing the Deaths talked about is how LG respond when they come up against a wall. They maybe have a really good initial plan, but when something goes wrong, when they've got to adapt to a certain circumstance, how do they react? And the Deaths made the argument that they often don't react how a top team should. And I think we kind of saw that in this round. They had a really good execute planned out. They got a beautiful opening pick onto Spirits, but when Gunnar threw a wrench into their plans, they eventually got the trade, but they were still stuck in a tough position. They were in the 3v3. I liked the call to rotate that push. You know, they got the Capital off of the sandwich window. Wi-Fi rotated with Kixro over towards Break Room, and they got the pick onto Gavin. That was great. But at the same time, Woos, who was the lurking player over by Archives, ended up going down. And those two players that pushed into security were on a bulletproof, meaning that the intel from Cloud9 was perfect. C9 Beast Coast knew exactly where they'd be pushing from. They ended up going in through lockers, and that was just a little bit too linear. And we saw the gunfights coming out from Diffuser to eventually clean up those last two players. I don't think the decision was wrong, but I just think they maybe stalled a little bit before they got to that decision. And then I think ultimately they just weren't so together. Woo's dying all alone on the other side of the map while his teammates are clearing Break Room. It was an unfortunate situation. Had he stayed alive and made that a 3v2 execute, that could have gone so much better for them. But neither here nor there. Cloud9 Beast Coast, they pushed themselves to match points and are looking to find their first win here in the North American League stage number 2. Pretty confident they're going to be doing it here on Ventilation Workshop.
Well, Luminosity used their timeout, but not to the result that they wanted. Now, they are in a troubling spot. Cloud9 Beast Coast looking for their first victory of the stage. They were not in action on the last play day. They've only played one match so far due to the fact that the scheduling has been the way it is. They and Dark Zero had only played one game. Los has the day off. There are 9 teams in the NAL, so only 8 of them will be in action on any given day, meaning tomorrow Los will be back, as will Cloud9 Beast Coast, as they've already had their day off. OXG are the team that have tomorrow off, and funny enough, they will be in our very final matchup of the day at the conclusion of Cloud9 Beast Coast, which right now might come quicker than we thought, as it's a 4v4 with still half of the round to go. Wildcard and OXG will be the final matchup of the day. OXG and Wildcard right now finding themselves tied in last place with the exact same round differential and the exact same amount of points. Round differential -5, 0 points to their name. Both of their losses coming in regulation. One of them has to win today. Cannot tie. So one of them will advance over the other, but will it be 2 points, 3 points? We will wait to see.
We need a clean punish on Gunnar, but they're not going to get it. They had him on drone for so long, but they weren't able to punish him. The droning is good, but they just never took the gunfight. It's another problem where, yeah, LG, they don't lose anybody, but as the time ticks down, things get worse and worse for them. They'll rotate in through 90. They have a lot of positioning up on this top floor, but the players on Cloud9 Beast Coast are so together that even if LG gets some picks, they're likely to be traded out. And you see the one player in the basement, hot and cold, ready for a C4. Be careful about that piece of utility because it could be round defining.
Right now, you see the Adrenal Surge go out, giving a lot of staying power to this Luminosity team. They are desperate for it. Spirits on deck, and Gunnar gets a 2-piece. Excuse me, what happened? Gunnar, talk your ish right into the camera. Cloud9 Beast Coast suffered through that first half, but boy, oh boy, did they make Luminosity pay through the mid to later portion of this matchup. Manchester Major winners, maybe sobering up from their championship hangover as LG ends up on the wrong side of a C9 BC victory.
Hard to be too critical of Luminosity. They did well on the defense, if nothing else. Some strong holds coming out there for them. They did stand toe-to-toe in the gunfights. When they moved over to attack, they just couldn't lock it down. A tough one coming through from Luminosity as they do fall to Cloud9 Beast Coast.
Rough go for LG. Great victory for C9 Beast Coast. They get all 3 points in regulation. One more match to come, Jesse. OXG versus Wildcard. We'll be back in just a minute.
armory. Shoot this.
Got it. Top middle.
If you can play the full off.
Armory door lit.
Yo, on my archive door, my archive door.
Top
Archive
middle,
door.
top middle, top middle.
Build me archive door.
Middle.
Top middle then.
One archive.
Hold there, hold there.
Oh, you guys are like goats.
Damn! You're dog shit! You
Let's
shit,
fucking go.
dog
Good
shit.
shit, Zach.
And
Good
I did
shit.
something that I'm not gonna say on camera. Fuck you. You know who you are.
Shit, Zach.
Holy shit.
Sean, you read that damn motion.
The guys on C9BC are about as fired up as you can be. 3 straight flawless rounds in this game to take it right from the clutches of LG, and that was a good one.
I mean, we were talking about were they going to fix the fundamentals that we saw them going into, today from the day previously, and absolutely. I mean, every single attack looked completely different. They were working the map. They were figuring out where the opening was or how they can get into the site or even aggress onto the site. And I mean, wow, that was a pretty solid performance, but nothing to take away from LG. They're still looking like a really good team, and they're improving.
Yeah, I mean, LG's definitely been playing pretty well, although C9BC, I mean, we really wanted them to step it up and play very well today and show up big, and I would say that was absolutely them showing up big. Not only were they swinging and going for aggressive gunfights that was often winning them these rounds when they were on defense, that was the main reason they were winning these rounds, is just shutting down Luminosity every single entrance of the map. Everybody was winning their ones. And so at the start, there was a nice little back and forth, but once C9BC had their moment to slow it down, play those defenses, and just trust their guns, I mean, it was lights out from there.
The main trait of Border is if you're able to get into the building, then your attacks maybe have a lifeline. Only one attack for LG, in spite of that being one of the things we gave them a lot of props for in their first game on Consulate against Los. Since then, we're starting to see where that attacking ideology is devolving and maybe not as strong as we were hoping it would be.
Yeah, I mean, the preset strats from Luminosity are definitely there, but we're still consistently seeing that once they are put up against opponents that are stopping them at the source and forcing them to rely on basics or swap their strats, they're just running out of options.
And this is where I was talking about with Luminosity, where I was worried, especially on that defensive half. They're going to be having to figure out where to put people and where it's best going to be spot to, play trades or just take that positioning. And that's exactly where Beast Coast was taking advantage of them. They were figuring out, again, working that map into their advantage, getting that first kill or just getting that first entry point, and then just taking the round from there. And it just goes to show, I mean, C9 Beast Coast, this is what made them excel throughout the regional league and into Manchester, is they are quick to adapt. They are quick to understand what needs to be done in order to take a round successfully, and they were doing it throughout this entire match.
Round 10 felt like a microcosm of this game, a time where LG had a plan at some point, tried their best to execute it, had some cover, and then fell apart at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a beautiful take from C9BC. Obviously, at first, beautiful take from Luminosity. They individually nade out Gunner on the solo armory wall. Wi-Fi's there to hold his cross back out of armory. They get a beautiful start to the kill. But unfortunately for them, Gunner was downstairs. He's able to equalize it and bring it back. In each round, we see Luminosity going for these 2-on-1 pinches, isolating where C9BC is going to be. And they're succeeding. They're getting these kills. But elsewhere on the map, they consistently lose a player. They lose a player downstairs in vents. They lose a player in dome. And at the end of it, it's a 2-on-2. They walk into the site, and C9BC is there waiting. They have the Fenrir. They win the gunfights. And even though Luminosity is isolating individual players correctly and really showing their expertise on these pre-prepared attacks, they're losing picks elsewhere, and that's where C9BC is coming out on top, is they're able to find kills by adapting.
And as the most experienced roster, I mean, we didn't get to highlight Gavini there, but him inside E-Box, he stalled as much time. We did see him get flashbanged, and most players in that situation, you tend to think you got flash, you're going to try to peek out that, you're going to try to make that play happen. He just stayed perfectly still and wasted so much time, which then dwindled out in that time. Then they had to rush into site, try to go for a plant, figure out what they want to do, and again, ran into those F-dots and ultimately ran into C9 Beast Coast setup and solidified up the round for them.
Yep, they ran into Gunner and Company, so let's get the man of the hour on the line. Dude, congratulations on the win. It took a week for you to finally get in the interview chair, but at least it happened. Welcome back in. Talk to me about
Thank
Border
you.
in the first place. Why was that the pick? Why did that seem solid? And why did LG just totally fall apart by the end?
I mean, Border's been a map that we've really liked for a while now, especially with Vivid. He brought in a lot of new ideas for us, and we're just comfy on it. But yeah, I mean, Vivid did tell us that their border's pretty weak.
Honestly, how much of that
being
the old LG coach intel was used in this game?
Dude, there was a lot. Let's just say that they didn't change anything. But you know, I mean, it was definitely a map we wanted to go to, so happy we went there.
Great. I mean, I'm glad we have a chance to talk to you. I mean, I think the big elephant in the room is there any pressure now going forward in Stage 2, now that you guys have won Stage 1 and won Manchester? Is there any pressure going forward into this stage that you are worried about, or is it just something that you guys aren't even thinking about at this moment?
I mean, the pressure is all like what you put on yourself as a player. Obviously, there's going to be expectations for us from fans and, you know, viewers because we won the last major. And that's just a given. That's what you're going to have to deal with. It's just how you deal with that pressure, I guess. To me, I'm not really going to think about it. I'm just going to take it one game at a time. Everyone knows how competitive this region is and how Siege is. And, you know, we can flop or we can run it back. You never know. So we're just taking it one game at a time.
So I want to talk to you, and again, congratulations on your win here. So your matchup against M80, we thought you guys looked like the team that should have won that outright. Obviously, coming in today, I was talking about your guys' fundamentals. That's where things just went wrong in those small little errors. But today, especially on border, you guys had an attack that just looked different every single round. Now, is that something that each individual is calling, and then you guys are adjusting as you go? Or is this already a thought out in the prep phase of understanding what just needs to be done in order to secure that round?
Usually it's thought out in the prep phase. Obviously mid-round things can change. Yeah. Someone can get picked early, we get a pick early. But for the most part, it's in the prep phase. We're trying to dwindle down how many chefs are in the kitchen, because I kind of affected us last
for sure.
Last, you know, stage, and it kind of came to bite us in the butt again recently. So we're kind of trying to let Matt, we gather the info for him in the prep phase, and he gives us what he wants us to do for the most part.
Well, I just want to say I was extremely impressed with the border performance. Regardless of you guys liking the map, the fact that you hit every single site just a little bit differently was just marginally, like, noticeable on every single count. So kudos to you guys.
Thank you.
Last question for you. I don't remember the last time. I'm trying to remember the last time, but for some reason I can't. 3 flawless rounds in a row, and it wasn't just all when you made the side swap either. It wasn't 3 flawless defenses. It was round 6, then you made the transition. How in the hell did that happen?
I didn't even know that happened. That is news to me. But that's pretty cool.
Well, congratulations.
It
blew my mind. Again, I genuinely just can't think of the last time that happened, like 3 rounds in a row. So good on you guys.
Was it all 3 rounds on defense, or what happened? What was it?
Round 6, so your last round on attack, then those first 2 defenses. Was there anything in particular there that from those rounds that stood out at all? I mean, they didn't have an
our
answer.
Team play on defense, like we're just playing some great team play today. I can't lie. So I think that probably had a lot to do with it.
Yep, totally true.
And we're disciplined. We're being very disciplined.
I made note of that. I made note of that round on Gavini, that he just played his life right there, wasted so much time, and then they had to run into your guys' setup.
That was our goal this week in scrims. Glad to see it's noticed in game day.
Well, it shows up on game day if you guys win, so it's a good thing that you pulled it off. Congratulations again. You'll actually get a full week this week, so we'll see you tomorrow rather than having you guys wait a whole week to play your next game. So we'll see you then, dude. Take care.
Thank you, guys.
14-6 for Gunner on the day. That's a very solid border performance, and absolutely no shot LG could come back after, I think by like round 7 or 8, it was kind of donezo.
And again, it comes down to just sheer experience. I mean, again, C9 Beast Coast have been known to be quick to adapt, quick to understand what needs to be done, and that's just where the quality lacks in Luminosity. But again, it takes nothing away from these guys. I'm happy to see them as competitive as they are, because they are improving with every single day in their trade games, in the tempo that they're setting. It just comes down to the small thing of just trying to figure out where to move someone or how to move around the map or even to work the map in their favor.
Yeah, needing more times to adapt and know what the failed response is if something doesn't work in your preconceived strat. That's what Luminosity needs to tackle going into tomorrow, going into the rest of the stage. It's obviously been the big glooming thing on Luminosity's shoulders, but if they can tackle that, I mean, everything else has been slowly, surely getting better and better, so I'm excited to see them as they go on.
It's probably one of the first stages that we're seeing Luminosity have a genuine chance to be a legit contender, which is why we'll keep on talking them up in situations like this, because whenever we have a chance to have somebody else crack into a top 6 position or make some noise in playoffs or something like that, it's great when it works out, but we need to see a little bit more from LG because now we're expecting more out of this team.
And it's a best of 1, truly, with seeing them perform the way that they are and being able to get a map that they would definitely like, because in best of 1s, you typically are playing a map that's 50-50 for the most part, if you can, but in a best of 3, you typically get your best map. So if they can just secure themselves in a top 6 and put themselves in a playoff position, I cannot wait to see what that looks like.
All right, we got one more game on the day, and this one's the battle of 2 teams that have yet to win a game. And unfortunately, after this one, someone's still going to be winless. It's Oxygen Wildcard after the break.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
We end day 3 with a matchup important for all the wrong reasons. Starting off a campaign 0-2 is rough enough, but when your next game guarantees somebody starting 0-3, you really don't want that to be you. That's the situation Oxygen and Wildcard both find themselves in this evening. Win, and you can turn your stage around. Lose, and the odds start looking incredibly grim. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson. He is Laxing. He is Foxay. We are at the end of day 3, and somebody has to end the day without a win through their first 3 games.
Sure, we can touch up on the bad things here of obviously both teams, being 0-2, that they can be walking away here 0-3. But the thing is, we've seen enough times in Siege. I've experienced it. You've experienced because we've teamed together. Sometimes you got to get knocked down into the lower bit to really ramp things up, because once you have your back against the wall, then everything's on the line at that point. You can't lose anymore. You almost have to be perfect, and sometimes that works out, but other times it doesn't.
Yeah, sometimes you just get a little too comfortable in your position, and I think that really is the story for OXG, is they just got very comfortable constantly going to majors, constantly having things given easy to them. Now they just got to fight their way back to getting back on top. Well, as Wildcard, since their conception in the league, has just been fighting to make a name for themselves into a team that should be talked about to going to these events.
Just like starting off 0-3 isn't a guarantee that you make the major, 3-0 isn't a guarantee that you make the major. Starting off 0-3 also isn't the death knell. The Grim Reaper is not going to be knocking at your door saying, oh, your stage is over if you lose your first 3 games. Remember, C9BC lost their first 3 games, then basically won out in order to go to Manchester, and then they won the event. So it's not the end of the world, it's just a really bad start.
Yeah, and there's qualifiers too. No one wants to find themselves there, but again, as long as you can secure playoffs, even if you're 0-3, as long as you make 6th place, you can still find yourself in a good position.
It's possible, but let's give Oxygen some flowers, because they've tried for these past couple of games, but there's still some things that we need to see them improve on. Lost 7-3 on Labs against Los on Friday, the second time ever Los has gotten a win in the NAL, and OXG did not defend well after keeping things close in that first half.
Yeah, for all teams to lose to Los, you wouldn't have expected it would be OXG, and you got to ask yourself, if you're an OXG viewer, or if you're the team right now, is where do we go from here? You have to build the brand new foundation. Everything that we've seen so far of OXG just looks like executes defenses from prior rosters, prior M80 rosters, prior OXG rosters. It doesn't look like there's anything really original about this OXG roster besides the individual talent that they have unable to tap into just yet.
Yeah, and even for me, playing on Oxygen, now watching Oxygen, and back when we were doing it, I mean, you could see that what the roster was doing and how they wanted to play the game, and obviously kudos to you being the IGL and setting people up for success, but like players like myself and others, we would be able to understand what needed to be done. But now with this new roster, like you're talking about, I don't really see a lot. It's more just gunfights that are trying to win these rounds for them more than it is a strat that's heavily in favor.
Absolutely, because we'll see in this clip exactly what we're talking about. OXG has a 5-man to 3-man advantage, and J9O just rings the dinner bell. I just got to pick, what are you going to do about me? OXG's response? Nothing. Diaz is upstairs going for a flank on Visa stairs. Another 1v1 that's been isolated that he doesn't even know the defender's there. Instantly lost. There's no trade, no help. J9O's still on yellow stairs. What's OXG's plan? I mean, I guess we're going to try to get him. So one player walks in through yellow, gets picked apart. No responses from OXG. And now, what's their saving grace? That they can shoot better than a lot of the teams here. Thank God they have good gun skill. Yogg walks downstairs. He's able to clean up the last 2 kills. I believe he gets a 4K for the round. And that just goes to show that OXG, their problem solving is not in the strategy. There's absolutely no problem solving in the strategy. They just rely on the gun skills to dig them out of these holes, even when they shouldn't have been put in that hole because they're in a 5-on-3 man advantage.
Yeah, and it goes into what you were saying of rebuilding that foundation, because even if Yaga didn't win that 1v1, you saw the player up top, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Then that guy would have to immediately rotate back down. They could have tried collapsing on that player, and yes, again, thankfully Yaga gets that 4K there, but this team has just solely been gunfights. Gunfights, gunfights, gunfights.
Again, we know that them being gunners, that's never been something we've ever doubted them on, but every other part of the strategy for OXG so far has yet to really manifest in a way that I think makes sense to us, because we've been critical since the start. You had OXG at number 7 on your power rankings, so again, we're still hoping that they can get out of this hole that they've dug themselves. All they need is a really big shovel to do it. Wildcard are in a pretty similar position though, so that makes this interesting. They also lost on Clubhouse on Friday against M80. They were the only team last week to pick the same map twice in 2 days and lose it both times.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate because, we had these guys at the bottom. They're still obviously at the bottom, but they showed improvement in that first game. It was looking like, great, this is perfect. But then we immediately saw them go into their second game playing the exact same map, and their tempo changed drastically once the team figured out how to play against them, and then they just look lost. They didn't look like they know how they wanted to play the game at that point, and they just ended up losing the game entirely. So now you find yourselves in an 0-2 situation, going against a similar team that's struggling as well. It's just really going to be a game of just mentality at this point and understanding where you've been going wrong the past 2 games.
So let's just do something real quick. Let's go on the lab. Let's see what Wildcard is doing well, what's not working out, but we might need a little bit of a terminology explainer, because if you have to get into the minutia, the people aren't going to know what you're talking about. So let's dive into this real quick.
So I want to talk about their front lines, their back line and their front line. Okay. Obviously, if you want to put that in terminology for guys, like think of soccer. You have your attackers, you have your midfield, you have your defenders.
Okay.
This is what I want to talk about with Wildcard, specifically their weak front line. We've talked about Spiff. He's their entry player. He's the one that's creating that space, creating those opening engagements. But the unfortunate reality is, when you look at his entry, sure, he is 2 and 6, and we did highlight him saying, if he dies, great. He still creates it. He gets that trade. But if he can stay alive and just create that man advantage and keep playing off that man advantage, they will just naturally look better already. So that's already where they're weak at in their front line. Then you look at their back line with an experienced player like Bosco being one of the best players, one of the best defenders, and now your IGL, he's not performing. You are at a struggle here, because not only is your front line putting up numbers, neither is your back line, but your midfield, your mid support is doing everything. At least one of those fields need to be stronger than the other, and Wildcard will find that success.
Cool. So the early game needs to be better. The late game needs to be better. One of them is with a player that came in this stage who hadn't played with them before, but the other is with Bosco, who's been with this team for quite a while.
And it's not an excuse to say, like, just because these players have all this experience that this needs to be done. This is just basic fundamentals of just understanding, like, this is your role, this is how you need to be playing, and especially for Bosco, having that world championship underneath the belt, having tons of experience, he needs to be setting his team up for success and also be able to be relied on when he's back in that defensive role and supporting and holding down that site.
All right, so we're looking at both Bosco and Spiff in this game for the viewers at home. Those are the two people that we specifically want to pay attention to. We caught up with Spiker before the stage started to get a preview on what things will look like, so let's hear what he has to say, and then we'll contrast that against how well they've done in stage 2 so far.
Hi, my name is Spiker, and I play for Wildcard. After the EWC quals, we decided to part ways with Vert and pick up Spiff. And then after the conclusion of Element 3, we weren't completely happy with our progress and where we were as a team, so we decided to step away from Rampy and get Bay. The main thing that really stood out to us in our trial with Spiff during E3 was his commitment to his true entry role, where he would get in there and do what he needed to do for his role. Even if it meant dying, he would never complain about it. He would just do his job and get it done. And then with Bay, his gun skill is insane. He's already won in a ton of 1vx's. He has an impact in every single round. Obviously, our expectation going into every stage is always, to make the major. But at minimum, we want to at least make playoffs. We haven't had a ton of prep time going into the stage, so our second half of the stage should definitely be better than the first half. The more time we have as a roster, the more we'll mesh together, the more plays we'll cook up, whatever. If I was to describe our playstyle in one word, I would say dynamic. Last stage, we were pretty readable because we would normally just clear pretty slow. Now we have a lot more plays in our playbook where we can switch the tempo, switch the style of the game. We could spawn peek one round and then play super reserved the next. We're just very good, I feel like, about switching how we're playing mid-map. I wouldn't really say that we have any rivals. For me, at least, it's probably just LG, just because I've been playing against those guys for 3 years now, and there's always some trash talk between us, so I would probably just say LG. Our goal is just to improve every single day we can. As long as we're improving every day and we put in our effort every single day, the results will come with time. We just need to keep faith in what we're doing.
To Spiker's point, the more time you spend with a team, the better you're going to figure out how one another plays, what your strategies look like. It's a valid point, but the question becomes exactly how much time do you have before it kind of runs out? Your first week wasn't spent getting any points. If your second week were to start off doing something similar, then you start having that question and that doubt start to seep in.
Yeah, I mean, in contrast to OXG, I actually really liked what I saw at a Wildcard. They haven't been able to fully cross over that finish line like we highlighted, the front line and the back line, and I agree with that too, that statement. Once they can fix those two main areas, they'll be able to really cross that threshold. A big issue for them too is Oregon being taken out of the map pool. They are a back line. When I think of back line, I think of their defenses. They're a defense-heavy team, and unfortunately, their defenses have been struggling recently.
Yeah, I mean, it's a situation here for both these teams, again, to just really learn and take from what happened last week and just apply it here today, especially against each other. Both teams need this win here drastically, just for a mental level, just to be like, okay, we're actually doing something. We're winning. We're improving. Chalet, that's,
it's not Clubhouse for Wildcard.
Thankfully, I am glad for that. This is a map that both teams are very comfortable on. They're both familiar with it. So I am expecting results here, but in terms of results, I want to specifically just highlight Wildcard because this is who I took, that I want to see that. I need to see that front line because this is a map where aggression can become important, but also your backline is going to be just as important here as well because it's a little mix of both worlds.
I feel like Chalet, specifically from having experience playing against Wildcard, they were always very decent at the map. Their biggest issue was having that entry player. They used to have Vert be the player that would just run in, get those kills, but now they have Spiff, they have Bay who are able to do it just as fast. Whereas OXG, obviously having players like Gomez and Diaz and Yogg from the previous Exit roster, Chalet is also a really good map. But what worries me is I think this will be another recycled map for OXG where they just take strats from previous teams, and based off their map bans too, they've actually banned Bank, Sky, and Cafe in all of their games so far. And if you looked at the map bans, they banned Bank and Skyscraper. Cafe was banned by a wildcard, so OXG banned Lair. It makes me also worried about the map pool that OXG has going into Stage 2. It doesn't really seem like it's too confident, so I don't know. I mean, I'm stressed out if I'm OXG.
At least for OXG, having Hat started at the beginning of the qualifier season, this was after the stage was already done. So they never played any NAL games with this exact lineup. So we're still looking for the areas where we know that they're good so that they can keep on capitalizing on the things that they do well. For Wildcard, we see the things that they're doing well, but it just hasn't translated to wins yet.
And that's the thing, is like we have seen improvement from them. Regardless of seeing that 2-0, I have seen a little bit improvement and I want to see that consistency. But again, it starts with the front line and ends with the back line. And that's where I need to see specifically that happen here today in order to have faith in the future of this roster.
But you think because they're playing OXG, then by default it should be good enough today?
I would say it would be a little easier, but obviously what we've been seeing so far in the league, it's been very competitive. So you can't take anyone lightly and be like, oh, you know, this is going to be an easy game. They're on the same level as you. They're both on the same level because they can't get this structure down and get a general understanding of what they want to do.
So you're saying that pick is a toss-up on who could win this
Absolutely.
game? Okay.
I don't think you choosing one or the other, you're going to be right or wrong. I think it really just comes down to who's going to actually show up today and apply what's been learned from their losses.
Yeah, I've definitely been sleeping on OXG, but with good reason. But like we talked about in the pre-show, there are certain situations that will kick you in the behind and wake you up, and I couldn't imagine a better scenario for that to happen than losing to Los. So if you're OXG, you'd have to kick things into high gear. I'm hoping that was a wake-up call in week 1, and let's get ready to see what they got for week 2.
And again, just a reminder of what the stakes are for this game. Going down 0-3 is not the end of the world. You can recover from this. Beast Coast did it last stage. They won the stage, then won Manchester. Space Station, remember back in stage 2 of last year? 0-4 to start out and then still won enough, got to the qualifier and then went to Atlanta. It's 100% possible to come back from an 0-3 start, but it's still improbable. So can either of these teams manage to make it happen, win here, and then go through the rest of the stage? We'll find out because Parker and Jesse are going to walk us through it.
Ready? Thank you so very much. And yes, one of these teams must win. It is the stoppable force versus the easily movable object. And one of these teams will not be stopped, and one of these teams will not be moved, and one of them will pick up either 2 or 3 points, Jesse, and escape the basement. Cloud9 Beast Coast just did that in the previous matchup. The desk is evenly split between OXG and Wildcard. Do you think that their faith in these teams is well placed, or do you think there's a clear favorite between the two?
I mean, it's interesting because the desk agreed that in the first week, they thought Wildcard played better. There were some stronger signs from Wildcard. The reason they differed in their predictions that Fox has faith that the loss that OXG suffered will kick them into high gear that will allow them to bounce back. I don't know if I have that faith. That's a real faith prediction from Fox. Obviously, it's his former team. He knows those players better than anybody else, so maybe we should listen to him. I certainly am sure that for the OXG fans, they're going to be hoping that that does kick them into higher gear. But I think one thing everyone will agree with is if we do not see Oxygen pick it up, this is going to be a very rough stage for them. It's going to be a Ying ban to start things off for Wildcard. They've been banning a ton of Grim, so I was expecting to see that. It's going to be a Capitao ban to follow that. Going to be tough to see the defensive bans. I'm thinking maybe a Fenrir, maybe a Valkyrie. I did predict the Fenrir last map, and we didn't see it, so we'll see if it comes out this time. No, I just can't be right today. It's going to be a zombie band out as well. With how many roster changes these teams have had, it is sometimes difficult to... We don't have a ton of data on what operators they like to ban. I get 1 for 4. Valkyrie will be taken off the board instead. So, good to see a little bit of consistency from Wildcard, but broadly, the operators
whilst not what I expected to see, no real surprises. Capitao may be the biggest odd one to come on out. We've seen a lot of Capitao bans so far throughout the stage, but usually Capitao gets banned on Clubhouse, where you can use those firebolts to dislodge a Rafters player. Similarly, Capitao would be used to clear a library corner player here on bar games, but not going to be utilized. Ying can't be used for that task either, so that corner position could be very, very powerful for Wildcard as they start on bar in games.
Very, very, very eager to see how these two teams do battle, as so many are. And the more that we get into this stage, the better understanding we will have of what the hierarchy is of the NAL. Now, spoilers inbound for those of you that have not watched all of the matchups today. Cloud9 Beast Coast found themselves in a bit of an odd spot early on because they only played a single match, but they just toppled Luminosity and got 3 big points, launching themselves up to 4th place overall. OXG and Wildcard are now in the basement alone. The next closest teams are actually LG, Alos, and Dark Zero, all of whom are sitting at 3 points apiece. So OXG and Wildcard, if one of these two teams win in regulation, it'll be a 4-way tie. The loser will still sit at 0 points. Honestly, if you're OXG, this is your only match this week. You're off tomorrow. This is not a must win, but you're starting to get to the point where if OXG wants to continue the reputation that this organization has, then they need to start qualifying for majors. Again, there's talent on both sides of these teams. OXG obviously having the more experienced players across the board, but that's based just on their cumulative experience. Bosco probably has more experience on Wildcard than everybody else in the server combined. But he's just one guy, and he can just do one guy things. He's had problems so far this stage with being as effective as I think Wildcard want. Will we see a bounce back game from good old Bosco?
I'd certainly like to hope so. This has been not the start that either team have wanted, and I've mentioned that we might see a strong library corner position being held by Wildcard. Not so. They've decided to roam with 4 players on the top floor, but they've extended that roam towards Master, towards Piano. It's going to be just one player here at the top of Mezzanine. I believe that's Spiker, who's about to be pushed in by Yaga on the Monty as well. The flashbangs came out. He doesn't have a lot of players nearby to help him out from this position. Kansan's somewhat close. Top of the library stairs. Can they actually get this kill, though, or are they just staring at him with the Monty?
He just stands there menacingly. That's the whole job of the Monty, right? Gomez starting things off. Down goes the spaceman Spiff himself. Spiff on that old Astralis roster that made the semi-miracle run at SI, but Spiff's value, unfortunately, has not been quite as high as it was on that Astralis team. Down goes Spiker, down goes Kansan. Bay and Bosco, last 2 left. Gomez, the only casualty for OXG so far. So the numbers right now favoring Oxygen in a 4v2. Because right now, Wildcard, I don't want to say are scrambling, but they're looking for an opening pick in this execute. And oh my. Bay eliminating Newers, Bosco dropping Diaz, and it's a tie game in terms of player count. Hat on 20 HP and Yaga on 29 HP. Bosco on 2 HP. Good lord. The only player that hasn't been touched just yet, unscathed at the moment, is Bay. Full HP, but a single headshot can get rid of him. He spies the Grim. Right now playing inside of games. Bosco watches from above. All he needs is the all clear. Diffuser going down. Yaga doing that one so gracefully. In back bar at the moment. Bay can swing on by. No, but Bay's caught in a reload. He flicks over to do some damage to Hat. Could have easily killed the Monty, but now a troubling sign will emerge. Littering the ground with goo mines, attempting to get an angle onto the Monty. There's goo mines in the way. Yaga will just play the waiting game and drops his shield. He can keep doing this just to get Bay off of this position. A very tough spot for the Legion to be in. All you need to do is litter the way again, but Yaga seems to have found an opening, and look at this interactive gameplay from Yaga as he finishes off Bay and wins the round. That should have been Bay's kill to be had, but he was reloading. Talk about devastating timing, Jesse.
It's really unfortunate the way that ended up coming out, because they could have clutched that 2v4. They were in such a rough position. They made some brilliant swings to pull that back. I was a little concerned when they got off the plant. We saw Yaga start that plant. It looked like he almost finished it. Then he pulled off of it. Believe he was facing some pressure from up above. So he chose to change his plant position. He almost was punished from that as the swing came out. That would have won them the round on the side of wildcard, but it's not to be. And then we got a Monty 1v1 in the post plant, which is maybe the least fun position to play in Rainbow Six Siege, because if the Monty plays that correctly, as Yaga did, there's no way out of it. So, I mean, fair attempt coming out by Bay. He does get 3 of his own, but unfortunately, it'll be Yaga on the Monty coming out on top of it. A great start. 3-0, playing one of the strongest attackers in the game. It's going to be feeling very good for OXG. If they can keep Yaga fragging consistently, even on some of these less frag-focused roles, that'll be huge for them. Yaga was a really impactless player, I have to say, in Stage 1. He struggled for OXG in the first stage of the game of the season. For him to make a comeback, it's really going to be an important part of this bounce back from OXG. If we see this team in playoffs, if we see this team competing for Montreal, it's largely going to be due to Yaga picking up and playing a lot better than he did in the first stage.
This whole OXG team needs a shot in the arm. The one thing with moving Fox off of the team and then Dream as well being removed in place of Hat was that the main criticism of Oxygen was their lack of leadership. Well, who takes over as the leader of OXG? That's the thing. We've seen time and time again how often teams need somebody to lead them to victory. You can have 4 excellent players and 1 competent IGL, but the moment that you bring in somebody who can actually walk that team forward, then they don't just walk, they run. OXG needs that leadership as well. Newers is at a very quiet stage so far for a player of his caliber. That is usually not a good sign for Oxygen. But as you pointed out, plenty of bounce back time, and Yaga needs a big game too.
Well, it's going to be a top floor clear most likely. It's going to be Spiker aggressing here in Mezzanine, the first one to go off. 3 magnets all stacked up to protect him, and they will do their job correctly. He remains unblinded up here. They don't have a great way to push him out. Last time they cleared this position with the Monty walking up the fireplace stairs. Not to be in Kansan. Punishes Newers, who takes 1 too many swings for the long angle, being shut down by what many would call as the best player on wildcard. Time keeps ticking, Parker. These players on wildcard, they don't need to move.
Just sitting and waiting. Up the stairs, Gomez will go. Taken out. Hat dies as well. That was actually Hat. That was not Gomez. Betrayed by the player cams. Now it's Bay getting aggressive onto Diaz. OXG won that first round, but things are just really not going their way. Spiker is bleeding out, but has yet to die. Now he's finished off by Yaga. There's a grenade to do the work. These stairs have been the big issue for this OXG team. No! Gomez vaulting into Mudroom. There's a Capkin trap there, and now it's all up to the Ogdog himself, who was over on those stairs and knows the work that he has cut out for him. Final 30 seconds and he needs to find 4 players. Can he do it, Jesse?
He'd be 7-0 if he does it. But that's a big old if. Can get into the site, not the wall that you'd want to, but he obviously has that hammer to break it open. There's nobody pushing library stairs. Bay is down there, but he's nowhere near coming for a flank. Nice shot through the wall, but it'll be Spiff inside a piano to shut him down. Well played in the end there. I really like the way that they use that combination between both Kansan and Spiker. A lot of people don't know this. I know I'm full with fun facts today, Parker. Kansan actually used to be a professional fisherman before he became a professional Rainbow Six Siege player. And he had a prime tactic where he would use his buddy Spiker as bait, and then he would get a ton of fish off of that. He would shoot a lot of the fish in the water like they were in a barrel as they came on up to try to grab that bait. It did sometimes result in the death of Spiker. You know what? That's going to happen sometimes, but it doesn't matter because the impact kills were there, and Kansan is sure to always get them.
I think it's amazing the way, by the way, that you've been dropping all these facts about where people are from and what they do and how they do it and yada, yada, yada. And then you said Kansan was previously a professional fisherman. And I was like, how do you know these things? I'm not sure if you're well versed in music, but have you ever heard of Nardwar the Human Serviette?
I have not, Parker.
He is a tremendously famous and very funny Canadian interviewer who wears oftentimes tartan patterns and wears a Tam O'Shanter hat and has very big bushy hair and glasses and a high-pitched voice. And he constantly impresses everybody he interviews by having a very intimate knowledge of that person's life. Suspiciously so, some would say. So the fact that you knew all of this and then you were pulling out the, oh, well, you know, Kansan was a fisherman. And I was like, there's no way he knows that. That's all.
I wouldn't lie on a broadcast. That's the one thing about me. Always truthful. Wouldn't lie just to make up a story.
I don't believe you.
Okay. We're going to the top floor bomb site, if I am correct. Yes, indeed. It's going to be a top site. This is a site that can often be difficult to hold without an Azami, but Kansan is on the castle to do much the same job. Nobody playing on those solar stairs, a position we saw being utilized very well earlier today by, I believe it was SSG. Some really powerful spots, but again, just not being held. It's been interesting where Wildcard have chosen to play their players. Not wrong to not put somebody there, but certainly a different decision than some teams would have made. We already talked about that similar decision with Library Corner. Instead, they're holding a lot of players down below. You can see Bay is inside the kitchen doing his best to hold that down. And then just throughout the site, Bosco inside a Master. Maybe the first one to get into a gunfight here is the Bees and Flashes all come out.
They managed to gain control of Solarium. Bosco dies in the hand of Newers, who gets his first pick. Rocking the M4 in the hands of Striker. Was the newest operator. Technically still is, as our new operator is currently in quarantine. She and her robots will not be seen. Olive Trophy, by the way, has been knocked off from those air jabs of Diaz. So anybody who attempts to rotate on the side of Wildcard, Rue Solarium down through Trophy will find themselves knocked around like a ship in a storm. Had find some safety behind the boxes of the bedroom. Diffuser down. Does nobody on the side of Wildcard know this? The three players just sitting waiting. Kansan runs over Gomez. Spiker dies to Diaz. Both of these teams back and forth. And now it's all up to Spiff, who dies at the hands of Diaz. The Diaz-Gomez combo is so strong. Diaz will celebrate that big kill.
On some days when the fish just weren't biting, Kansan would sometimes himself become bait. Baiter, maybe many had called him, and he would refuse to engage with the fish until the fish had already planted the defuse kit, which is exactly what we saw going down there. A lot of the players on Wildcard, they didn't have Plantinile. They didn't bring this type of utility. Yes, there was some bottom floor control briefly being held by Bay, but Bay was on, I believe it was the Legion, didn't have anything like a C4, wasn't playing Pulse or Solus, so couldn't have known that that plant was going down without outside information. And the rest of the players on Wildcard, they tried to make some stuff happen. I believe we saw Spiker run out the front door to try to deal with a player that was on the Master Repel, but that didn't end up coming out to a kill or anything like that. So the players on Wildcard just not really able to have an impact, and that direct take in through Solar that Oxygen wanted to work for went beautifully well. Bosco is the first line of defense, and this is something that Des talked about a lot as well. In this round, it was Bosco, first line of defense, and then after that, there kind of was no line of defense. Every other player on Wildcard just wasn't really able to engage with the planter. And a lot of that does go to Auction's credit. You know, they did a good job distracting some of those players on Wildcard on making that space sometimes very difficult to punish a team that's got such strong control of Solar. When you don't have that area of the map, it's difficult to retake. But broadly, yeah, I would have liked to see Wildcard maybe aggress a little bit farther or a little bit sooner before that plant went down, because in the post plant, it just felt like it was all Oxygen.
The camera's being brought out now, the CAMRS. That's the marksman rifle, present in the hands of Buck, but instead will be used by Brava, this trickster, with her drones. They'll be able to just grab utility away from Wildcard and render a lot of these secondary gadgets completely useless. We'll also see Newers running that recruit yet again. No real way to see what secondary gadgets are being brought by each individual operator, but if you look at the top left corner of your screen, it's 6 frag grenades being brought, 6 flashes and 2 smokes. There's a lot of destructive power, a lot of blinding, and if you look at the lineup from Wildcard, there really isn't that much to stop it. Might this also be the first round that we have seen both recruits get played, other than the previous round? This is the first match, rather, sorry. Sentry and Striker at the exact same time in the NAL. Admittedly, I do not have an immediate knowledge of every single round so far since these recruits have been added.
I think of the NAL, yes. I'm pretty sure I've seen it in other regions, especially in off-season tournaments. You know, we had like wildcard restart and stuff going on throughout the off-season. So in Element even, Element 3. So I'm pretty confident I've seen it before. But in the NAL, you're right. This might be the first time it's been Striker versus Sentry.
Yaga down below, shrugging off a bit of damage. Oxygen actually taking their licks. Newers is down for the count after Kansan had died earlier. Spiff, the one to do this damage. Now Yaga's a little bit farther back, seeing those bullet tracers go down. He flattens Bosco, who presses up onto him. Bay trades that one right back as it's Bay inside of the main lobby. Diaz gives OXG a numbers advantage once again, as both Diaz and Gomez watch over library upstairs. Just want to give a shout out to OXG for fixing their names this time, by the way. No Buttermilk, no The Boss, whatever else they went by. It's just Spiff and Bay in a 2v3, Jesse.
Yeah, this time is starting to get a little bit low, but they certainly know, do they? The trade is good enough, but oh no, they only downed the Damos. They can pick up Gomez unless they come back. It was all a bait. Bay now in a 1v1. Hat has defuse kit though. He's starting to get this plant going down into the ground. Can Bay clutch it up?
Bay will just creep up, but he sees the leg of Hat. Hat didn't really know where he was coming from, and at that point, sunk costs. Baby, you were already so far through that you have no choice but to continue soldiering on. Back and forth, these teams like to go, but Wildcard, right now with the edge, in terms of their gameplay, smiles across their entire face, but they'll tie it up with that win.
A brilliant 1v3 from Bay, perfectly capitalizing off of what Spiff was able to do, and then the time just too low for Hat. He thought he could stick it, almost got it done. Bay has been the best player for Wildcard so far in this stage of the NAL. He went 20-16 last week, and now putting up some pretty solid score lines as well. 8-2. The newest member of this team from Quincy, Illinois, has been absolutely fantastic. Yes.
Any more fun facts here?
Who knows? Maybe I'll sprinkle them in. I'm not gonna give them to you all at once.
I really do appreciate you drip feeding me these things.
Wouldn't want you to get too full. Full on facts.
Thanks.
You brought a stats analyst onto the cast, okay? I have to fill the broadcast with something. Numbers can't hold everything, so it's fun facts.
You also can't see any of the utility whatsoever, so it's not like you can actually do any analytical work on that side of things. You basically just have to go off of whatever you have on the back of your napkin, so.
Well, round number 5, Parker, it's going to be kitchen once again. And the name of the game, as we always talk about, is going to be top floor. When you're trying to hold this bomb site, top floor control is so vital. A bit of soft breach from Oxygen, no dedicated soft breaching operators, but I have to imagine Newers will have that secondary shotgun. No breaching charges being brought around, so we'll see what they want to do with this execute. A lot of players in and around Solar at the moment. On the side of Wildcard, again, they've got just 3 players up on the top floor. It'll be Kansan, Spiff, and Spiker trying to hold that down. Meanwhile, Bosco and Bay will lock down the bottom floor. Bay more over towards Games. This position inside of Master on the hard wall that we saw Bosco playing earlier is going to be, once again, likely the opening pick. It's Kansan this time, though, who's playing that position. Can he make the moves to punish this rappel in? We'll find out.
And immediately, Spiff and Bay lead off the killing. There could be one more to be had as the Frost has no choice but to retreat. Bay a second kill. It's been an excellent outing so far for Bay. To the halfway point of the round, the Malusi of Bosco able to get away as Diaz looks for a kill. Can't find it though. Slaughtered by Kansan, who has not relinquished control of this part of the map. Spiff with the final kill as well. Wildcard win that one flawlessly to take the lead.
Wow, just domination as they could not get into Solar. They thought they had some kind of an angle, but clearly not. Really impressive stuff. Spiff picked up a couple of kills. I thought it'd be Kansan because he was the guy that was farthest inside of Solar. He was in the room to try to contest them, but I believe it was a longer angle that came out that did punish those repels in. And this is the problem, you know. Sometimes when you ban out the Ying, you ban out the Capitao, it'd be really difficult to get in the map on Chalet. These are the operators that sometimes allow you to do so, but with them both banned in this game, it's been very difficult for OXG to actually get in the map with control. There it was, Spiff going for a big play, swinging out from Master. And then again, just holds two separate angles on the players repelling in. There's a reason why a lot of teams don't like repelling in through Solar. They'd rather go in through Library. At the end of the day, it's not the decision Oxygen made. They decided we're going to go directly in through Solar. And sometimes when you do that, if you don't flash out Master, if you don't have the pressure to stop those players from swinging, well, you're going to get hard punished.
It's been a very frag-heavy matchup so far, as I think we very much expected when you look at these lineups. OXG has been very frag-heavy themselves as they've gone through a bit of not an identity crisis, but has changed around their identity to try and match their roster a little bit better. When you look at the 5 players on OXG, it's not that they lack structure and wouldn't benefit from a good structure, but if you end up, what's that thing? It's where it's, if you battle a pig, they're going to drag you into the mud and beat you with experience. What? I think with OXG, when they get dirty, when they get into the nitty gritty and they start fighting fire with fire and take gunfights, it's very challenging to beat them. Newers in particular, on a wide variety of operators, can win his ones against really strong opposition. The meta may not suit Newers and OXG as well as it has in the past, especially when Newers was on that Finka role that a lot of people would point fingers at, but it still allows Oxygen to get some frags, and that's one thing that Hat never had a problem at on any of his previous teams. So introduce a little bit of structure. I think the sky could be the limit for OXG, but they've obviously got their hands full at the moment with Wildcard.
This clash is going to be a problem a little bit later on into this round. Once they get in towards the bomb site, it's 5 anchors, all of them basically inside of Wine, one just in the hallway next to it. That allows some space for this Twitch drone of DS to get the default cam and get some intel. There's a lot of soft reach going around on this top floor, and with 5 people in the basement on the side of Wildcard, expect a potential flank that could come up later. You could walk up the snowmobile stairs, you could come up West Main. There's a couple of different paths, library stairs as well, for these defenders to try to make a play, and there's typically not thought to be really 5 super strong defensive positions that you can play in the site. They may just try to hold it down. It's likely to be a very late execute coming from Oxygen with all 5 players alive, and in that chaos, they could thrive. But at the end of the day, this is going to be a very chaotic final 30 seconds. The way that they are holding on this defense, you see even just Bay and Spiker stacked up in the hallway. They're going to be in very close quarters, and that could allow a lot of multi-kills to come out from Oxygen. Now, where this push comes out is yet to be seen. Looks like it's going to be Snowmobile, maybe down the stairs, could drop the hatch as well. Won't really be a pressure out going towards Wine. It's going to be a main breach execute down the stairs to try to plant just behind that bookshelf. As the drones come on out, can Wildcard reaggress and get these kills in the chaos?
A great question to ask. Zoto canisters will freeze any entry points down towards that blue portion of the map. Out go the smokes, grabbed by magnets. Yaga runs in, destroyed by Kansan, pulverized, and another from Kansan. So long range. That's a nice line of sight, and one that will be coming to a ranked game very, very quickly on. Bay now the one doing some serious work as Hat, Diaz are last 2 alive. Bay dies to Hat, but Wildcard, how about that? They grabbed the first half, 4-2.
I believe they call him Kansan Yankari. A crazy 3K coming out from him with a great angle. The smile on his face, knowing that he was the main key point in that hold. I really thought they were going to have to go for some kind of a flank, do something, because they weren't holding inside of Snowmobile, as it often is difficult to do so. They weren't going for a flank. They had 5 players, either in the blue hall or inside of Wine. They were so clumped up, but they just used the intel from the clash. They used their magnets to stop the smokes and the flashes from doing their jobs, and Kansan held an angle. OXG, they pushed 2 players down the same staircase. The breach player from Hat wasn't really able to accomplish anything. Then the library stairs flank came really late. Diaz dropping the breach came really late. It just was a very discoordinated execute from OXG. They got hard punished by one guy holding an angle Kansan, brilliant with that TCSG, all credit to him. But I just didn't love the way that Auction pulled off that execute. It felt like they maybe could have utilized some more of those back angles, hit Wine from some other angle, maybe use that soft breach a little bit more to try to get a vertical pick before you execute, have some kind of answer to the clash. None of that happened. Wildcard out on top, and a 4-2 half to start Chalet. They're going to be feeling pretty good.
Tactical timeouts still remain for both of these teams as well. And if those numbers can be trusted, the drone economy from Wildcard looking pretty good with still plenty of time left. There's no denial on the side of OXG that could possibly trip them up. You don't have to deal with mute jammers. You don't have to deal with Mozzie. I mean, you don't really see Mozzie much at all, so you don't have to deal with him more often than not. As for Wildcard, they'll bring additional drones, but there's no information to be gained from them. As you see, those boogie drones from Kansan's Ram will tear through the floor, but not provide any intel like, say, a Twitch drone, a Clutch drone, or a Rotero drone would. They managed to tear up some of that floor in the main lobby as the first minute of this second half is worn down.
So Hat's going to be the key focal point for me this round. Obviously, the solo roamer. Everyone else in the basement, very similar hold to what Wildcard were running. But on Wildcard, they have this Dokkaebi. I've always been impressed with Spiker's Doke play. And if they can use this to hunt down Hat and find that pick, it could be a free opening kill. But instead, Bay goes down to Newers, who is in the basement inside the... I believe he's, just in Snowmobile. Could have been on the breach if that was able to go down. Not a player that you want to lose early. With both exothermic charges in the pocket of Bosco, I gotta wonder, are they not going to be able to open the Snowmobile breach?
I mean, right now, it certainly seems like it'll be a challenge. Unless you can take care of anything Electric Claw related from above with the Ram. But beyond that, yeah, a lack of EMPs is really going to hurt you. They do have 2 pocket EMPs, though. And I wonder if it's the Grim that has access to those. So if they can find where the Electric Claw is, you can get rid of the electrification. Oh my. Spiker, you really tried there. It was a very good effort, but Hat was just prepared, ready, and waiting.
On Hat, he's not done.
Goes for the fadeaway. He grabs Kansan, but cannot outduel Bosco, as it's just up to Bosco and Spiff now, with OXG looking for a bounce-back victory. Bosco will drop Connector. Just as Wildcard brought the clash, so too will OXG and Newers. Uses the DMR effectively enough to keep OXG within 1 round.
Newers doing his best Kansan impression in that round, and back-to-back we see not quite 2 DMRs. I think technically the TCSG is a shotgun, but 2 long-range single-fire guns coming out to get the majority of those kills in both rounds, helped out by the clash. Very similar role. I thought that Hat was having a big impact, and he certainly did. The Dokkaebi play from Spiker, just not quite all there. I've been very... happy with Spiker's performance on that operator. It's something I talked about a lot on the desk in stage 1 was how good Spiker can be with Dokkaebi. But I think the sound, I don't know, just didn't really line up for him. He thought that the roaming player was inside of Master. He was not. He was in office. I believe his phone was ringing. He certainly heard him, but couldn't echolocate like a bat. Spiker's hearing maybe not quite on point in that game. And Spiker's had a tough game overall. He's 0-5 at the moment, Parker. Has yet to find even a single kill on the board. Letting Hat get away with that flank, who then came back for a second kill, flanking in towards Fireplace, was really the rough start that Wildcard didn't want to see in round number 7. And then executing low man count into a clash never feels very good. So hoping to see Spiker bounce back. He'll pick up the Ash in the R4C, so that's definitely a good sign. But would love to see him getting involved and getting on the board, because I know he can be a really good player when he's on.
And Ash just in general is not an odd pick to see right now, but every time we hear the R4C, I always think, oh, is there an Ash on the board? And I look and, oh no, it's actually a Ram. So
it's always Ram, yeah.
It's always Ram nowadays. And I mean, on this particular map, if you're attacking downstairs, or even if you're trying to pressure those main floor bomb sites, Ram is never really a bad option, because almost all of the floors over top of the sites on this map are destructible. Those boogie drones are one of the most effective ways to tear through the floor as quickly as humanly possible. The only other operator who's that good at ripping up the floor that quickly is actually Fuse. We don't really see. Spiff gets in early on, isolates Gomez, finds him, tracks him, and kills him. All within the first minute of action, and just like that, Wildcard have an advantage.
Perfect little entry hunting down Gomez. A new sight for Gomez. Last week he was 0-3, or sorry, 3-0 on defensive entry. He was perfect on the roam to get those opening picks. That trend will not continue into the second week of NAL. The Deimos makes his life very difficult. Spiff didn't even need to use one of his tracks. They just had a good drone on him. And sometimes that's all you need. That means that Spiff is going to have all 3 Deimos tracks to both find out the rest of these players who might be extending over towards mezzanine like Hat, but also during the execute. I mean, it can be very advantageous to get a pick either below the bomb site and get a vertical pick before you fight and go for the push, or even just during your push as you need to find those players when you go for the execute.
Spiff's looking for more. A nice attempt and almost a flick that costs Yaga his life. Followed up on by Bosco. Yaga wins both of those engagements, though. Now, they will follow. In the ground, OXG is tightening this one up very, very quickly. Just 2 members of Wildcard remain. And 2v4. Up the stairs, Spiker will go, but the main obstacle is over towards Library. Newers thought he had something going. Spiker gets both of them. Good Lord, you called him out on this roll, on this operator. And right now, he's making it work. He has to retrieve Kansan, who'd been finished off inside of Library, and will be picked back up from the dead. Yaga almost gets 2 for his trouble with that Nitro cell. And Kansan, who was down but not out seconds ago, has to win the round for his team. Wildcard was starting to put together a mighty fine map. The first half really helped them, but from here on out, it might just be OXG. They've won 2 in a row and they've tied the game.
Huge round from the Yog Dog. They're not eating the dogs tonight. That was a huge play from him to kill 2 players on the library stairs down the defuse kit. And you'd expect him to play around that defuse kit with the shotgun. It's such a strong position. And of course, that's exactly what Wildcard thought he was going to do as well. So they went to pick up their player inside of library, but oh no. Yogg instead chooses to push over into games. He lands that C4, knowing that that was where the player got downed. A really well played round by him. And if the last player alive on Wildcard hadn't sprinted to their death inside of the site, he likely would have gotten the last kill as well. Could have been a 4K if he'd come back for the flank, timed it right as Diffuse Kit was being put on the floor. Really nice, and that ties things up. It's now 4-4 with back-to-back successful defensive rounds from OXG. They have very quickly got themselves back into this game.
Anybody's matchup at this point. As Wildcard with 10 seconds remaining, you're going to make quite a lot of swaps. Hey, going from Flores to Flores. Nobody saw that one coming. Bosco on just 2 kills. Spiker's 2 kills came in a very high-stakes situation in the round that just transpired, but ultimately ended up being quite impactless. Bay sitting on 12 kills. That is a terrific mark for a player who is still brand new and is a rookie at the tier 1 level.
32 kills then through the stage so far, including his last week's stats. Very quickly on pace to, he can maintain this. He's one of the best fraggers inside of North America. In the interview, Spiker said they picked him up because he's got ridiculously good aim, and I think we're definitely seeing that. His consistency has been huge for them as well. In round number 9, they've got to attack onto Bar Games, and it's going to be a far side clear as they enter in through Kitchen. They're going to enter in through Solar and try to clear out these roamers. Newers might be the first one to get into a gunfight if they are up there on the top floor. It's actually so far just been kind of a basement and main floor push thus far, though. It's going to be interesting to deal with these players who are currently above them. Here we go now. Spiff and the Buck of Kansan clearing through the top floor, clearing through Master, and Newers immediately shuts them down and gets away with it, too.
Just fall back and watch the top of blue stairs. Wildcard is really struggling on this Chalet attack. Chalet's been picked, actually, not as much as you would think, but is a very defender-sided map with all the times that it's been played. Coming into this, it was extraordinarily lopsided. That obviously bodes well for OXG. Wildcard, when they were on defense, they won their half 4-2. Oxygen already won 2 rounds of the 2 that they have played on defense and are situated decently well to pull it out yet again. The obstacle on blue stairs that was Newer's and deployable shield has now been lost. He also loses the magnet next to him, and Newer's cannot play as static in that spot. So what does he do? He turns tail and runs to the bomb site with the rest of his teammates, and with only a minute left on the clock, you can safely sit there and hunker down and wait for Wildcard to come to you.
Yaga and Hat are still up here instead of Library. They're going to be a big problem. They've got Grim Bees to try to solve these issues, but instead it's the Magnet to catch the Bees and Bay to be caught by Yaga. They push in now, but they're in absolutely a ton of crossfires. They try to get into Mezzanine. There goes Hat, but a trade being looked for. It's a team kill instead. How does that happen? Yaga dies to Gomez. Did that just break the round wide open for Wildcard?
Spiff now will help the rest of his teammates get right back up in terms of HP into a 3v3 with just a narrow bit of time left. Cams are in the pocket of Wildcard. Kansan and Bay will be watching those, giving their teammates quite a bit of information. Logic Bomb goes off, and the Bees will also find Gomez. But Diaz swings and wins. Gomez in as well. Bosco needs to save the round with only 5 seconds to go, but he won't get it done. Again, Diaz and Gomez working so well together as they have done their whole career. And OXG wins yet another round, and they take the lead.
Looking so much better on this defense. We saw the struggles early on, but they continue to swap as the attackers just can't seem to get a hold of Chalet. OXG maybe feeling really good about this map choice. I was a little concerned at the halfway point, but Oxygen, they're comfortable on Chalet. They're on a 4-game winning streak on this map. They haven't lost it since Stage 2 last year. They've made some roster moves since then, of course. So with this 5-man lineup, they've never lost this map, even with the 4-person lineup, if you ignore the most recent Hat pickup. They were really confident with this map. Wildcard, on their end, their last play on Chalet was an 8-6 loss to Fluffy Aimers in their own off-season tournament. JJ Blast let them know what the deal was on this map, and I think Oxygen are kind of doing it once again. Not a single attack being won by Wildcard will prompt a tactical timeout. What can they do to try to make this map more favorable? I feel like they got to start slowing things down. It feels like in a lot of these early rounds, they're hunting for roamers, but they're doing it very solo. They cannot trade when the roamers get the opening pick, and maybe they're rushing into the gunfights a little bit too much. You know, these aggressive players on the side of OXG, they're holding an angle, they're getting a pick, and they're falling off. There's never any sort of response from Wildcard. So I really want to see these opening engagements be turned around. Wildcard desperately need it.
This is a Wildcard team that got very close to victory on 2 separate occasions, but couldn't get the job done. OXG found themselves in the exact same spot. The exact same score lines that happened to Wildcard. Wildcard lost their first matchup 5-7. They lost their second matchup 4-7. OXG lost their first matchup 5-7. They lost their second matchup 4-7. That's why these teams sit at the same round differential, because they have the same trajectory so far. Now they are deviating. Oxygen is slowly eking out Wildcard with a single round victory. But if Wildcard can pull this together, and their coaching staff, Meepy can actually, and Justin, but I'm assuming Meepy is the one who's going to be talking to them. And for those of you that might recognize that name, Meepy was a former player all the way back on Playing Ducks, on Snook and Nose, IDK, Team Secret, etc. Meepy has been around for ages. He has won DreamHack. He has played on multiple teams that have made it to LAN multiple times, but now is enjoying a break from social media by posting far less frequently and now just focusing on coaching and himself. And it's been nice to see Meepy doing well. Always a great guy. And well, I mean, his words to Wildcard might have worked, Jesse, because Hat is the first casualty for OXG, and Wildcard find themselves up in a 5v4.
Not too bad from the coach. He'll take that, of course. I said I wanted to see them winning the entries, and that's exactly what they've been able to do with Hat going down early. And look at this. The drone will spot Gomez as well, playing the operator who is specifically designed to not get droned. Can they capitalize off of it now, though? The intel is perfect. They know exactly where he is. If they can flash him out, repel in, and get this kill, they'll be looking very, very good.
Those are smokes that are going to go out. Spiker getting dropped. Another from Wildcard will hit the deck, and OXG now has the advantage. Logic bombs are going off, and Spiff can work off of this information. He's also got the Inox out, so he will see where they are going. He'll track Gomez well down below. Just want to try to evade whatever line of sight wildcard might be able to get on him. Those little lines are very goofy, by the way. They remind me of anime when the drone speeds up and starts flying.
Yeah.
Literally reminds me of anime when they start to run fast and you see the lines go past them. I've never watched anime. I actually have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, the speed might help out Wildcard, but they've, of course, lost 2 players now. They tried to track that Vigil. Again, they had the intel, but they couldn't punish him. He escaped to the other side of the map. Zipped away as fast as those drones seem to zip away. But they've got the breach open on the boiler wall. If they can get the plant down here, they're in a good position. They have dining control. They have the plant control as well. Barring any disasters, like a flank from Gomez or a big plant denial play, they should be able to get an execute, but this shield's actually going to be a problem. I didn't know the shield was here. This is going to need to be dealt with, and I don't know if they have the utility for it, Parker.
Diaz is sitting far enough back that those flames will not have any real effect. All the while, wildcard die elsewhere. Bosco held at bay by those same flames that were down by the deployable shield. Separate Goyo canister, but ultimately same result. Bosco walks in, takes way too much damage. He dies. All the while, Spiff has made this one much closer, but Gomez breaks their spirits. OXG prevent wildcard from coming back on that round. And it's OXG on match point.
The tactical timeout, not enough. Yes, they got the opening pick. They did what I asked of them, but then they immediately lost 2 in return. They had the intel on the Vigil, but they let him get away. There was no cutoff. There was no player that was able to catch the player on the drone. They simply had to get in through solar, and they weren't fast enough. They didn't actually get that opportunity presented to them. When the Vigil left, they couldn't do anything about it. So then what happened? Well, halfway through the round, when they're trying to go for their execute, Vigil flanks. Oh, that's a dirty way to get the opening pick, too. I don't even know if we could count that, but I suppose for the stats, we will. It just didn't result in enough. Newers got aggressive to make that plays. Again, Gomez flanked inside of Kitchen. And then in Dining, got the last pick as well onto Spiff. If they had just caught him when he was roaming up inside of Faster, they could have done it. But there was no cut. There was no catch. He made it back and played that round perfectly on the side of OXG.
It's been a very, very tight matchup between these teams, but OXG looking to be getting back into form. They've guaranteed themselves at least 1 point. Wildcard will need to win 2 in a row to send us to overtime in hopes of picking up more than a single point. Right now, the likelihood is all 3 for OXG. We haven't really been given much reason to think that Wildcard will be able to pull this one back. At least not based off of the last couple rounds. You know, it's like they always say, you're only as good as your last round. In this case, it was only a matter of time, I think, until this OXG roster turned the corner. Yeah, they made some changes. They got rid of Fox A, and there might have been a dearth in leadership in the previous stage. They dropped Dream most recently. They brought in Hat. And the talk of Hat being brought in was that while he doesn't have a ton of experience as a player, hopefully he can bring some aggression and open things up. And we saw throughout all of the teams that he's played on in the NAL that Hat can consistently go toe-to-toe with some of the most formidable players in the league. Well, this is the biggest spotlight that's been on him. I won't say that he's not a leader, but he is not somebody who is brought onto a team specifically for leadership, like somebody like, say, a Geo would be if he was available, which he is. Like Canadian is when he's brought on, like Bosco is when he's brought on to a team. So if you're picking up somebody like Hat, you need other players to pick up that leadership role. And the question for OXG has always been, who is that going to be? Well, right now, it seems like they have solved some of these issues, but these are also these are 2 teams that have yet to get a win. So maybe it's just that they've got a weaker competition right now. Either way, one more round for OXG to pick up 3 big points, and this is not going well for them. Newers gets 1 kill, but Diaz and Hat both die. Newers will join shortly thereafter. And Wildcard, Jesse, are seemingly finding their stride in this round.
Just as you say it, though, don't be too over-eager. Yaga in a very strong position. The breach is not open, so of course we're going to see that big play coming out. Does get punished by Spiff, though. That leaves Gomez in a 1v3. They're likely to know he's down below. Once they clear through the bomb site, they know for sure now, and Kansan with a big swing will keep Wildcard alive in this game. They finally did it. Not only did they catch Hat on the drone, not only did they get the entry pick onto Hat, but then they were able to convert it into a round win. Finally, something goes according to plan for Wildcard. They successfully are able to work intel and turn that into opening kills and turn that into a round win. Is it too little, too late though, Parker? That is my question, because with OXG still having their tactical timeout available, they're going to be able to spend all these 45 seconds to craft the perfect defense to play for round 12. And there's not going to be much that Wildcard can do because they're not going to know the site.
Well, I mean, this is the right time for you to take this time out, right? You might as well. You got one round remaining. Neither of these teams will have access to a timeout in overtime now. So what OXG will do is walk through this final round and then plot potentially what could happen in overtime. Admittedly, I have never played at this level. Neither of us have.
No.
And while previous commentators I've worked with have intimate knowledge of how timeouts work, all you and I can do is speculate. Sometimes coaches talk about things just to settle the players down. Maybe they think that OXG are getting a little bit ahead of themselves and already they're here to pop the cork and start celebrating an early victory over Wildcard. Maybe when Wildcard took their timeout, it was about getting their heads back in the game because they were on tilt. Either way, this is a strategy that is not known to us. We don't get to hear what they say in the timeouts any longer. Those listen-ins are unfortunately no longer a part of the broadcast, which means all we can do is speculate and go off of what we know from previous teams. When you look at OXG, I imagine it's going to be a strategic talk, but more than anything, there'll be a talk about keeping them in the game. They have the lead. They're in a very comfortable spot. They've guaranteed themselves 1 point. You have shown through all of these rounds on defense, you are 4-1 right now on defense. Just keep doing what you've been doing. You're going to go to a bomb site. You've already won before. You won it back in round number 9 when you went to bar gaming. If you can pull it off yet again, that's the ball game. Keep your head in it. I know it's very basic stuff. I'm not a coach, Jesse, but it sounded very good. I think it sounded very good.
I wouldn't know. I usually tune you out when you start yapping like that. But in any case, Wildcard, as you said, will be in the position to try to make this an overtime game. This is gonna be difficult with OXG setting up in and around the bomb site. It's Gomez in the basement. It's 3 players up above, Yogg, Newers, and Hat, and it's Diaz alone to lock down this site. They're spawned over by Library. They want to get inside of this part of the map. They've got the Nook as well from Spiker, who could come in any number of angles. West main, front door, wherever he pleases. But for the bulk of this team, the goal number 1 will be get in control of Library. There's nobody in the corner, but there is a mezzanine player they're going to have to deal with. That's going to be Hat. Watch out for him to get either the opening pick or the opening death in this round. All the pressure is going to be on him.
Lots of cams to be had. Not only do you have the 6 remaining pocket cams, now down to 5, you've also got the clutch drones that are brought from Kansan's Bravo with the Para in hand too to do some serious damage. What gadgetry can you hack? If you look on the side of OXG, they don't really have a ton.
Yeah.
Right? They don't have a bulletproof. They have 1 bulletproof camera. My apologies. You can't hack the Warden, as funny as that would be. You have to figure out which of these Malusis you want to take. Hold on a second here. Spiff is actually getting the diffuser down, and Wildcard might be stopped, but they've got some pretty good coverage. OXG trails in number. Gomez will bleed out. Only 2 players remain from OXG, and Spiff cannot get the retrieval here, as Spiff is the hero, but Newers has something to say about that. He has both the kills so far, as his final Adreno Surge will end. Everybody back to full HP on the side of Wildcard, and Newers being harassed by that death mark, and he cannot stick that diffuser as much as he wants. As now there's a drop over towards the window. He knows there's 1 player above him, still being antagonized by Bay, who's been outstanding so far today. For Wildcard. Newers with a nice pick on the Kansan, but he's all out of time. It's a Pyrrhic victory on the round, and my God, we have overtime, Jesse.
That we do. The tactical timeout doesn't do Auction any favors either, and that means that Wildcard are able to put together a successful attack. I'm not sure what they said in that tactical timeout, but if they were able to predict the bomb site that was going to be brought by OXG, they might have said, guys, every time they play bar games, they're roaming. They're sending players up towards Master. They've got players in the basement. If we can just hold Library from the windows, we can jump in big window and plant. And that's exactly what they did. Very little plant denial being brought out. I don't think there was a single C4. There was no smoke. They didn't have any utility to actually stop that plant. We saw the swing coming out from the sentry to try to stop it, but that was being held perfectly by the window player. It was just a very simple execute from Wildcard. They brought it back to basics. They hit the site. Your ranked teammates could pull off that push, but that's exactly what you need to do when you can recognize what the defense is trying to do. OXG didn't have any players on site. They had no tools to stop that. Sometimes the simplest answer is the best one.
Really, a lot of these rounds just come down to kills. I always feel like a broken record when we say it, but at the end of the day, sometimes it really does just boil down to, can you get those kills early on? Wildcard got in the site very quickly, took no prisoners whatsoever, and then were extraordinarily good at watching those re-entry points, not just from big window facing into games, but also commandeering above and ensuring that nobody could retake from Piano. Because if you manage to get that diffuser down, but you lose control of Piano, well, things usually don't go very well for you in the post plant. In this case, whoever holds on to that portion of the map is usually in an excellent position to hang on. And that's exactly what we saw. Wildcard did not relinquish control of that part of the map. They did not give up the window. They kept their sights steady, and they won the round. Now Wildcard are going to go on to defense for 2 of the 3 OT rounds. We might only need 2 rounds of OT, in which the defense obviously will just be passed back and forth, but the fact that the defenders have gone 4-2 so far on both sides bodes very well for Wildcard in OT.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be in a better position coming into this one. Got to imagine that they're feeling good, but sometimes overtime can swap things up. You never know, especially if OXG can get their feet back under them. It's going to be a Monty play from Yaga to try to take control. And they might be doing the exact same push that we just saw Wildcard use. The difference is there's 2 C4s being held in the pockets of Wildcard, most notably Bosco, who's inside a bar, can C4 a plant if they do just try to jump in the game's window. I imagine they're going to try to at least kill Spiker, who's playing inside a mezzanine. They can walk Yaga up the fireplace stairs. It's exactly what they're doing now. They can find that pick onto him. That could be huge to start off this round. But at the moment, even with Logic Bombs playing out, they've been yet to secure even a single opening pick. We're almost at the 1-minute mark in this round.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing with Dokkaebi is that since they've reworked her, the Logic Bombs function differently. You got to wait for them to generate. First pick is going to come from Oxygen. How brutal for Wildcard would this be if they have the favored side in overtime and they end up losing either way? And right now, the numbers are not in their favor. Gomez with all 3 kills so far for OXG. 2 more to be had. Bosco eliminating Gomez, so no potential for there to be an ace. Hat holding on to that diffuser. Diaz watching over top of him as Hat gets the plant off successfully. Now it's all about holding on for dear life. Hat's not able to do it. Spiff picks up a 2nd kill. Diaz, a man alone. 1v2, Wildcard looking for their best chance yet. Bosco slow on the jump out. Spiff at full HP will now drop. Nitro sell out. But Diaz is far enough back, and another hop out will need to happen. Spiff will hop onto that diffuser. A flash is actually misplayed, and Spiff will once again turn to the window and win. Good Lord, you can see Diaz wants that one back. Unbelievable. Wildcard offering pieces of advice to OXG, but they are not well intentioned, and the head shake from Diaz tells us the whole story. Wildcard moved to match point despite OXG being in full control as of late.
The one thing about Spiff, that guy don't whiff. Ridiculous clutch from a position that should have been unwinnable. One of the newest pickups on Wildcard, played so well in that late round execute. My God, just an insane play. I thought Gomez was going to be the star. I thought Gomez was going to be the main player, but no.
These are the player reactions to Spiff's whiff or Spiff not whiffing. Hey, Bosco, Spiker, all very animated. Kansan, not one for theatrics, but either way, what? Just genuinely an amazing performance. Spiff on 16 kills. Bay on 16 kills as well. Hat, much heralded as a great gunner coming over to this team, and he's just sitting on 6 himself. Same with Spiker, 3 and 11. Some players not really landing their shots as effectively as they want. But I feel like Spiff only had 3 kills when I made a comment about how he hasn't quite lived up to his success that he had when he was on Astralis. And he is making me eat my words. And let me tell you, I ate dinner already, so I'm very full. I'm not enjoying this moment one bit.
That's why I drip feed you the statistics and the fun facts.
Of course. Just small little like tapas of information, if you may.
The desk even talked about how one of Spiff or Bosco needed to step it up. And Bosco's played well, nothing bad to say about him this game, but Spiff has been the star, of course, alongside Bay. What can you do when they're floating like that? They have to now attack onto the basement. They'll get the wall open a little bit faster than the last time we saw this bomb site. Pretty successful to get that open. They've got 4 smokes and a glass. So Parker, you don't gotta be a tier 1 analyst to figure out exactly what the strategy is gonna be here. They're flooding the site with smokes. They're trying to plant inside the breach. They're trying to cover with the glass. The problem is Diaz on the Warden. Will see through those smokes, will be able to go for swings. It's vital that they can kill Diaz as this execute begins.
And it'll be Bay now watching along as these yellow silhouettes begin to emerge. He has the first kill. Bay, good coverage. Kansan dropping Diaz. OXG fighting for their lives. Bay doing serious work, and it's all up to Newers to keep his team in this. Isolated by the fire set by his own teammate. He has to wait an agonizing period of time before it clears. Diffuser will continue to run away, and Wildcard have so much going for them. They can hop on drones and collapse on Newers. OXG looked like the favorites until they no longer did, and Wildcard wins both rounds in OT. They win 4 of their own and take the matchup. 2 points to their name. OXG still walks away with 1. But it's OXG alone at the bottom of NAL after our 3rd play day as Wildcard pick up 2 points and can start to climb the standings.
From the brink, OXG, when they swapped the defense, looked like they had the game in the bag, but a couple attack timeouts come through. They force the overtime, a ridiculous clutch from Spiff in round 13, and then a beautiful chef's kiss execute on the basement in the final round. Kansan hitting the back was massive. The glass play was perfect coming out from Bay. Just everything rehearsed to a T. It's one of those pocket strats. They didn't need to bring it out until the very last round. That was the most important one. They get it done. 8-6 over Oxygen, who now have 0 wins still. They have a point, as you mentioned. No longer sitting with 0 points on the standings, but they're not going to take much solace in that. They are still looking very, very rough, and especially with how winnable this game was, they're going to be kicking themselves after a performance like that.
And the thing with Oxygen, Jesse, is that they're off tomorrow, so this single point is all they get for the first 4 play days of the stage. There's not a lot of time left. OXG only have 5 opportunities after this to start to climb those standings. Their window to the major, it might already be closed, but if not, it's closing really quickly. That's it for our matchups today. You and I are done, but we still got a desk to break down the action, and we'll waste no time getting to them.
He can't come in.
Yo, I have a cam for the hatch. Hold it, please. Last cam.
Hold on.
He's
bottom main still.
I'm typing.
He's walking down main. He's lit.
Yes!
Let's
go! Let's go! Evan! Good job! Evan! Oh my God, bro!
Listen. Every time there's food downstairs, I'm gonna have the game of my life. It's what it is. Every time, bro.
4 consecutive rounds in a row to close out Wildcard's first win of Stage 2. OXG gave them a real fight. It was OXG's game to lose at a certain point because they were on match point far before Wildcard ever forced match point themselves. And for a game for 2 teams that hadn't gotten a win up until this point, for it to go to overtime is some sick poetic justice.
Listen, before we touch up, I'm so confused by the callouts right there. It's like someone get on the cam and then someone's, I'm typing.
That was so funny. He's typing to say like GG, like, you know, he's like, are we about to win? All right, I'm typing. I'm pre-messaging.
But is he supposed to be the guy that's supposed to be on the cam?
I mean, I think if you're Wildcard or either team in this position, you really just wanted to get a win. So, of course, Wildcard coming out on top, they probably felt ecstatic. I mean, we saw it in those final moments. But I really think Wildcard was the better team in this matchup, so it's good that they did come out through overtime and was able to bring it back. But man, was it a sloppy game. Back and forth, mistakes on both sides, so many questionable plays, so many post plants that ended up being thrown away. It was just who could not throw harder? That really was the matchup.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
I'll say Wildcard definitely looked from like a strategical point, like they looked far better than what Oxygen was bringing. But still, I mean, you said it best. This was just some situation of who's gonna fumble first, who's gonna throw the round. Because
Sadly,
there were so many instances. It was just we were in the back questioning like, why would you do that? Why did he do this? What just happened? And it's just like I don't think either team, regardless of getting a win, like that's great. You got it underneath your belt, success, but I don't really think any team should be happy here because it looked so piss poor.
Are we getting XZ Beast Coast fries from this game? Or is it not that bad?
XZ Beast Coast.
That's an insane.
That's a long time ago. I wouldn't say any of these guys are on a level of, you know, back then at the bottom of a LAN league, but I definitely think both of these teams have growing pains. We like what we've been seeing from Wildcard. They still are on that trajectory. Things are being a lot closer than they need to be for Wildcard Saber. As for OXG, unfortunately, just still looks like a stick in the mud.
Yeah.
To your point about Wildcard, what they had to do to improve, the goal was either get the front line or the back line to be better. We did see some gradual improvement from Wildcard, especially in that first half.
Yeah, this round specifically here, this is what I was talking about, where the back line needs to be strong. And thankfully, Bay ends up getting a huge triple here. But you got to look, this was a 2v1, and Bosco in that situation could have easily coordinated with Bay what they need to do here. Shout out to Yaga for playing this beautifully, but they end up losing this round. It goes back into that back line of Bosco.
Yeah, and this round right here is a beautiful defense from Wildcard. They actually have the Clash holding down on the main stairs, being able to lock down everyone from OXG. And what does OXG's problem solving do? Nothing. They say, let's just go through it. And they run into a Clash while the Cade is all the way in the back of Wine with a beautiful one-way. And the Clash is slowing everybody, and you are just cannon fodder. You are just walking down the stairs. There's no thought process of how we're gonna get through the Clash. How are we gonna get around the Clash? Maybe we go from the back line. There's just nothing. So I don't understand who's making these decisions on OXG, but obviously, like, it is the wrong decision. There could be so many decisions that you could choose from, but running into the Clash with nothing to help you get through it, I just can't understand where that thought process would come from.
OXG's decision-making was just weird in that round overall. There was 5 anchors from Wildcard all on the basement bomb site at a minute and a half left in the round, and it took them so long to figure out like specifically what they wanted to do. There's a lot of questions for Oxygen heading into any part of this stage coming up, and to Parker's point, they don't play tomorrow. They're going to have to sit with this for a while.
Yeah, they have to sit to watch it, and obviously we wanted the big wake-up call. I mean, it's week 2. The bell's ringing. If you guys don't show up week 3 to get some type of points, it's going to look really grim for the rest of the stage, and obviously you don't want your year to end just looking this bad. And obviously,
you don't want your year to end in September, bro.
Of course, and obviously if you look at the statistics, again, what is true is their individual playmaking is still there. Newers are having 6 opening kills. How can you have such a phenomenal player consistently getting these rounds, and then you guys aren't able to convert? It's a very disgusting position to be in.
But granted, I will give kudos to Wildcard. I said one of 2 things needed to change. Their backline needed to change or their front line. Fortunate enough, Spiff was having one hell of a game. On top of Bay, I believe they both ended that, I believe 16 kills or a little
Bay was
bit
at 18, Spiff was at 16.
So yeah,
massive improvements.
Spiff, massive improvements across the board. I mean, that's what I want to see going into tomorrow. But again, I mean, Bosco had very poor moments here, but he also had strong moments. It's just about finding that consistency within those 2 in their roles to be able to accelerate this roster, because there is high hopes for this. It's just a matter of consistency.
Well, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. We have Bosco on the line to talk about how this game went. Dude, congratulations on the win. It's good that it finally happened, even if it was a couple days later than you would have preferred. Talk to me about when OXG was on match point. You have 4 rounds in a row from that point, including both rounds in overtime, to close this sucker out. What did you say in the back? What specifically happened in order to make sure that this was a dub and not a slide as soon as they got on match point?
I think it came down to the timeout that Meepy took. He just kind of gave us a reminder of what we've been struggling with on attack, and that's patience, honestly. We lack patience in certain situations, and it costs us lives, ends up giving numbers to the defense, and it's, you know, sometimes just hard to come back from that. So he just reminded us, you know, in the timeout that we need to be patient and not give our lives up before we're working certain parts of the map or working picks. And after that, we started working a lot better on attack together.
I got a question for you, boss. Obviously, congratulations on the win here. What's been the biggest hurdle for you guys? Obviously, we've talked about in your guys' beginning games how you guys look. It's like slowly improving, but then in other areas, it looks like it's just staying the same or just not where it needs to be. Like, what's the main focus for the roster here?
Well, we've kind of had to relearn our identity with the roster changes. Not so much with Chris, but when we picked up Jake, we really had to figure things out again, and especially for attack. And yeah, we're just focusing on working together best we can, making sure we're in the right spots. Not it kind of ties back to what I just said, not giving up lives so easily. That's like a huge problem for us. But I mean, I really don't think we've had a terrible start here. Like, I think we played pretty well against SQ. I think they're a very good team right now.
100%.
Against M80, I think we didn't play up to our standards for ourselves, and I know we could have played so much better against them. And today, I mean, we played pretty well today. I think we could have played a little bit better in the early rounds of attack, but other than that, I mean, we're making progress. We see it in scrims. Just got to translate it to game day.
And just a quick question. Are you guys satisfied with the win over Oxygen, or are you still a little like, that should have been better? We should have been performing way better and closed that out a lot faster.
No, none of us had that vibe after we got the win. I mean, it was, especially when we were down 6-4, it was mostly just staying in this, staying focused, and working these rounds best we can. You know, trying to adapt to some of their strats because they had good setups. Like their basement setup was very difficult. I'm actually glad they ran back the roam the second time in OT. If they would have run that Clash like Tube Cade strat, it could have been a different round for us. But we had something cooked for when they were going to hit the roam.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you brought up your losing people early on attack, and just walk us through what the mental is like when you guys lose an opening pick first, or especially when you're down 6-4, when you're at a deficit. What's the communication like in the team, VC?
I mean, honestly, it's just the round just keeps chugging along, business as usual. It sucks if we lose a guy, but I mean, it is what it is. It's Siege. It happens. People are gonna make plays or just peek something aggressively and win the gunfight. It's just about trying to get that pick back and then just keep working like a pick if we can, like isolating a pick and working it together if we can, before the numbers get too out of hand.
I don't mean to make you have an old man moment or anything in particular, but you're the old man on your team, at least for the moment. Is anything that you have from previous experiences, from playing with Space Station, from winning a world title, does anything that you notice at all bleed into advice given to your teammates, or anything that happens in the middle of an execute, something to do with strategy? How much do you notice actually really, like, what helps the team? What do you notice from your time playing that has the most impact with this roster?
I mean, it's a tough question. It's a hard question because Siege, it has evolved so much, and I've been playing it since the beginning, so like it's gone through so many different changes, meta changes. So I don't really think like anything that's happened in the past, like when I was on Space Station, like even really translates because it's a different game now. Like the meta is completely different. I just try to bring my voice and my experience to help the guys, give guys direction, help them improve their aspects of the game when I see them making mistakes, and just trying to keep us all on the same page, in that hard support role. So just trying to be that voice of reason for the guys is like my main objective.
Last question, C9 BC tomorrow to close out the doubleheader. Any thoughts on them?
No, I mean, we're ready to play those guys. It should be a fun match.
All right. Sounds good, dude. Nothing else really left to be said. Again, congratulations on the win. Glad it finally happened in the end. We'll see you for that C9 game tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
And very much to the casters' points, now everybody has points on the board. We just need one more team to get a win on the board at some point.
Yeah, again, it's tough because, especially in this game specifically, it's a best of one. You really have to show up that day. There's really no room for a lot of air, but in some situations, obviously, if you're like Sonics, there is room for air. You have a little wiggle room, but when you find yourself at the bottom, there's not a lot of wiggle room, and you really have to take advantage of these best of ones and get the best map that you can have success on, and just quickly identify these situations or problems throughout this stage to end up securing a playoff position.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd say the more you start to lose, it isn't really an issue when it comes to your gameplay. I think the hardest battle is always going to be mentality.
Yeah.
Digging yourself out of that hole, pulling yourself back, letting yourself know that even though you're at the bottom of the standings, it doesn't mean that you're any less worthy or can be any less prepared to battle and take a win from one of those top teams.
Let's recap the day real fast. It was a long one. We had some pauses to get through, but we're here. Day 3 is done. We move forward into the next third of the NAL starting tomorrow, but Sonics currently at the top of the table, and DZ got an upset today. So overall, not bad.
Yeah, it's really nice to see how competitive across the board every single game is. I think the closest game that we saw to a stomp was the SQ DZ game, which was a 7-2. And of course, Los's first game, I forgot who they played against as well. I think it was
that was LG.
I think it was LG. So obviously, besides those 2 games, the outliers, I mean, every game's just been so competitive, and it's just really nice to see what our league has become, especially from stage 1. I think there was something where it was like 78% of games started 4-0, and then
Welcome to what happens when everyone makes roster changes after SI, right?
Yeah.
Well, even then, there were roster changes back then, but I just think it's more so the fact is just people are learning the game quicker and having a general understanding of what needs to be done. And it's important to, obviously learn from your last stage or learn from the last major, whatever, wasn't working then that you can apply here. And again, we're seeing a very competitive league right now, which I'm excited to just see what, could happen or what maybe not is going to happen.
Standings check after the first third of the NAL stage is already done. Put Sonics at the top of the table. Exactly which one of you had Sonics at the very top? Was it you, Fox?
Yeah, I had him in top 2. I had M80 and Sonics in top 2 for sure. And then this is looking pretty spot on.
It's looking pretty similar
to exactly what I had it.
Only difference for me is obviously Cloud9 Beast Coast was at first. I had Space Station second, and then M80 third. So, I mean, it's roughly looking pretty close. The bottom, obviously, is,
I'd say it's a surprise because we have Los and LG higher up. And one thing that I'm very happy to see is that all of the teams that are slowly getting wins, which is the majority of them and finding success, I love that the meta has transitioned from a place where it was just pick up the players that have the best statistics and that can just shoot, and let's get 5 shooters. And now every single team is really relying on one person to be the IGL. It feels like the meta has shifted from what Bosco's saying, but fundamentally, it feels like it's almost like old Siege,
I was about to say,
the start of Pro League.
I was going to say, I feel like it's going back to that where there is a lot more role-focused things than just getting in and taking this nasty gunfight and winning the round off that alone, or, an LMG meta where, you're just putting the best guy on that LMG and you're just going around every corner pre-firing and hoping that, you get the 3 kills and then the round solidified. So I'm definitely thinking that with what you said, it is back to a fundamental game, whereas before it was more focused on mechanics.
You're getting any nostalgia bait right now? Does any of that want to make you go back to playing at some point?
Oh, absolutely not. I'm done playing. I'll say that right now.
All right.
I think OXG needs to hit the emergency call to my phone real quick. I'm not going to lie. I mean, it's not looking good. We've had rough times. We've maybe not made events. I've never been last.
You haven't had a stage that start, right? And which is also, again, drastic because OXG were 5-0 at the beginning of last stage, 0-3 to kick off stage 2. Hopefully they can improve on that. But they won't be able to do it tomorrow because they have the bye. We won't see them until next week. Los come back into the fold after having a bye today. What game here looks the... Oh, dude, nah. Space Station Sonics to end the day? That one's going to be good.
I mean, I do like the first game. We obviously haven't seen a lot from Los, so to really see them bounce back here, but obviously just keep Dark Zero's train going to see, if they're still improving. Obviously, they looked far better today than what we saw last week. But then probably I would say the SSG Sonics is probably the match of the day, in my opinion, and those other two, I would say are going to go one way over the other.
I'm really excited for that first game because I feel like I'm a Los believer. I feel like they have a good fundamentals, good foundation.
Sure.
You're right. DZ looked really good today. So putting them up against each other is going to be scary. The rest of the games, I feel like across the board, like you said, it's very evenly matched. So yeah, I would definitely say match 1's probably piqued my interest the most.
I do think that because we've got Sonics and Space Station, number 1 versus number 3, to have that game being the one that ends the day. Thank you for having just a main event slot, just perfect. Just the Siege script writers just decided, you know what, day 4, send them up. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't believe we're already on day 4. Like I said, I feel like we've been already seen like 8 games so far, but in reality, like, well, not 8 games, but like worked 8 days. But this is only the 3rd day and going into the 4th day tomorrow. Like there is still,
you're just saying that because you were on Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, probably realistically, but there's still so much Siege, and then there's playoffs, and then there's qualifiers. Like there's so much Siege left, but it feels like we're so in deep, and we aren't even at the halfway point.
Yeah, and you brought up, is there nostalgia now with how everything is? But after seeing those listen-ins of the winning moments, I get a vibe of nostalgia of how the LAN League was when everyone played in Vegas. I see like the cheering moments and people standing up from their desks at home. I mean, it's pretty exciting to see, like during the regular stage.
I haven't done that in a long time.
Got to get the LAN League back at some point, man. I mean, in the absence of a LAN league, what we can do is send a couple of teams to the upcoming LAN, which is the Montreal Major. That happens in a couple of weeks, and by the end of week 5, we will already have a couple of participants going. By the end of week 6, we'll know who our LCQ participant is. That's exactly what we're fighting for. We're not quite there yet. We still have so much more stage left to go, and that will resume tomorrow. Same time, same place, right here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Thank you very much for joining us on day 3 of stage 2. We'll be back for even more NAL mayhem tomorrow. Have a good night.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave! And I think he might just find it!